Something switched on behind my eyes. That is the only way I can describe it. Not a thought, not a headache. A physical click somewhere back of the skull, like a breaker being thrown in a building that had been dark for years. My spine went hot. My hands went hot. Every muscle I owned woke up at once and started asking what we were doing. And the reason I remember the exact second it happened is that a guy 3 seats away was, at that exact second, explaining to the whole classroom that I had no parents. His name was Wang Zhaozhang, class monitor. 19, 1.78 m, built like someone who had been fed supplements since he could chew, and surrounded at all times by a small government of people whose entire job was agreeing with him. It was June. The kind of June where the ceiling fan just moves the hot air around and everybody's shirt is stuck to their back. Last day of high school. Nobody was studying. Everybody was talking about the exam. Not that exam, the other one. Monitor, are you sitting the written exam or the Marshall examination? Is that even a question? His family's been buying him spirit medicine since he was in diapers. Obviously the Marshall examination. Right. A genius like the monitor, rich and talented. Why would he waste himself on the written exam? I was looking out the window at the smokestacks. That is not me being poetic. There were smokestacks. I liked them because they didn't say anything. Then Wang Zhaoxiang turned around in his chair and aimed his voice at me. Hey, you, decided which exam you're taking yet? Chang did not care what I was taking. Chang was performing. There was a girl sitting next to me, or he had been performing at her for 3 years. Depends whether I've got war spirit bloodline, I said. Not really something you get to pick. Monitor, why are you even talking to him? One of his people said. Chang's an orphan. Kid can barely afford to eat. You think he's thinking about the Marshall examination? Exactly. Look how skinny he is. Chang failed the PE section of the written exam. So he's first in the grade academically. Who cares? The most respected profession on earth is war spirit master. You two aren't even in the same world. Long Zhaoshang let all of that land, then added the part he had clearly been saving. That's true. Chang's an orphan. Chang'll grind his way through some university. No connections, no background. Probably end up waiting tables. My mistake for even asking. The desk next to me jumped about a centimeter off the floor. Wang Zhaoshang, what exactly do you mean by that? Are you saying people who go to university end up waiting tables? Bo Suyin. Sitting to my left, arms already crossed, and the entire back half of the classroom going very quiet, very fast. She was the school beauty. That is not my opinion, that is a title Yu's high school handed out by unofficial consensus and defended in arguments. She was also an orphan from the same welfare home as me, which is why she had spent 3 years attaching herself to me and thereby making me the most quietly hated person in the building. Wang Zhaoshang folded like a lawn chair. Suyin, that's not what I meant. Obviously, you're different. Humph. Say one more word about Brother Jia and I don't know you anymore. Yes, absolutely. And inside his head, which I did not need a system to read because it was written across his entire face, he was screaming. This nobody, this walking bus fare, how does he get the goddess? I'll make him pay for it. His friend leaned in and whispered something to him. I caught the shape of it. Don't get angry. The aptitude test is today. She'll see what he really is. She'll come to you. Wang Zhaoshang squeezed his fist until his knuckles cracked, which honestly is a very loud thing to do in a quiet room. That was when a shadow went past the window and the whole class shut up like somebody had unplugged us. Our homeroom teacher walked in holding a glass bead the size of a fist, covered in runes, cradled against his chest like it might go off. Spirit Awakening Orb. Every eye in the room went to it, because that bead decided the rest of your life. And that is the second the thing behind my eyes clicked on. Zhu. Spiritual energy detected in the vicinity. Divine pet evolution system booting. War spirit bloodline unlocked for host. The order of events here is the whole joke. I did not touch the orb. I did not do anything. The orb walked into the room and a voice in my head unlocked me like a phone. The dizziness passed. Something came off me. That is the only word. Like a strap I hadn't known I was wearing since birth just fell away. And suddenly, there was more of me inside my own body than there used to be. Brother Jia? What's wrong? Are you sick? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, the inside of my skull was a fireworks display. A system. An actual system. The kind you read about on the phone at 2 in the morning when you should be sleeping. So I asked it a question. Obviously. Hey, what do you do? Silence. Hello? More silence. Not the kind of silence where somebody is thinking, the kind where you check whether the call disconnected. If my body hadn't still been humming, I would have assumed I hallucinated the whole thing out of heat stroke. Great, a mute system. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. But it had said War Spirit Bloodline. And War Spirit Bloodline meant I was allowed to sit the martial examination, which meant that for the first time in 19 years, the door was not locked. Up front, the teacher set the orb on the podium, adjusted his glasses, and did the throat-clearing thing that teachers do when they know a moment is happening. I know you've all been waiting for this. This is the Spirit Awakening Orb. It tests whether you carry War Spirit Bloodline. If you want to sit the martial examination, line up. Any bloodline at all qualifies you. Any quality, any grade. 60-something chairs went back at once. Let me explain why a room full of teenagers just stampeded a glass ball, because if you don't know, none of the rest of this makes sense. 300 years ago, the sky broke. Not a metaphor. Dark rifts tore open over every continent, black wounds hanging in the air, and if you stood underneath one and looked up, you could see through into somewhere else. People in China reported seeing dragons. Not the Jurassic kind. The kind with antlers and a snake's body that walks on cloud. Over in the north, they saw a serpent long enough to wrap around half their continent. Then things came out, and the things that were already here started mutating to keep up, throwing back to shapes that had been extinct for 100 million years, getting bigger and meaner every generation. Everything on the planet leveled up. Everything except us. Humans stayed exactly the same, which as a species-wide design flaw is fairly hard to top. They tried nukes. Nukes worked for about 10 minutes, and then the radiation just accelerated the evolution, so congratulations to everyone involved. That century has a name, and the name is not a nice one. Then somebody found the thing hiding in human blood, War Spirit Bloodline. Awaken it, and you get a war spirit of your own, a creature bound to you, and you raise it, and it fights the things that come out of the sky. That is where war spirit masters come from. That is why they are the most worshipped profession on Earth. 100 years of them dying in the dirt bought back enough land for us to build steel walls around and live behind. The catch is the numbers. Roughly 1 person in 100 has the bloodline, and you can only awaken it in a narrow window. Too young and the war spirit eats you. Too old and you have wasted the good years. 19 is the sweet spot. So the whole world reorganized around one exam on your 19th year. Written exam for the people who will keep society running. Martial examination for the 1%. And every year, thousands of families spend everything they own on spirit medicine that supposedly raises your odds. The Alliance has said repeatedly in writing that the effect is so small it might as well be zero. Nobody believes them, because how do you sleep at night knowing you didn't try? Which brings me to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang had his hands on the orb and would not let go. Zhao, you've tested 3 times. The orb doesn't make mistakes. Please step down. The orb was dark. Not dim, dark. There is no dimmer setting on that thing. It either lights up or it does not. No, that's not possible. His voice had gone somewhere strange and high. My parents spent everything. They sold the house. They sold the house so I could be a war spirit master and bring honor to the family. I can't not have it. I can't. The teacher called security. They walked Zhao Chang to the counseling room with his hands still curled like they were holding something. Nobody said anything for a while after that. Then the line kept moving, because the line always keeps moving. Half the class went through. Nothing. Not one flicker. I hope you'll all keep some perspective, the teacher said, in the gentle voice adults use when they are also disappointed. Without bloodline, you can still do good work with science and culture. Please don't be like Zhao Chang. Then his eyes went where everybody's eyes had been going all morning. Wang Zhaoxiang, come up, go ahead of the line. Of course, Wang Zhaoxiang walked up like a man collecting an award he had already written a speech for. Deep breath, both palms down. The orb lit up. Pale yellow, thin, watery threads of it running out between his fingers. And I need you to understand that in that room, at that moment, it was the most beautiful thing anyone had ever seen. 60 kids who had just watched a classmate get walked out by security stared at that weak little glow like it was sunrise. Not bad at all. Looks like Class 9 has produced a war spirit master. The teacher kept his face flat, and his voice was about 2 octaves happier than his face. Don't forget your teachers when you make it. Chang was already doing the math. A war spirit master out of your homeroom is a career. The class swarmed. The monitor's got the bloodline. I thought that glass thing was a fake. I always knew it. Monitor, you have to protect me when you're strong. Monitor, am I pretty? How about I be your girlfriend? Wang Zhaoxiang stood in the middle of all that and enjoyed exactly none of it. Because he was watching the back of the line, where Bo Suyin and I were talking about something completely unrelated and had not looked up once. This was the whole point of the day for him. This was the moment where she was supposed to finally see the difference between the monitor with the bloodline and the orphan with nothing. And we were back there discussing what we were going to eat. Chang came down the aisle with a smile stretched over the top of pure murder. Jia Li Hua, it's getting late. Don't you have a shift at the food stall? I'll keep Suyin company. You're never going to have bloodline anyway. Bo Suyin inhaled to say something that would have gotten her suspended. I put a hand out and stepped in front of her. You just said I couldn't possibly have it. I walked up until we were nose to nose. Chang was tall. So was I. Chang did not enjoy that discovery. You that sure? Please, if a stick like you has war spirit bloodline, pigs fly. Normally, he would never talk like that in front of a teacher. But it was the last day, and his leash was off, and he had a bloodline now, and everybody knew the school was not going to pick an orphan over a war spirit master. I looked up front. The teacher had half opened his mouth twice and closed it twice. Fair enough. I understood the arithmetic. I was the part of the equation you cross out. I don't know about pigs, I said, but you'll fly. Since you're so certain, want to bet on it? His laugh was ugly. Fine, let's bet. When you turn up empty, you strip to the waist, you hang a sign around your neck that says I'm trash, and you run 10 laps of the track. Deal? Deal, but that's a little dry. Let's put 2,000 yuan on top. The thing about 2,000 yuan is that to him it was a weekend. To me, it was 2 months of hauling boxes. Chang stared at me like I had started speaking a foreign language. Chang had just designed the most humiliating punishment his brain could produce, and I had accepted it in under a second and then raised. You could see the doubt get in. What does this kid know that I don't? Then he shook it off, because people like him always shake it off. Ridiculous. That's impossible. Okay, what's the matter, Monitor Wang? Bo Suyin said, from behind my shoulder in the sweetest voice she owns. Scared of my brother Jia? Why is a boy being so fussy? 90% of everything Wang Zhaoxiang ever did was because Bo Suyin was watching. Scared? Of that trash? Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Done. I rolled my sleeves and went up the aisle. It was getting dark outside. Half the classes in the building had finished testing already and had come to stand in our doorway and along our windows, because word had gotten around that Class 9 had produced someone, and teenagers can smell a fight through concrete. So the light in the room was bad and getting worse, and a good 40 extra bodies were blocking what was left of it. Is Jia Li Hua insane? Chang's betting that hard on a 1% chance? 1%? Kid grew up in a welfare home. He's been sick his whole life. 1 in 1,000. Chang's dead. Serves him right, though. Chang had to go and get close to the school beauty. I put both hands on the orb and said, silently and with great dignity, please do not make a fool of me in front of these people. 1 second. Nothing. 2. Nothing. 3. Still a glass ball. Ha ha ha, Jia Li Hua, you lost, you little. Chang did not get to finish the sentence. The orb detonated. I mean, light. White light, and not the polite kind. It came out of that bead like a welding arc and hit the ceiling and came back down off it, and the whole classroom went from evening to noon in one frame. The kids in the doorway threw their arms up. Somebody's phone camera whited out completely. I had lived 19 years in various shades of gray, and I stood there with my hands on a glass ball throwing more light than the room could hold, and I am not going to pretend I was cool about it. I have never seen anything more beautiful in my life. I have seen a lot of things since. It still holds. Nobody in that room made a sound except a long collective hiss of breath. Brightness does not tell you a war spirit master's talent. It tells you the purity of the bloodline. And what was coming off that thing was not a reading anybody there had a category for. That's not possible. Long Zhaoxiang was staring directly into it with his eyes streaming. That's not... Jia, that's enough. Enough. You've proved it. Now let go. My eyes are closing. The teacher was nearest and had gone down to a squint with his hand up like a man looking into a furnace. I let go. Then I turned around, found Wang Zhaoxiang, and raised my eyebrows about a millimeter. I did not say anything. I did not have to say anything. There is a face you make that means you know what you owe me, and I made it. It's broken. The orb's broken, that's all. Chiang scrambled up, half tripping over the podium step, and slapped his palms onto it. Pale yellow. Thin, watery, visibility under a meter, exactly like before. Except now, it had a comparison. It was a grain of rice arguing with the moon. 60 faces went from the orb to him with the same expression, which was, "Please stop, you are making it worse." Chang pulled his hands off like the thing had bitten him, and turned a red I have genuinely never seen on a human being since. The doorway was 3 deep by now, and more teachers were arriving, and our homeroom teacher decided this was the moment to remember he was in charge. "I don't care what's going on between you two. Until I walk out of this room, you are all still my students. Don't embarrass me." We both shut up. I had no intention of dropping the bet, though. 2,000 yuan is 2,000 yuan. "It's late. Anyone still testing? Come up now." After that, it went fast. Hands on, 10 seconds, next. Class 9 had used up its miracle. 15 kids in a row, nothing. "So it's only 2 after all," the teacher sighed. I suppose I was being greedy. 2 out of 60 is already absurd. Asking for 3 is asking the universe for a favor. The crowd in the doorway started drifting off toward dinner. "Yin Yin, you haven't gone up. Go try." "Me?" She looked at her shoes. "Forget it. I probably don't have it." "You don't get to talk about yourself like that. I just made a miracle happen, and I'm the least impressive person in this building. Go." She went. She put her hands on the orb the way you touch something in a museum. Nothing happened. She started to lift her hands, and the orb went crimson. Not light. Fire. It came off that bead as actual heat, deep red, the kind of red you feel on your face from across a room. And it was not as bright as mine, but nobody cared, because within about 4 seconds, the podium was on fire. The brand new podium, fully involved. Flames up past the blackboard. "Oh my God, fire! Somebody put it out!" Our teacher, to his eternal credit, was the only adult in the room who moved. Chang grabbed the extinguisher off the wall that had been hanging there unused since the building went up, fought the safety pin like it owed him money, and got it going. "Bo, move!" She did not move. She was standing there watching her own hands. I got an arm around her and pulled her clear about half a second before the dry powder went everywhere. The other kids piled in after that, and the fire never made it off the podium, which was already a black skeleton. Our teacher sat down on the floor in a cloud of white powder and looked at the two of us for a long moment with an expression that had about 6 things in it. 3. My class produced 3. Chang was going to be a star teacher. Every official in the county was going to be lining up to get their precious son into his homeroom. "Yin Yin, you've got it. I knew you did." That was it. Not excited, not even surprised. I filed that away. I did not file it very carefully, and it would be a long time before I took it back out. "All right, 3 of you are qualified for the martial examination. Tomorrow morning, school gate, 7 sharp. Every martial examination student in this school goes to Jiangshui City together. I hope you all pass and become War Spirit Academy students." Chang stood up and knocked the powder off his shirt. 7 sharp, don't be late. Especially you, Jia. Don't oversleep again. I'll set 10 alarms. Still got a mouth on you. No wonder Bo Suyin follows you around. Chang flicked my forehead and walked out. The second his back cleared the doorframe, the class descended. "Brother Jia, I always knew you weren't ordinary. You'll go far. Don't forget your brothers." "I said years ago you and school beauty Bo were made for each other. Everybody believes me now, right? Wang Zhaoxiang wanted to compete with you? His family bought that bloodline out of a bottle. It's nothing next to your natural talent." The exact same people. Word for word, the same mouths that had explained an hour ago that I would be waiting tables. I smiled and said very little. I had been getting looked through for a long time, and one afternoon of light does not undo that. It also does not feel like winning. It just feels like watching a room change its mind about you and understanding, permanently, that the room will change its mind again. What I was actually doing was watching the door where Wang Zhaoshang was trying to leave under cover of the crowd. I got through the bodies and put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, forgetting something? Chang jumped. I'll transfer the 2,000. I'm not going to cheat you. Chang pulled to go and discovered that my hand had not moved. Chang pulled harder. Nothing. You could see him recalculating my entire body from scratch. What he did not know is that I had been working jobs since junior high, mostly loading and hauling. You do that for 3 years and your grip stops being a decision. Then that morning something had come off me and everything got a little easier. Chang was tall and soft. Chang had been eating spirit medicine, not lifting anything. You'll pay the 2,000, I said, but I think you've forgotten the other part. Bet? What bet? I don't know anything about a... I closed my hand. Ow, 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 fine. I'll go write the sign, all right? By then, the students who had left for dinner had come back, drawn by the smoke, and arrived instead into this. What is happening in here? I don't know what the fire was about, but this trip was worth it. Wang Zhaoxiang runs this school, and quiet Jia Li Hua just folded him. That's insane. Note to self, do not touch Jia Li Hua. Chang found a small blackboard. Chang wrote 4 characters on it in the shakiest handwriting I have ever seen a person produce. I am a piece of trash. Chang hung it around his neck himself, because I made him do that part himself. Then he went out to the track, took his shirt off, and started running. Bo Suyin and I were already gone. We walked the road toward the welfare home under streetlights that stretched our shadows out about 40 meters ahead of us, and my phone buzzed. 2,000 yuan. Chang really was a man of his word, once you removed the word from him by force. Come on, dinner's on me, big meal. I flagged a taxi. 20 minutes later, we were sitting at a street stall on plastic stools. This is the big meal? This is a feast. I was genuinely offended. There's beer, there's meat, there's seafood, there's your crayfish. You're hurting my feelings. I reached for a bottle. Nope. She had it out of my hand before I closed my fingers. You're underage. Fine. Boss, 1 large milk. Coming. The owner came over, saw me, and lit up. Oh, look at this. Chang brings a girl and suddenly he's drinking milk. Here's your milk. I had worked half the stalls on this street. They knew me. Bo Suyin poured 2 glasses of milk with enormous ceremony and raised hers. Brother Jia, congratulations on your war spirit bloodline. You stole the whole show today. Me? You almost burned the school down. You're the headline. You're teasing me. I'm not talking to you. Although, I put the glass down, you didn't actually look happy about it. When it lit up, it was like you already knew. Her face did something for about a quarter of a second. Don't be silly. Here, your birthday present. Subject changed, so smoothly I did not even feel the turn. She pulled a little embroidered sachet out of her school bag, pink flower on the front. I still have it, so I will be careful here. The embroidery was a crime. You remembered! I turned it over, studying the flower from several angles. Is that a lotus? It's a scarlet jade flower, you idiot. It's my favorite flower. Give it back. I love it. I love it. How could I not love something you made? I had it in my bag before she could get her hand up. The owner set down a bowl of crayfish the size of a wash basin. Bo Suyin maintained her dignity for approximately 4 minutes. When we got up, the pile of shells in front of her was more than double the pile in front of me. Then we took a car back to the welfare home. It is a half-hour drive, even at that time of night, out to the edge of the county. Social welfare home. The sign says so on the gate. The director was standing under the gate light waiting for us. And where have you 2 been until this hour? Guo Chunlei, almost 70, face like a man about to give you detention, and one of the 2 or 3 people alive who actually cared whether I ate. The homeroom teacher had obviously phoned ahead. Chang had been standing there a while. Grandpa Guo, it's Brother Jia's birthday. I took him to dinner, that's all. You're not angry, are you? Bo Suyin tugged his sleeve when she said it, in the specific way that has never once failed. Ah, I'm too old for the pair of you. Come inside. We took over the sofa in his office, like we always did. So I hear you both awakened, and that you caused a scene. I picked an apple out of the bowl on the table and got a bite in before answering. I was fine. Sister Yin Yin set the school on fire. You were fine? What about making the deputy county head's son run naked around the track? Grandpa Guo sprayed his tea. Grandpa, are you all right? Fine, fine. His mouth did something complicated. We leave for Jiangshui City tomorrow, Bo Suyin said, and the room got quiet. For the martial examination. It'll be hard to come back and see you. She had been here 2 years. I had been here 3. I should say what I was like when I arrived. I was a problem. There were people on the staff who wanted me sent to one of the strict discipline schools, which is a polite name for a place you do not come back from the same. Grandpa Guo put his own name on the paperwork so I could stay. Then he spent about 1.5 years quietly waiting for me to stop being a hedgehog. You've grown up, both of you. Chang put a hand on each of our heads. Grandpa thinks you'll be fine war spirit masters. Then all these years will have been worth something. Don't worry. I'll get into the academy and be as good a war spirit master as you. I only ever talked like a kid in that room. Silly boy. Grandpa fluked his bloodline at 30. I'm nearly 70, and I'm a 3rd-level war spirit master. You'll both leave me behind. I don't care. You're the strongest war spirit master I know. I sat up. Let little Gray out. Come on. I haven't seen him in ages. Chang's a growth stage war spirit. There's nothing to look at. Just for a minute. We don't know when we'll be back. We have to say goodbye to little Gray. Bo Suyin joined the assault, and he lasted about 9 seconds. All right, you 2 little devils. Chang thought about it, and an old book appeared in his hand out of nothing at all. Demon Spirit Codex. Every war spirit master has one. The first page turned by itself with no wind in the room, and there was a gray hunting dog painted on it. Except the painting was moving. The dog on the page was bouncing. Galehound, come say hello to an old friend. The dog vanished off the page. A summoning circle opened on the office floor, and out came the exact same animal, at scale, drooling. I have seen that 100 times. It gets me every time. Galehounds are speed and nose. Over the years, that dog had personally run down several men who came to this welfare home to do things to children, which makes him, in my opinion, the most important war spirit in the county. Chang came off the circle at a dead sprint and went straight for me. Little Gray, calm down. Chang put me in the corner and washed my entire face, and while I was pinned under a hunting dog, this happened in my head. War spirit name, Galehound. Master, Guo Chunlei. Rank, Tier 3 Order 4. Stage, Growth. Attribute, Wind. Skills, Tracking, Bite, Gale Slash. And then it kept going. Evolution paths to mature stage. 1. Moon Chaser. Requires 1 Lord Grade Dark-type Beast Crystal Core, 1 pound of 100-year Wind Moon Wood, 10 stalks of Yin Jade Grass. And then it listed the steps. 2. Swift Wolf. 1 Advanced Grade Wind-type Beast Crystal Core, 100-year Wind Whisper Flower, 10 stalks of 10-year Wind Cage Grass, and then it listed those steps too. I stopped fighting the dog entirely, because I need you to understand what I was looking at. In this world, nobody knows how war spirits evolve, not properly. Every single path anybody uses was found by somebody guessing, feeding their war spirit something expensive, and either getting a breakthrough or getting a corpse. The known paths are a puddle, the unknown ones are the ocean. And I was lying on an office floor with a dog on my chest reading the ocean off the inside of my own eyelids. So that was what the system did. Brother Jia, what is wrong with you today? You didn't even fight him. You always fight him. Bo Suyin hauled little Gray off me by the collar. I got up and used most of a box of tissues. I was just thinking I might not see him again. If he wants to lick, let him lick. Little Gray, come here. Chang came, tail going. When I'm not around, protecting the kids here is your job. Don't let me down. Chang made a noise I did not enjoy hearing. Chang really doesn't want you to go, Grandpa Guo said. 3 years. Of course he doesn't. I scratched the dog's back and asked it as casually as I can manage. Grandpa, have you ever thought about evolving him into a moon chaser? What? I looked up. Moon chaser. Galehounds evolve into gale wolves or flame wolves. There's no such thing as a moon chaser. Ah. My mistake. Must have misread something. I scratched my head. Then what about a gale wolf? Boy, I'm an old man with 1 foot in the ground. Where would I find the energy to push him to mature stage? Chang waved it off, and then said the part that actually mattered. Besides, evolving a war spirit takes real skill from the master, and it takes evolution materials. Those materials are worth more than this building. An old man like me couldn't buy one. And there it was, about 90 seconds after I got the greatest cheat in the world. Because that was my first plan, obviously. Walk in, hand Grandpa Guo a perfect evolution route, and watch that dog turn into something that could take a car apart. That is what I would have done if this were a story. But a route is free, and a route is worthless. The route says Lord Grade Beast Crystal Core. A Lord Grade core is a thing that lives outside the wall, that eats war spirit masters as a food group. And if you did somehow get one and put it on the market, it would sell for more than the county's annual budget. I could see the whole map. I could not buy a single kilometer of it. That is the version of this power nobody tells you about. I did not get a shortcut. I got a very detailed and extremely expensive shopping list. And the second thought, arriving right behind the first, was worse. What happens if I tell someone, not Grandpa Guo, anyone, a teacher, the Alliance? Because a 19-year-old who can recite evolution routes that no spirit researcher on the planet has ever recorded is not a student. That is a specimen. That is somebody who stops going to class and starts living somewhere with very good security and no door handles on the inside. So I said nothing. Not to the old man who raised me, not to the girl eating crayfish next to me an hour earlier. That is the first real decision I ever made about the system, and I made it lying on the floor covered in dog spit. You're leaving in the morning, and I've got nothing good to send you with. So take these. Chang turned to the back pages of the codex and pulled out the only 2 demon spirit cards in the book. Grandpa, what are these? These matter. For your ranks, for your fights, for everything ahead of you. A demon spirit card raises a war spirit's combat power enormously, and they are rare. You might kill 10 demonic beasts and not get one. Mine are only gray iron grade, the bottom rung. Try not to use gray iron when you rank up. I didn't understand most of that, but it sounded expensive. I'll look after it. I understood more than I let on. These came off things outside the wall, and the meaner the thing, the better the card. Which meant these 2 gray iron cards, the bottom rung, the worst grade that exists, were the entire treasury of a man who had raised a building full of orphans on a government stipend. You'll have teachers to explain properly. Don't carry it around in your head. Chang said that because he could see me carrying it around in my head. Mine had a black vine on it, devil vine, resilience. Hers had a green mantis, emerald mantis, sharp blade. It's 10:30. You're up early. Go to bed. I'll wake you. I walked her to the girls' dormitory door and went to mine. My roommate was already out. I pushed the door quietly and found a suitcase standing next to my bed, packed. Chang had done it while he was waiting at the gate for us. I sat on the edge of the bed for a while with that. Then I washed up, got into the bottom bunk, and wrote my roommate a goodbye letter by phone light and left it on the desk. And then, by the same phone light, I pulled the photograph out from under my pillow. It is yellow now. It has been folded and unfolded so many times the crease has gone soft. 3 people, 2 adults, a very small boy being held between them, and that boy is delighted about it in a way that boy has not managed since. They disappeared the summer I finished 6th grade. Not died, disappeared. There is a difference, and the difference is what ruins you. Nobody found anything. Nobody could tell me anything. One week there was a house with 3 people in it, and then there was a boy standing in it alone, and then there was a welfare home. That is where the problem child came from. That is what Grandpa Guo signed his name against. 6 years, I said to the photo. Where did you go? Do you really not want me? You had a reason. You must have had a reason. I did not say I would find them. I want that on the record. I have never once said that out loud, not to the photo, not to anybody, because I had learned by then exactly how much a promise costs. What I said was, when I'm strong enough, you'll see me. Then I fell asleep with the light still on. Little one, get up. I surfaced with somebody standing over my bed and grabbed my phone. 5 in the morning. Grandpa, it's 5. This is insane. Better early than late. Yin Yin has been waiting outside for a while now. Can you really leave a young girl standing? I was in the washroom before he finished the sentence. So that's the only handle on him, he said to the empty room. There was a car at the gate. Chang had arranged it. Chang put both suitcases in the trunk himself and then stood there looking at us for a long time without saying anything. Children, Jiangshui City is not our little county. Here there was an old man to look after you. From now on, it's just the two of you. Grandpa. We both got him around the middle at the same time, and neither of us was doing well. Here, breakfast. I made it this morning. Eat it on the road. Chang wiped our faces, put the food in our hands, and put us in the car. Chang was still standing under the gate when the road turned. I have thought about that a lot. You do not know what family is until you are watching it get smaller in a rear window. 20 minutes later, we pulled up at Yu Chai School and discovered that we had badly misjudged how early is early. The gate was a crowd, mostly adults, parents seeing their kids off, plus every teacher and administrator in the building, plus a decent number of people who I am fairly sure just wanted to be near it. Bo Suyin and I each dragged our own suitcase through all of that. Roll call, and then the buses. Our homeroom teacher walked at the front with 3 of us behind him, and he was strutting. Actually strutting. 3 qualified students out of 1 homeroom. Every other class in that school was thrilled to have produced one. Chang got us to the door of the bus and clearly wanted to say something about looking after each other. Then he remembered the previous afternoon and the fire and the boy who ran 10 laps with a sign around his neck. Chang thought about it for a long moment. Fight less, he said. Then every single person on that bus turned and looked at him. Chang got off very quickly. Out of 1,300 graduating students in that school, about 100 qualified. 2 buses. That was the best year they had had in a decade. We had been rolling maybe 10 minutes when a young man in glasses stood up at the front and turned to face us, and the temperature in the bus changed. Chang was a teacher, but not our kind of teacher. Standing near him felt like standing near a dog that has not decided about you. Good morning, my name is Long Tian Yu. In 2 hours, we arrive at Qingyun Intermediate Academy, and I'll be telling you about it. Then he told us about it, at length, in the voice of a tour guide who has done this route 400 times and is contractually obligated to mention the founding date. Qingyun Academy, Key War Spirit Academy of Jiangshui City, one of the academies the Alliance keeps its eye on. Long and storied history, exceptional resources, exceptional environment, and so on for a considerable portion of the highway. I stopped listening somewhere around the founding date and looked out the window instead at the fields going by, with 2 gray iron cards in my pocket, a system in my head that would not speak to me, and absolutely no idea what I had. 2 hours later, the same voice woke us all up. We've arrived at Qingyun Academy. Everyone off. Don't wander. We're going to the cafeteria for lunch. Then we rest. Then the War Spirit Awakening ceremony. We tried to get our suitcases and were told not to bother. Somebody would take them to our dormitories. That is the kind of sentence that tells you exactly what kind of place you have arrived at. Then I stepped off the bus and stopped walking. The gate was enormous. 4 characters across the top and a hand that swept like a dragon taking off. Qingyun Intermediate Academy. If you had told me that was a top national university, I would have believed you and asked how the tuition worked. Oh wow, this is Qingyun Academy? I had spent almost my entire life inside one small county. I was not going to pretend to be cool about a building. Look at you, Wang Zhaoxiang said. Country. It's embarrassing to be seen with you. If you kept quiet, Bo Suyin said, nobody would even know you were capable of speech. Please, like I want to talk to a hick. Just don't tell anyone we were in the same class. I have a reputation. Chang walked off toward the cafeteria at a pace that made his opinion of us extremely clear. Sorry, teacher, I said to nobody. I think I'm going to let you down on the fighting less. Lunch at Qingyun was good. That is worth saying, because I had spent a lot of years eating in places where the food was a math problem. Then Teacher Long walked us to a building called the Awakening Hall. It held over 1,000 people, and it was full. Every kid in Jiangshui City and every county under it who had lit up an orb was in that room, and you could smell the nerves. Because this was the part that actually decided things. Bloodline gets you in the door. What comes out of the awakening circle is the rest of your life. Quiet down, please. Congratulations on being selected. Today we begin the first stage of the martial examination, the War Spirit Awakening Ceremony. I'm in charge of it this year. My name is Ma Haoran, Grade Director of Qingyun Academy. You may call me Director Ma. Black suit, middle-aged, a face like a closed door. The hall went silent in about 2 seconds. The martial examination has 2 stages. Anyone who successfully awakens a war spirit proceeds to the second stage. However, anyone who awakens an advanced grade war spirit skips the second stage entirely and goes straight into Class A. The hall erupted. Yin, what's an advanced war spirit? Aren't they all young spirits at this stage? There are grades? The Alliance grades young spirits by potential, she said. Strong innate power, good development ceiling, that's advanced. Then intermediate, then the bottom 3 tiers are low grade. And what's Class A? I have no idea. She was not a local either. Everything she knew came out of books she had read on her own. Then a voice on my other side answered me. Qingyun sorts every student into 4 classes by war spirit potential. A, B, C, D. Class A is the top. The academy allocates materials by class, and the drop from A downward is steep. Tall guy, standing right next to me, hadn't said a word until then. Ah, got it, thank you. I put out a hand. Jia Li Hua. Ningping County. Chang blinked, then took it. Duanjingzhe, capital. The capital? That came out louder than I meant. Schools up there are better than anything here. Why are you sitting your exam in Jiangshui City? Chang was not dressed expensively, but he had that thing rich kids have where the clothes fit properly. Chang was obviously not from a family that counted coins. Here is the actual reason I liked him. When I said Ningping County, his face did nothing. No flicker, no pity, no amusement, no recalculation. I had watched 1,000 faces do that recalculation, and his did not. Long story, he said. If we end up in the same class, I'll tell you. Next, Duanjingzhe. They had been running for an hour, 10 awakening arrays going at once, because you cannot push 1,000 kids through one circle in a day. 400 done, some crying with joy, some just crying. The ones who failed entirely left through a side door and went home to sit the written exam in 2 days. You're up. Good luck. Chang walked to the middle of the array, and I could see his shoulders were tight. The teacher started the circle. Pale yellow light came up out of the pattern and gathered over his head, and Duanjingzhe's eyes screwed shut and sweat started coming off him. It hurts. Nobody warns you properly. It hurts. Then the light folded in on itself, and a pale yellow book was hanging above his head. You may summon your war spirit. Chang pulled the codex down, opened the first page, and there was a turtle on it, half asleep. A thought, and the turtle was on the floor. It was big for a spirit turtle. Standing up, it came to Duanjingzhe's knee, tan-colored. And the first thing it did in its entire existence was walk over and rub its head against his trouser leg, like it wanted to thank him for the fact of being alive. Ah, Earth-type turtle spirit. The examiner sighed and started writing. What a shame. Water-type would have been advanced grade. Name, Duanjingzhe. War spirit, turtle spirit. Attribute, Earth. Potential, low grade. Recommended placement, Class D. About what I expected, Duanjingzhe said, and picked the turtle up and came back without another word. Congratulations, you awakened. Congratulations, low grade, Class D. Low grade because they can't read it. I think that thing's going to be a monster. Might even make Holy Spirit one day. Thanks for the sympathy. I'm not as fragile as you think. And I like him. Chang's cute. The turtle made a small, pleased noise against his chest. Here is the part I did not say. I had been reading that turtle since it came out of the book. Earth-type turtle spirits have a big, messy evolution tree, dozens of branches, and almost all of them terminate at complete form. Ultimate form is rare enough that most masters never see one in their lives. But one branch on that tree kept going. One branch went all the way up and ended at Supreme Holy Spirit. Holy Spirits are not a rank on Earthstar. They are a legend. There are a handful in the entire country. Each one is a national asset, and none of them are photographed. The examiner had just written low grade on a form and handed it to a kid who was slightly embarrassed about it. Jingzhe Mao? Is that what you're calling him? Chang looks like a lazy turtle. Little 8 is fine. Next, Jia Li Hua. Your turn, Duanjingzhe said, smiling. Hope we don't end up together. I walked up there, and I want to be honest, my legs were not entirely mine. This was the thing. This was the whole rest of my life happening in the next 30 seconds, in front of 1,000 people. Ready? I'll start when you say. Ready. The circle came on and something inside me came off. Second time in 2 days. There was a strap, and then there was not a strap, and a current went through me from heel to scalp, tingling all the way. The hall blurred. Somewhere in the blur, I thought I saw a shape, blue, tall, standing very still and looking back at me. I tried to focus on it, and the light shifted and it was gone. What everybody else saw was different. What everybody else saw was a 19-year-old standing inside a column of purple lightning with a white star burning over his head and the air cracking like a transformer going bad. That's a thunder attribute war spirit, I found out later, that this is the moment the entire hall stopped. Every candidate in the building turned around. And then the teachers came, which is the part that matters, because the teachers had seen 1,000 of these, and the teachers still came. If that's not a young spirit, it's advanced grade, guaranteed. Thunder element is one of the top attributes. There is no such thing as a weak thunder war spirit. Look at the density of that lightning. That's a monstrous bloodline. Qingyun's about to produce a genius. They gathered around my circle in a ring, all of them, to watch it happen. The lightning faded down. The book came together over my head. It was white, not painted white, made of something like flawless mutton fat jade, cool and heavy and carved, like an object out of a museum case. You may summon your war spirit. The examiner's voice had gone strange, hopeful. The codex came down into my hand, and I opened it. There was a snake on the page, pure white, head to tail. It felt me looking and flicked its tongue, which was also white, and it looked extremely pleased with itself. I made a summoning circle in my other palm, without knowing how I knew to do that, and it came out and wrapped around my forearm, about as long as my arm. It rubbed its head against my wrist. Then it licked my cheek, and its tongue was cold. A snake spirit. The examiner said it the way you would say a word at a funeral. And then the ring of teachers around me, all of whom had come running to watch a genius get born, made a sound I will remember for the rest of my life. A collective, disappointed, out loud sigh. Oh, what a waste. I thought Qingyun was getting a prodigy. It's the useless one. I came all the way over here. Hundreds of young spirits and he awakens a snake spirit? What a waste of a bloodline. Imagine matching 5 numbers on a lottery ticket and watching the 6th one change while you look at it. That was the atmosphere. That is not me being bitter. Several of them said versions of it to my face while I was still standing in the circle with the snake on my arm. So I stopped listening to them and read my own panel instead. War spirit, snake spirit. Attribute, thunder. Stage, young spirit. Rank, level 1, tier 1. Skills, death coil, arc flash. Requirements to advance to growth stage. 1. Jade Qilin snake. 1 low-grade thunder element core. 1 10-year magnolia. 1 kilogram of 10-year lightning-struck wood. And then the steps. Then nothing. I read it again. Nothing. 1 entry, 1 path. I had spent the last hour secretly reading every war spirit in that hall like a man flipping through a catalog, and the smallest evolution tree I had seen had a dozen branches. Duan Jingzhe's sleepy turtle had a tangle you could get lost in. Mine had 1 line. Not a tree, a stick. So I followed the stick. Growth stage, 1 option. Mature stage, 1 option. On and on. No forks, no choices, no alternate routes. A single road going straight up through the dark. And at the top of it, at the very end of that one bare line, sat Supreme Holy Spirit. I had checked every young spirit in that building. Out of 1,000 kids, 3 had a route that reached the top. 1 was Duan Jingzhe's turtle. 1 was a light spirit belonging to a boy who had already been put in Class A and handed the class monitor position on the spot. And 1 was the useless snake currently licking my ear. I started laughing, out loud, in front of everybody, standing in the awakening circle with 1,000 people watching and a ring of disappointed teachers around me. I laughed like an idiot. Because for anybody else, the number of branches is the whole game. More branches means somebody, somewhere, already walked one and wrote it down, and you can follow their footprints. A big evolution tree is a library. I did not need a library. I needed the road, and the road was right there, and having exactly one of them meant I could never take a wrong turn. Son, don't take it too hard. Thunder snake spirits cap out at mature stage, that's true, but you're still a war spirit master. Try not to be too pessimistic. The examiner had come over to talk me down. Chang thought the laugh was a break. I got hold of myself. I'm not pessimistic, I'm just happy. Chang looked at me for a second. Ah, then he shook his head with enormous pity. You finally get thunder attribute, and it lands on the one useless spirit. No wonder you're not right. Here, your form. Name, Jiali Hua. War spirit, snake spirit. Attribute, thunder element. Potential, low grade. Recommended placement, class D. I was not surprised. I had already been demoted in that man's head to something you say sorry about. I turned to go, then stopped and turned back. Since I can't stand on the shoulders of giants, I said, I'll just have to become the giant. Then I walked off the platform. Chang watched me the whole way down. I know because he told me, years later, that for about 4 seconds he genuinely believed it. Then he shook it off and said, out loud, to nobody, what am I thinking? Nobody in history has broken a Jade Qilin snake through to complete form. The wilderness has never seen one. What's a child going to do? Chang was not being cruel. Chang was being accurate. Every advanced grade war spirit that exists is a monument to the corpses of everybody who guessed wrong before somebody guessed right. When a war spirit finally makes it to complete form, the Alliance records the route, stamps it advanced grade, and after that, every kid who awakens one is walking on a paved road. Nobody has ever paved the snake. Plenty of people awaken thunder snake spirits. Not one of them has ever pushed one to complete form. And the researchers who spend their careers on this have gone on record saying it cannot be done. Which is how the thunder element ended up with exactly one war spirit universally agreed to be garbage, and it is mine. Although, I do want to mention, in fairness, that Jade Qilin snakes are extremely popular with rich people. They are beautiful, they are non-venomous, and they emit a mild electrical current, so wealthy families keep them as pets that double as a massage service. So that is the ceiling everyone had in mind for me, luxury back pain relief. I got back to the group and Bo Su-yin grabbed my sleeve and Duan Jing-je drifted over. Brother Jia, how was it? Which class? I handed her the form. Class D? How? The lightning off you was insane. Half the teachers ran over. That should have been Class A. They say the snake caps at mature stage, so it's a useless war spirit, so Class D. How can they do that? I'm going up there. She was already moving. I caught her arm. Don't. It won't work. But, no but. Bad luck now, good luck later. I don't care what they think of me as long as you believe me. I made her look at me. Do you believe I can push this snake to complete form? Of course I do. She did not even pause. Not a beat. Not one. I ruffled her hair so I wouldn't have to say anything for a second. There we go. It's a class. Who cares? Then I looked over at Duan Jing-je. Well, congratulations, you jinx. Classmates. Somehow this is my fault. Next. Bo Su-yin. Finally. Hope you don't get stuck with us, Duan Jing-je said, cheerfully. I got a hand over his mouth in about 1/10 of a second. Please stop talking. Yin-yin, we'll be right here. Chang made noises against my palm, and afterwards he told me the thing he was actually thinking in that moment was that my grip was absurd. She walked up to the circle, and she was not nervous. Not performing calm. Actually calm. Ready? Go ahead, teacher. The circle lit crimson, and it was not light. It was fire. Actual fire, with heat in it, and it kept coming until there was a solid burning shape hanging over her head that made the examiner take a step back. Is that a fire spirit? Chang stood there a second and then said, half to himself, Qingyun's having a year. That's the 3rd elemental spirit. Because there is a tell. Normal awakenings glow in the color of the attribute. Blue is water, green is wood, red is fire. Glow, just light, no temperature. When the thing over your head is made of real fire, or real water, or real ice, that means an elemental spirit, and elemental spirits are the top of the sheet. They go straight to Class A, and nobody argues. 30 seconds before her, in the far corner of the hall, somebody had pulled an ice spirit out of the circle, and every teacher in the building had stampeded over there to look at it. Which is going to matter in a minute. The fire folded down and left a crimson codex hanging in the air, red all the way through, hot enough to see, with little flames coming off the edges of it. Summon it. Summon it now, let's see. She opened the book. There was a red ball of fire on the page with 2 dark holes in it that turned out to be eyes. The circle came up under her feet, and the temperature in that corner of the hall jumped several degrees, and a small, burning creature came out and flew directly into her chest. She caught it on reflex, and it did not burn her. She told me later it felt like holding a hot water bottle. There it is, fire spirit. The examiner's voice was shaking, and he had done this job for years. Congratulations on awakening an elemental spirit. You're going directly into Class A. Chong reached for her form. Wait, what is it? Do you want to compete for class monitor? Ah, well, your fire spirit is genuinely comparable to that light spirit. We didn't expect this many elementals this year, so it may be premature to have. That's not it. I don't want Class A. Sorry? I want Class D. There is a silence a person makes when their brain refuses a sentence. Chong made it. Then he shook his head hard, the way you do to reset something. I'm sorry, I think I misheard. Which class did you say? You didn't mishear. The D in ABCD. Class D. The teacher, for the record, wrote nothing for a full 10 seconds. Absolutely not. No. An elemental spirit in Class D? If the principal found out, he would have my job. Chong would have my head. Your lists are all shared on one system, she said. Nobody's noticed me yet. There are a dozen of you running circles today. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, nobody will ever know. She was right, too. Every examiner worked off one shared roster and just ticked names off. Nothing recorded who awakened whom, and every single one of them was currently 40 meters away in the opposite corner, crowded around an ice spirit. It's still no. We're careful people. I can't put you in Class D. She looked down off the platform at me. I was already looking at her. Then she turned back around, and her voice changed. Teacher, if you won't put me in Class D, I'll withdraw from the Qingyun Martial examination. I understand yours isn't the only War Spirit Academy in Jiangshui City, and on my way out, I'm going to tell the principal that I withdrew because a teacher here treated me so badly I lost all faith in the academy. Long pause. What do you suppose he'd do with you then? She told me afterwards that her hands were shaking behind her back the entire time. She had never threatened anyone in her life, and she had picked, for her first attempt, a War Spirit Academy examiner in the middle of a national exam. Chiang wiped his forehead. Fine, fine, you win. Because losing an elemental spirit out of the building entirely was a firing. Class D was, at worst, an embarrassment. And there was a third calculation on his face that I only worked out much later, which is that if she walked, the next academy would pour everything they had into her, and Qingyun would have personally manufactured its own competition. His hand was shaking when he wrote Class D on the line. She reached for the form. Chong did not let go. Do you understand what Class D means here? We don't distribute evenly. Class A gets more than 10 times what Class D gets. More than 10 times. Have you actually thought about this? She pulled. Chong held. She pulled harder and got it. Of course I know. I don't care. May I ask why? Chong was smiling by then, chin on his hand, genuinely curious. Because he's in Class D. Then she took her form and left. Chong watched her go and shook his head, and then he laughed and said, to himself, what a thing it is to be young. She came down the steps, and I grabbed her before she reached us. Yin Yin, I think I saw you awaken a fireball. Or I've gone blind, one of the two. A fireball? It's a fire spirit, you idiot. Fire spirit, elemental spirit, that's Class A. Go up there and fight the ice one and the light one, and you'll be class monitor by dinner. I'm so happy for... I got Class D. I stopped talking. I stood there and looked at her, and I could not get a word out of my mouth. Because there is no universe in which an elemental spirit gets assigned to Class D by accident. Somebody chose that. I knew exactly who, and I knew exactly why. And it was not a simple thing to feel. It was gratitude, and it was warmth. And underneath both of those, it was something much worse. She had just taken 10 times the resources of a top academy and set them on fire because I was standing in the wrong room. How good do I have to get, I thought, to be worth that? I did not say any of that. I looked at Duan Jingzhe instead. This is your fault, you jinx. You called it again. Duan Jingzhe, standing there holding a turtle, has still never received an explanation. Then the turtle scrambled up his hoodie and sat in his hood and stared out at us with its lazy little green eyes, and Duan Jingzhe gave up. Fine, I'll take the blame. And all three of us cracked up at once, in the middle of the awakening hall, which I imagine looked insane to everybody around us, given that two of us had just been graded garbage. Looks like we're stuck together. Classmates, be nice to me. I'm 15. Birthday was this month. Yin-Yin's a month behind me. What about you? Started school late. 16 in a few days. So you two can call me Big Brother with a clear conscience. Big Brother? I assumed you were an adult. I was not being funny. Chang had visible stubble, and he had a couple of centimeters on me. Duan Jingzhe was one of those tall, quiet, sad-eyed types who would have had a fan club if his eyes weren't quite so cold. Do I look that old? I've always thought I had a baby face. Brother, Bo Suyin said, I think you may have misunderstood the words baby face. Not you too. Third sister, not you too. The rest of the ceremony produced no more miracles, no more elementals. 3 in 1 year is already a story they will tell there for a decade. Then Director Ma came back out of wherever he goes. The awakening ceremony is complete. All of you remaining have a war spirit, regardless of grade, which means you have cleared the first stage. The second stage begins immediately. You will enter the Forest of Steel and obtain 1 gray iron grade demon spirit card. A hand went up. Director Ma? What's a demon spirit card? You get them from killing demonic beasts, roughly 1 card per 10 beasts, so call it a 10% drop. Gray iron grade comes off low grade beasts. Demon spirit cards are fundamental to a war spirit master's power, which is why this is your second test. Everyone except Class A must pass it to enroll at Qinyun Academy. What counts as a low grade demonic beast? Are there worse ones in there? Chang looked at the ceiling briefly. Do first years know nothing? Beasts run low grade, intermediate, advanced, lord, and then disaster grade above that. The Forest of Steel is a facility this academy maintains specifically for the exam. It contains low grade beasts only. If you get into trouble, call for help and staff will extract you. Doing so is a withdrawal from the exam. Chang pushed his glasses up. Go with your instructors. You have 24 hours. Good luck. Then he was gone again. That man moved like a cut in a film. We followed Teacher Long outside expecting buses. There were not buses. There was a line of large helicopters. This school is obscenely rich. Look how many of these they've got out for one exam. The Alliance is the wealthiest organization on the planet, Duan Jingzhe said, and war spirit academies are the thing it spends on. Of course they're rich. 24 hours, though, Bo Suyin said. That's so long. Teacher Long heard that and turned around. This stage is harder than you think. Getting a gray iron card inside 24 hours is genuinely difficult. Don't waste the time. Thank you, teacher. We'll hurry. You've been put in Class D. Don't write yourselves off because of that. Work and you'll pass. Becoming a war spirit master is still in front of you. Chang already knew where we had been assigned. Chang said it anyway, to 3 kids who were nothing to him. I have met a lot of teachers since. That is a shorter list than you would hope. We loaded up. Doors were closing, and somebody sprinted across the pad and threw himself aboard at the last second, and of course it was Wang Zhaoxiang. Chang spotted us, took a seat, and started. I honestly didn't expect a hick like you to clear the first stage. Amazing. You awakened something, I said. Why couldn't I? Ah, but from what I hear, you're low grade, Class D. Even if you somehow survive Stage 2 and get in, you'll be a bottom-tier student, whereas I'm intermediate grade, Class B. You're very well informed. With that garbage war spirit, though, I can't picture a pet snake fighting a demonic beast. Honestly, it wouldn't get stuck in one's teeth. How exactly are you planning to get a card? We'll pass, Bo Suyin said, flatly. Oh, I forgot you were his bodyguard. Except you're Class D too, and that big lump next to you probably awakened trash as well. Birds of a feather, ha ha ha. There was a sound of a seatbelt. Duan Jingzhe stood up, took Wang Zhaoxiang by the collar with one hand, walked him 2 steps to the open side door of a helicopter that was already several hundred meters up, and posted about 60% of him out of it. I was wrong. Pull me in. Bo Suyin and I looked at each other, and then we both gave him a thumbs up. That's my big brother. Doesn't talk, just acts. Everybody else on that aircraft, including the teachers, had frozen solid. Duan, do not be impulsive. Please do not be impulsive. Teacher Long got his voice back first. Duan Jingzhe pulled him in and dropped him on the deck. Don't let me hear you again. Wang Zhaoxiang sat on the floor for a while, Then he got up, dusted himself off, went back to his seat, and did not say one more word for the entire flight. Chang looked at us the whole way with an expression I should probably have paid more attention to. Half an hour later, we sat down at the edge of the forest of steel. Chang was the first one off, and he got about 10 meters before his courage came back. "You'll find out what happens to people who cross me," Duan Jingzhe made as if to get up, and Wang Zhaoshang was gone over the ridge like something the dogs had put up. "Chang's a clown, leave it." I wasn't going to actually chase him. Duan Jingzhe sat back down and then frowned. "Do the two of you have history?" "Not history, minor incident. I made him run naked around our junior high track, once." Duan Jingzhe did not say anything for several seconds. Chang explained to me later that in his personal ranking of things a man will hate you for, that one sits just below killing his father. "All right, everyone down." We came off the pad, and there it was. So that's why they call it that. Forest, enormous trees, and around all of it, as far as I could see in both directions, a metal fence, high, live, humming. Something inside made a noise that I felt in my back teeth. This is the forest of steel. The Alliance fenced it off deliberately. The electrified barrier is there so nothing gets out and into a city. You may form teams freely and enter. Do not waste time. Everyone paired off fast. People were shopping for strong partners, openly, comparing forms. Nobody came near us. 3 kids from Class D is not a team. It is a liability with legs. Fine by me. "If you're ready, go." They went like birds off a wire. We started walking, and Teacher Long stepped in front of us. "When you're inside, watch the beasts, obviously. Also, watch the other candidates. Good luck." "Thank you, teacher. We will." I understood him perfectly. Director Ma had listed exactly one rule: get a card, and had very carefully not said anything about where the card had to come from. And Teacher Long had watched a boy get hung out of a helicopter half an hour earlier, so he had a specific candidate in mind. Hundreds of us went through the gate, and the forest swallowed us like a cup of water into a lake. 10 steps in, and my legs went strange. The trees were wrong. Not big. Wrong. 3 people could not get their arms around one of them. Everything in there had spent 300 years quietly throwing back to something older, and the plants had joined in. The floor was dry leaves, and every step we took cracked like a gunshot, no matter how carefully we walked. Then we started finding things. A beast carcass opened up, days old, and the smell arrived about 4 seconds before the sight did. We passed our first frozen candidate inside 20 minutes, just standing there, not hurt, could not move. Half an hour in and they're dropping already. Everybody had a signal flare. Fire it and you are rescued, and you are also finished. They were going up all over the canopy, red and green and gold, popping through the leaves in every direction. It looked like a festival. It was 100 kids finding out about themselves. "That's the point of this stage," Duan Jingzhe said. "It filters. It doesn't matter how much talent you have. If you lock up at the sight of a dead animal, why would the Academy spend a fortune on you?" "True, they're this scared of low-grade beasts. What happens when they meet an advanced one?" Bo Suyin shrugged. "Or a lord grade. My war spirit is faster than most of them anyway." "This might be hard for other people, not for us. We've got a fire spirit." "We've got nothing yet," I said. "We've been in here an hour, and I've heard 11 things roaring and seen 0 of them." "Ah, what is that?" Duan Jingzhe went vertically into the air and came down holding 1 foot. The mound in front of him, which I had assumed was dirt, came apart, and something climbed out of it. Hedgehog, sort of. About 5 times the size of the ones you find under a hedge, and every spine on it had a dull metal shine. The panel came up before I finished blinking. Spiked hedgehog, attribute, gold, grade, low. Skills, spike armor defense, spike burst. Weakness, abdomen. Trait, on receiving fatal damage, the spiked hedgehog fires every spine on its body at once. Find cover. Back up, both of you. I had a fistful of each of them. Low grade, spiked hedgehog. Do not kill it in the open. The spines go off like a mine. We got some distance, and all 3 of us summoned at once. And that is the first time our war spirits ever stood in a line together. A white snake on my arm, a burning ball hanging over her shoulder, and a turtle. "I'll go. Jingzhe Mao, let's move." Duan Jingzhe wanted the first blood. Chang was the big brother. Chang had a reputation to establish. Jingzhe Mao turned around very slowly and looked up at him. Ku? Don't look at me, look at that. The hedgehog decided the question for us and went for my snake instead. Oh, it wants me. Little Yin, go. Little Yin went off my arm like a dropped rope. Look at those two, Duan Jingzhe said. Then look at mine, same species of miracle. Jingzhe Mao pulled his head into his shell. You get sulky over 3 words? Meanwhile, my snake had a problem, which is that there was nowhere on that animal to bite. Death Coil and Arc Flash are both contact moves. It was a ball of knives, and Little Yin was doing laps around it looking for a handle. Jingzhe Mao, I'm sorry about this. Duan Jingzhe walked over, picked his own war spirit up in both hands, and shot put him at the hedgehog. The noise it made was a church bell. The hedgehog went over onto its back with its soft belly in the air. There! Belly! Arc Flash! Little Yin lit up like a fault in a substation, went from snake to lightning to blur, and hit it. The hedgehog screamed and tried to roll, and could not because its own armor was too heavy to right itself. Jingyuan, fireball! The fire spirit took a breath and put a fireball straight into an exposed stomach. The sound it made was a barbecue. I am sorry, that is what it was. Okay, that thing was a nightmare. Jingzhe Mao, who had been thrown at a live demonic beast by his own master approximately 9 seconds into his career, poked his head out of his shell and looked at the smoking hedgehog, then at Duan Jingzhe, who was now standing 11 meters away. Chirp, chirp! The charred hedgehog flipped itself back over, and every spine on its body started to vibrate. Cover! It's going to burst! Get behind something! None of us made it to a tree. There was a noise like a sheep being torn, and several hundred steel spikes came at us in a fan. I got an arm around Bo Suyin and put my back to it, which was, in hindsight, the entirety of my plan. Then there was a very loud clang and no pain at all. I opened one eye. There was a thin, pale yellow wall standing in the air in front of us, and it was full of steel spikes, and it was holding. Oh, that was close. Duan Jingzhe sounded like a man who had surprised himself. Jingzhe Mao came waddling out from behind the shield and rubbed his head on Duan Jingzhe's leg, looking for credit. Is that his skill? That's his skill. Duan Jingzhe picked him up and thumped him gently. Earth Element Shield. We owe that turtle. Treat him well. Chang is our savior. Obviously, I'm going to treat my war spirit like a king. Should I tell Jingzhe Mao what you did to him 30 seconds ago, or... Chang had a hand over my mouth before I got to the verb. Do not say that in front of my war spirit. You'll traumatize him. Look at that. What's that light? There was something floating over the hedgehog's body, silver gray, hanging in the air about knee height with a shape inside it. That's a demon spirit card. A gray iron card off the first beast we've ever fought. Duan Jingzhe was actually pleased. That's outrageous luck. Bo Suyin picked it out of the air. The glow came off it like frost off a window and left a picture on the front. A spiked hedgehog drawn from life. Spiked hedgehog. Spikes. That'll be better for Little Yin than for us, Duan Jingzhe said. My turtle isn't interested in offense. Your fire spirit fights at range. It's no use to her either. I looked at him. Little Yin? You mean mine? Because my snake was called Xiao Yin. Little Yin, sure, but the flat, everyday version, the name you give a white cat when you cannot be bothered. You said it a minute ago. Next up is my Little Yin. Did I hear it wrong? Chang had heard it wrong. Chang had upgraded it by accident. No, Little Yin's good. Little Yin's better. Honestly, Xiao Yin is such a common name, I would have run into 3 other people's war spirits called the same thing inside a year, and everybody would have been standing in a field going, no, my one. Hey, from now on, you're Little Yin. Got that? The snake flicked its tongue at me, which I chose to take as agreement. Then it's Brother Jia's. She put the card in my hand, and I took it without doing the polite dance, because we were on the clock, and any card that made any of us stronger was a card in the right hands. And the instant it touched my palm, shoo. 2 gray iron grade cards detected. Fusion into 1 bronze grade card is available. Fuse? I did not visibly react, which I am still proud of. 2 gray irons make a bronze. My mute system had finally said a second sentence, and the second sentence was a money printer. And I said, no. Because think about where I was standing. In 8 hours, I was going to walk up to a machine at a checkpoint and hand a man a card, and he was going to run it. The Forest of Steel contains low-grade beasts only. Low-grade beasts drop gray iron. There is no bronze in that forest. A bronze card in my hand at that checkpoint is not a miracle. It is an accusation. No. Brother Gia, we should move. Next one. 90 minutes in, 1 card each in theory, and the horrible truth that we had gotten it by luck, and luck does not repeat on demand. Right, let's go get more. We're passing all of this. Hang on. What is it? I'm hungry. Now that he said it, I was hungry too, and we had brought, between the 3 of us, no food whatsoever. How can we have no food? We just killed a hedgehog. It even took its own spikes out. It'd be rude to waste it. Chang was already walking back with a knife out. You have to admit, her fire spirit is a fantastic teammate. Cooked it on the way down. No fire to build. Chang took a bite and made a noise of genuine appreciation. Bo Suyin and I stood there with our hands on our stomachs and did the moral arithmetic in about 4 seconds. Ugh, hedgehogs are cute. How can you eat it? I took the knife off Duan Jingzhe, cut a piece, and put it in her mouth. Eat while it's still cooked. This exam is 24 hours. She resisted for form's sake and then bit down, and then her eyebrows went up. Oh, that's good. If we don't eat it, something else will, Duan Jingzhe said, chewing. That's nature. We're just adapting. Then something started rustling. All around us, not from one direction, from everywhere at once, low and dry, like rain on leaves. Do you hear that? Something's coming. Duan Jingzhe was scanning the trees. Nobody was looking down. The hedgehog carcass in front of us was shrinking. It was covered, a moving gold blanket, ant after ant after ant, and in the time it took me to understand what I was looking at, they had it down to bone. I wasn't finished. What are these? Bullet ant, attribute, poison, grade, low, skills, venom thing, swarm, weakness, fire. Trait, above 100 bullet ants, the swarm behaves as a single intermediate grade demonic beast. Exercise caution. Careful, bullet ants, they're venomous. Whatever you do, do not whoosh. The fire spirit, entirely on its own initiative, blew a fireball into the middle of them. Provoke them, I finished. That was not me. Jing Yuan did that by himself. The ground opened, little holes everywhere, and ants coming out of every one of them, and in about 12 seconds there were more than 100, and they were still arriving. I did the only smart thing I did that day. Before the swarm reformed, I sprinted to the dead ones, snatched the 2 gray iron cards floating over them, and ran back. The other 2 were still standing there, watching. Why are you standing? Run! Run? Let's fight them! Behind him, the swarm finished assembling into one moving thing that flattened everything it crossed. Not went around. Crossed. It went over a rock. Great. You stay. We'll watch from over there. Duan Jingzhe looked at the wall of ants coming and swallowed audibly, and then he grabbed his turtle and passed us both. Why would we fight that? Wait for me, he added, from behind, which was impressive given he had already overtaken us once. Then he started falling back, because Jingzhe Mao weighs as much as a motorcycle and was tucked under one arm. Brother, put the turtle back in the book. Oh, Chang recalled Jingzhe Mao and immediately became 40% faster. We ran for an hour. An actual hour. The swarm was not fast, that is the only reason I am here, and Jing Yuan kept dropping fire behind us to slow the front edge. At the end of it, Duan Jingzhe lay down on the ground in a way I would describe as falling. I have never been this tired in my life. I want that on my gravestone. If those things had any speed at all, we'd be a story people tell at that academy. I'm sorry, Bo Suyin was standing over us, looking wretched. If Jing Yuan hadn't attacked them, none of that would have happened. If Jing Yuan hadn't held them off, we would not have gotten away. I sat up. Also, we made money. Jing Yuan, she turned around and got stern. No fire without my order. Do you understand? The fire spirit went dim and did a small, unhappy wobble. They're young spirits, Duan Jingzhe said from the ground. They're children. Children do things. I held up the 2 cards I had grabbed off the dead ones on the way past. Bullet ant, ×2. Fortune favors the greedy. We finished the exam already. Brother Dwan, everybody keeps saying demon spirit cards are the most important thing in the world. Nobody has told me how they work. That was a mistake. I had just wound up a man from the capital. Duan Jingzhe got to his feet, put his hands behind his back, and became a professor. A demon spirit card is almost as important to a master as the war spirit itself. Every time you break a major rank, you absorb one. We're level 1 now, so we can absorb one now. Once absorbed, you can use everything that card does. Absorb? Grandpa Guo said don't absorb the low-grade ones. Chang's right, and this is the important part. Absorption is permanent. You cannot take it back. You can also just use a card without absorbing it, but you only get about half the effect. Half. Half. And it also depends on compatibility. On what? Compatibility between card and war spirit. If you put a fire card on an ice war spirit, you don't just fail to help it, you actively reduce its attack. Your little yin is thunder. That metal hedgehog card is a beautiful fit. It won't fight your lightning, and it hands a pure attacker a defensive option, which you badly need. Right, that I understand. Although, Chang raised a finger, there are always exceptions. Card and war spirit combinations are effectively infinite, and you cannot judge them by common sense. Past a certain point, it comes down entirely to the master's imagination. Remember that sentence. Chang said it as a footnote. It ends up being the single most useful thing anybody told me that year. So how do I actually use one? Simple. Say the card's name, then say armament or enchant. What's the difference? Your hedgehog is an armament card. It bolts spiked armor directly onto the war spirit. An enchant card raises the power of the war spirit's own skills instead. There's a bronze one, Purple Lightning Beast, that has a chance to drop an enchant which straight up increases a war spirit's lightning output. Enchant cards are much rarer. Right, I pulled the card out. Spiked Hedgehog, Arma. His hand was over my mouth for the second time in one day. That card costs spiritual energy. We are level 1, tier 1. You have enough in you to run a gray iron twice, maybe. Twice. And you just tried to spend one on a demonstration in an empty clearing. Brother Duan is very thoughtful, I said, muffled. The sun's going. Let's get a tent up. Chang was right about that, too. The Forest of Steel is a different building at night. Most of what lives in there hunts after dark, and in the dark, a human being is a slow snack with a torch. We took down a smaller tree and got a shelter up, and lit a fire off the fire spirit, which is the single greatest camping advantage in human history. Then Duan Jingzhe produced a bottle of yellow powder and laid a ring of it around the whole camp. What is that? It smells like a chemistry accident. Beast-repelling powder. Doesn't do much against anything higher up the ladder. Works fine on low grade. We should get a real night. You came prepared. You two go in. I'll take the first watch. Jia Lihua, you relieve me in 3 hours. 3 shifts, no problems. Nothing came near us. Whether that was the fire or the powder or plain luck, all 3 of us got over 6 hours, which for that place is close to a scandal. The next morning, we went hunting on purpose. And that is where the 3 of us actually became a team, in one day, without ever discussing it. I was the front. Little Yin is fast in a way that almost nothing at that grade can match, so she went in first, took the beast's attention, and stayed just out of reach until she found the moment for Death Coil, which is the move where she wraps a thing and puts current through it until it stops arguing. Bo Su Yin was the kill. The moment Little Yin had something pinned, a fireball arrived, and that was the end of the discussion. And Duan Jingzhe's role was, officially, cheering. I am being unfair. What actually happened was that 4 separate times something went wrong in a way that should have ended with my snake in pieces, and each time a pale yellow wall came up out of nowhere between her and it. After that, Little Yin stopped hedging, and Jingyuan stopped saving energy for emergencies, because both of them had worked out that a wall arrives when you need one. That is what a defensive war spirit is for. Nobody in that forest was writing home about a turtle. We 3 knew. 1 hour left. Let's split the haul. We had a real pile by then. Bo Su Yin was holding 3 gray irons. This one's ironclad. That's yours, Brother Duan. Well, if you insist. Chang was already taking it. Good luck cracking Jingzhe Mao's shell after this. Give me the bamboo leaf viper, Venom Fang. Keep the fire enchant. None of us can use it. Fine by me. The enchant had dropped off a flamingo we killed. Flamingo, Blaze, which sounds like a cocktail. We agreed to find somewhere quiet and sit out the last hour, on the general principle that nothing good happens in the final hour of anything. Well, look, the 3 rejects, still not eliminated. I did not even have to turn around. 4 of them came out of the trees, Wang Jiaoshang in front, and 3 others I had never met. If garbage like you is still in here, I said, how would we be out? Still got that mouth. I don't think you understand the situation. Hand over your cards, and if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you walk. Brother Wang, these are Class D, low-grade war spirits. Why are we talking to them? Beat them until they kneel. Big man in black. Enormous. Right, don't waste words on Class D. Don't even get up. My scorpion can take all 3 by itself. Thin one. Cold face. Very short. Remember the short part. It becomes load-bearing. Now. Wang Jiaoshang put an arm out to stop both of them, enjoying himself enormously. These are old classmates of mine. I owe them some respect. Nobody can say 4 beat 3. Jia Li Hua. 1-on-1. Loser hands over every card they've collected. Do you dare? You've come out here specifically to give me things. I'd hate to be rude. Ha ha ha. A low-grade war spirit challenging an intermediate. I'm going to show you what being crushed looks like. Chang had been carrying that junior high track around with him for a year. Chang had found me in a forest the size of a district to get it back. Low grade, I said. I hope you're not too upset when the low-grade one puts you in the dirt. That was not trash talk. That was a technical objection. High grade and low grade are labels about what a young spirit might become in 5 years. Every war spirit standing in that clearing was a baby. Sorting babies by projected earnings and then swaggering about it is genuinely one of the stupidest things I have ever watched adults teach children to do. Then let me demonstrate. Red Fox. A fox came out of his book. Red, fire attribute, and honestly, a very handsome animal. Fox spirit, fire. Young spirit, level 1 tier 1. Skills, foxfire, rapid bite. Let's see your pet snake handle my fox. Go. The fox went in fast with its tail already lit, which is foxfire, and foxfire is not free. Little yin, don't touch the flame. Here is my entire tactical philosophy, developed in about 4 seconds and used for years afterward. Chang opened with a skill. Skills cost, so do not fight him. Make him spend. Little Yin did not engage once. She went around him, under him, through the gap between his front legs at one point, and every time the fox turned to bite, she was already somewhere else. Thunder attribute war spirits are fast. At that stage, there was almost nothing in that forest that can stay with her. Is that it? Is hiding the only thing your worm can do? Chang was screaming because he could feel his own reserve going. Foxfire was burning it, and he could not land the fox on anything. Red Fox, rapid bite! The fox turned into a red line and went straight at her. You want to race me? Little Yin, arc flash. There was a crack, and where my snake had been, there was nothing, and the fox's jaws closed on air. Where? Where did it go? Behind you, genius. Death coil. She came out of the blur, already rapping. 3 loops and the current went on. The fox convulsed. Then it stopped convulsing, which is worse. Red Fox! Red Fox! What are you all standing there for? Get in! My fox is dying! The big one blinked. I thought you said 1-on-1. 1-on-1? Get in there! 3 war spirits came out at once. A poison scorpion, an earth bear, a water frog. All 3 intermediate grade, all 3 with real fighting stats. Bear spirit, earth-shattering hammer. The bear went up, brought both paws together into a mallet, and came down on my snake with everything it had. The clearing jumped. Dirt went up in a wall. Pfft. Wang Jiaoshang coughed blood onto his own shirt and stared at the big man. Ge Hao, did you just try to kill me? Out of the smoke, a thin red light drifted across the clearing and sank into Wang Jiaoshang's codex. His fox was dead. Which is the moment to explain something, because I did not know it either until that week. A war spirit does not die the way a person dies. It comes apart, goes home to the codex as light, and rebuilds itself, and about a day later, you can call it again. But the master and the war spirit are one thing wearing 2 bodies. When your war spirit gets torn apart, that goes through you. That is why Wang Jiaoshang was bleeding out of his mouth in a forest without a mark on him. And it is why masters do not let it happen. If your war spirit dies while you are standing somewhere dangerous, you are next. Ge Hao scratched his head. Sorry, brother, I was aiming at the snake. Forget it. With that much force, the little worm is paste. Except, the thin one said slowly, I don't see a second light, and Jia Li Hua isn't hurt. Chang Zixuan, Are you saying his thing is alive? That's impossible. My bear! The dust came down. There was a bear in the middle of it, 400 kilos of earth attribute muscle, and it was completely immobilized because a white snake had it wrapped from shoulder to hip and was still tightening. You're slow, sweetheart, I said. You brought a hammer to a race. You little worm, you think you can hold an earth-type bear spirit? Are you insane? Chang was not angry about losing. Chang was angry about the specific humiliation of an intermediate-grade strength specialist being held down by a pet snake. Mighty ant, giant claw armament. A gray iron flew out of his codex and went into the bear, and yellow-brown rock started forming over its forearms. That was bad. Armed up, that thing was going to peel little yin off itself, and then peel little yin. I had exactly one answer and about 1.5 uses of it. Everyone's got cards. Spiked hedgehog. Armament! My card went in, and every centimeter of my snake grew steel. Now. She was still wrapped around the bear, coiled tight, contact along the entire length of it, and the bear's own armor had not finished forming. So when the spines came out, they came out on the inside. The bear screamed and came apart into light and went home, and Ge Hao folded over and put blood on the leaves. You hurt my brother. Chang Zixuan caught him on the way down. You're going to pay for that. Behind me, Duan Jingzhe and Bo Suyin had not moved. The whole thing had taken under a minute and had removed 2 intermediate-grade war spirits from the field, one of them the strongest thing in the clearing. That was incredible. You used a defensive card as a weapon. You just turned armor into a bomb. I smiled at him, and then the ground tilted. Brother Jia, Bo Suyin got under my arm. It's nothing. Skill and a card back to back. I'm just empty. I was not being modest. I had nothing left. At level 1, you are a cup, not a well. You are reckless. Put your war spirit away. We're right here. I reached to recall little Yin, and something closed on her tail. You hurt my brother and you think you're going to just leave? The scorpion came up out of the soil directly underneath her. It had gone under during the bear fight and waited, and it had waited specifically for the moment my energy ran out and the steel came off her. That is a good ambush. Credit to Chang Zixuan. That was well done. Poison sting, the tail came up. A drop of purple gathered on the point of it and started to fall, and then the whole thing came down. Jingze Mao, war taunt! Duan Jingze threw his turtle, again, underhand this time, and Jingze Mao, who had spent 2 days being sleepy, made a noise I had never heard out of him. Sharp, cutting, an insult in a language none of us spoke. At the same moment, Duan Jingze played ironclad, and Jingze Mao's shell went silver. The scorpion changed target in mid-strike. Clang! That sting hit a metal turtle shell at full commitment. It bounced off so hard the scorpion went over backwards, and when it came up, its tail was bent at an angle tails do not go. There was a scratch on Jingze Mao. You had to look for it. I got little Yin back and sat down on the ground to breathe. Idiot! Chang Zixuan had both hands in his hair. Why did you hit the turtle? Kill the snake! Hiss, said the scorpion in an aggrieved tone. Now, a master can understand their own war spirit. To anybody else, it is animal noise. So the rest of us got to watch one side of this. What do you mean the turtle insulted you? What do you mean you couldn't help it? Hiss, hiss. What did it say? Could you not have killed the worm first, and then? Hiss. Chang Zixuan went white, and then a color passed white. What did you say it called me? Hiss, hiss, hiss. It called my master a skinny monkey. And a shorty. I have to tell you about Chang Zixuan because otherwise this makes no sense. Chang was 16. Chang was 1 meter 45. It was the great wound of his life, and a turtle had found it in under 3 seconds without speaking a human language. Kill that coward. Brother, please, Wang Zhaoshang was practically crying. Take the snake down first. If he gets his energy back, we're all finished. Don't stop me. Scorpion, break that shell into pieces. The scorpion went back in with a bent tail and achieved nothing at all. Duan Jingzhe yawned loudly. Chang put his arms behind his head. Ha, little man, are you going to keep going? It tickles. You, bring him out from behind that shell and fight. Break the shield and I'll come out. Duan Jingzhe folded his arms. I'm not coming out. I'm going to sit here and win. I want it on record that this is the exact moment I understood what my big brother actually was. Everyone kept calling his turtle a low-grade war spirit with no offense. His turtle had no offense. His turtle did not need any, because Duan Jingzhe's actual weapon was being the most infuriating human being alive from behind a wall. Scorpion, meteor strike! Both claws and the bent tail started hammering, faster and faster until it was one continuous noise. Interesting, Jingzhe Mao, earth element shield. The wall went up and the storm went out against it like rain on a car roof. While that was happening, Wang Zhaoxiang leaned over to the one in blue. Mei Jun, hit Jia Lihua directly, not the war spirit. Him. If he recovers, we're all dead. Hit the master? My frog's water bullets are not a toy. What if I kill him? This is an exam. There's no need for that. What are you scared of? Anything happens, I'll take it. And if you won't, I'll have my uncle put you in Class C. You know exactly what that costs you. Long pause. Fine, but you get me into Class B. Of course. Have I ever gone back on my word? Have I ever gone back on my word? 8 hours earlier, that man had tried to pretend a bet did not exist while I was holding his shoulder. Little frog, the one sitting down, high-pressure water bullet. The frog's throat inflated to about twice its head and then fired. That thing crossed the clearing like something out of a barrel. Brother Feng! Jingyuan, stop it! She had the fire spirit out and a fireball moving before I had finished turning my head. The two met in the middle, and the noise was a kettle the size of a car. The water bullet became steam and stopped existing. The fireball lost about half its diameter and kept going. It hit the frog. The frog became pale blue light and went home. Mei Jun folded up and coughed, and the clearing went quiet because there was now a fire spirit hanging in the air over our heads. That, Wang Zhaoxiang had gone gray. That's an elemental spirit. Because everybody in that grade knew there were exactly two, and both of them had gone into Class A, and one of them had been handed the class monitor post before lunch. Brother, Mei Jun was still on his knees. You said they were Class D. You said low-grade war spirits. What is that? Those three had signed on for 2 reasons. Get sorted into Class B and beat up some garbage on the way. Class B and Class C were both intermediate. The placement was still fluid, and this exam was the audition. What they had actually walked into was a snake that had deleted 2 intermediates in under a minute, a turtle that their best offense could not scratch, and an elemental spirit. I don't know. How would I know? You set us up. Cheng Zixuan got Ge Hao's arm over his shoulder. Play by yourself. Class C is better than dead, Mei Jun said, and limped after them. Wait, don't leave me here. Wang Zhaoxiang got about 1 step. A ball of fire arrived in front of him. Cheng spun the other way and found a white snake. Little Yin made a noise I had not heard before and then hit him across the face with her tail. Cheng went off his feet, rolled 4 or 5 times, and stopped. By then, I was back over half. The 3 of us walked up and stood around him. What are you doing? You know exactly what. You proposed the terms. I was cracking my knuckles as I came. Eye for an eye. Don't do anything stupid. My uncle is Ma Haoran. Chang's the grade director at Qingyun Academy. You touch me and you're finished. Chang tried 3 times to get up and could not, and kept scooting backwards on his hands. Ah, that explains the confidence. I crouched down, but nobody said anything about a rule against taking somebody's cards, did they? I took his codex out of the air and turned to the back pages, which is where cards sit before you absorb them. Once a card is absorbed, it is part of you and nobody can take it. Before that, it is just a thing in a bag. Chang had 3. 3? I was expecting more. This is genuinely disappointing. Give those back! You've come at me twice in 2 days, and all that's happening to you is that you lose your cards and fail the exam. I'm being generous. I'm not finished with you. Come back when you've got something. Then I chopped him across the neck, and he went to sleep, and I put him down on the leaves. Time. We should head for the gate. That's it? That's all he gets? Chang's a dog. A dog bites you. Do you bite it back? I put his codex on his chest. Without a card, he's not getting into Qingyun anyway. I also had a slightly less noble reason. I was a 19-year-old with a war spirit and no rank and no protection, and the world does not stop having laws just because you can beat somebody up. There is a level where you get to stop caring about that. I was about 9 levels below it. Fine, let's go pass an exam. The crowd at the gate was half what had gone in. I want you to sit with that. Half. The gears started and the wall opened. Outside, there were staff everywhere, all the escort teachers, Director Ma Haoran, and a very large medical presence because almost every kid coming out of that forest was bleeding somewhere. We were not. Not one of us had a scratch. People noticed that. Ge Hao and Mei Jun saw us in the queue, looked at their shoes, and moved to the far side of the crowd. At the checkpoint, they had a machine. You put your card on it, it thought for a second, and it cleared you. Card, clear, card, clear, card, clear, shoo. This card did not originate in the Forest of Steel. The whole line stopped. The kid holding it went white, and then 2 staff took his arms, and that was his exam and probably his year. 3 more people quietly stepped out of the queue and walked away without saying anything. Somewhere behind me, a very tired system said nothing at all, which I chose to interpret as smugness. And I watched Director Ma while all of this happened. Chang was not watching the machine. Chang was scanning the crowd, row by row, face by face, looking for somebody. Chang did not find him. His expression went somewhere unpleasant, and then he walked into the Forest of Steel by himself. The whole check took half an hour. Then everyone who had passed was called to assemble, and the man who came to the front was not Ma Haoran. White shirt, middle-aged, and the air around him did something. I do not know how else to say it. Chang walked forward, and the entire crowd, several hundred exhausted teenagers, went silent without being asked. Congratulations on officially becoming members of Qingyun Academy. Every one of you is a fighter. Chang did not raise his voice. It went through my chest anyway. Most of you haven't met me. I'm the vice principal, Guo Jingyuan. Principal Guo is fine. Good morning, Principal Guo. No need for the shouting. You've all had a hard day. Go and rest. Tomorrow, after the opening ceremony, you'll be sorted into your classes. I hope every one of you becomes an excellent war spirit master. Chang spoke slowly and quietly, and somehow it landed, warm, in a field, on people who had spent the night in a forest. Then I glanced past him at the gate. Director Ma was walking out of the Forest of Steel with an arm around Wang Zhaoshang, holding him up. Wang Zhaoshang looked straight at me. I looked back. Chang decided against it and let himself be walked away. We took the helicopter back, and the mood on that flight was completely different from the one going out. People were laughing. Somebody was asleep on somebody else's shoulder. Everyone on board had, in the last 24 hours, become something. Qingyun Academy, here are your dormitory keys. Your luggage has already been moved in, so just go. Sleep tonight. Opening ceremony tomorrow, you'll meet your teachers. Do not be late. Teacher Long handed keys out with the room number stamped on each one. Understood, teacher. It's over. Duan Jingzhe was rubbing his stomach the second his feet hit the ground. I can finally eat a whole meal. It's lunchtime. The cafeteria is open. Whatever Brother Jia says. So the 3 of us walked into Qingyun restaurant. I was heading for the ground floor when Duan Jingzhe caught my sleeve. We passed the martial examination. We are officially war spirit masters. We are not eating on the ground floor. The ground floor smells great. That's because you haven't been to the 3rd floor. After the 3rd floor, you will never respect the ground floor again. Is it expensive? I had 5,000 yuan in the world. All of it saved a coin at a time by eating badly on purpose for 3 years. Not at all. The deluxe set is only 999. I stood there. 999. Not expensive. Sir, that is a 5th of everything I own. Why not just take it out of my hands? I turned for the stairs. I'm paying. Yin Yin, let's go. I'm treating you to a big meal today. I have never changed direction faster in my life. Duan Jingzhe's face went through something. You're inviting other people. With my money. Wrong way, he added. The lift is over there. Ah, Brother Duan, no offense, but you're young. You should really consider taking the stairs more. It's so much better for you. I cleared my throat. But since you'd rather not, we'll take the lift with you. Because we're brothers. Wonderful, he said, and pressed 3. The 3rd floor was almost empty compared to downstairs, mostly staff and school leadership, a handful of students, and every one of them was wearing an outfit worth more than my life. Then the food arrived, and I took 1 bite and understood. Okay, that's a 900 yuan bite. Of course it is. Everything up here is farmed demonic beast. The spiritual energy in it is nothing like normal meat. Eat it regularly, and it improves your body and very slowly raises your energy. Apart from the price, there is no downside. Brother Duan, you don't own a mine, do you? How did you know? The steak fell out of my mouth. You said if we ended up in the same class, you'd tell us, Bo Suyin said, without looking up from her plate. We're in the same class. Chong put his chopsticks down. Have you two heard of the 4 great families? Like in the novel? Chong closed his eyes briefly. 300 years ago, when humanity was almost finished, 4 people appeared in this country. Their holy spirits became the guardian spirits of the whole nation. At the end of it, to seal a dominator-grade beast, all 4 of them died doing it. That is the reason there is a country here at all. And all 4 left bloodlines behind, Bo Suyin said, picking it up like she was finishing a sentence in a book she had read. Their descendants became the 4 great families, and their inherited duty is to protect China. So you're from one of them, the Duan family. Duan Jingzhe stared at her. How does third sister know that? That's not general knowledge. So you are, I said. My father is the current head of the Duan family. I'm his youngest son. I don't fully understand what you've said, but it sounds enormous. So why are you in Jiangshui City? Long story. Then tell the short one. I hit him on the back to help. Short version. My talent was poor, and my family did not like me very much, so I left one day, on impulse. Then the cloud went off his face. And I'm glad I did, or I wouldn't have met you two. Poor talent. I put my chopsticks down. You've got a turtle that stops things nothing else can stop. They just can't read it. They'll regret it. Chong laughed and thanked me for the encouragement. Chong thought I was being kind. I was reading a route in my head that ended at Supreme Holy Spirit, and I could not say one word about it in a restaurant to my friend about his own war spirit. Hiss. Little Yin had finished an entire plate of sashimi and was requesting another. Look at the state of you. You're a bag with a snake in it. She looked up at me with the flat, black, innocent eyes and flicked her tongue. Last one. If you die of sashimi, I am not explaining that to anyone. I went back to the buffet for a plate and ran into the vice principal. Principal Guo, hello. Chong turned around and looked at me properly. If I remember correctly, your name is Jia Li Hua. You know who I am? Chong was the vice principal of the whole school. I was an unassigned nobody from Class D who had existed on his campus for one day. Of course, I heard about the scene at the awakening ceremony. Ah, so you think I'm garbage too. Chong tapped me on the head with one finger, not gently. There are no useless war spirits, only useless war spirit masters. Are you a useless war spirit master? No, I did not have to think about it. Good, a blade is worth what the forging cost. Don't disappoint me. Then he took a metal card out of his jacket and put it in my hand. If you have any trouble at all, call that, or bring it to my office. Thank you, Principal, but I looked at it. Why are you being kind to me? Chong picked up his food and walked away without answering. I went back to the table, holding a plate and a business card and feeling extremely strange. I had met the man twice in one day, and both times it felt like being recognized. Was that Principal Guo? Chong seemed to know you. Do you know him? No. Chong gave me his card and said to call him if I had problems. Duan Jingzhe put his drink down. Chong gave you what? Principal Guo does not hand those out. Most of the teachers in this academy don't have one. How did you do that? I don't know. I'm probably just impressive. Neither of them said anything for a while. We had been starving in a forest for a day, and we ate for over an hour. And behind us, after we left, Guo Jingyuan stayed at his table and said quietly to himself that his father had not been exaggerating. 2 of them, and 1 an elemental spirit. Then he said the part that mattered. So why are they in Class D? I found out about that conversation much later. We split up to find our rooms. Mine was Building A, room 121. Qingyun Academy is a genuinely good school, and the dormitories are a genuinely good building. Clean corridors, real facilities, none of the smell that institutional buildings usually have. I got to my door and heard laughing on the other side of it. Who is this hillbilly? His suitcase is the size of a sack. Oh, this one's a mummy's boy. Chong carries a family photo around. Chong's got a little embroidered pouch. Who made him this? It's hideous. I kicked the door open. Two of them, both wearing labels, both sitting in my open suitcase with my clothes and my things spread across the floor. One of them was holding my photograph. They looked up. Neither of them looked embarrassed. That is the part that matters. Neither of them even changed expression. Put it down. You must be Jia Li Hua, Class D trash. What exactly have you got to be arrogant about? I'm going to say it one more time. Put down the photograph. Do you know who you're talking to? I'm a Class A genius. Trash from Class D needs to learn its place. I'm the head of this dorm. Chang threw the sachet on the floor. Then he lifted his foot over the photograph. I want to describe this properly because everything after it comes from here. There is exactly one photograph of me and my parents in existence. It has been under a pillow in a welfare home for 6 years. It is the only physical evidence that at some point I was a person with a family instead of a case number. And a boy I had met 4 seconds earlier put his shoe over it, casually, while making eye contact with me to see what I would do. My vision went strange. My heart rate doubled and kept climbing. I could feel my own blood moving, actually feel it, and then it felt like there were insects inside the veins, millions of them, biting all at once. It hurt so badly I nearly went down. I watched the foot come down, and I stayed conscious out of pure refusal. And then the pain peaked, and something let go. Shu. Host in extreme condition. Bloodline spirit awakening activating. There was thunder in my arms. Not around them, in them. Whatever was moving through my body was no longer only blood. I do not remember crossing the room. There was a crack of static where I had been standing, and then I was next to him with my fist already traveling, and the air around my knuckles was popping. Chang got as far as starting to lift a hand. The impact put him across the room and into the metal wardrobe hard enough to dent it, and those wardrobes are welded to the bed frames. Chang did not make a sound on the way. Chang was already unconscious, and part of his chest had gone in. "You hurt my brother, you're dead," the other one summoned. An Earth-type bull spirit came out and immediately occupied 1/3 of the room, red-eyed, head down. That thing has horns. If those had landed, I would have spent 6 months in a bed, or considerably longer, somewhere quieter. Too slow. Little Yin came off my arm like something thrown. She had him wrapped before the bull finished its first step, and I played the card. Spiked hedgehog, armament. Steel came out along her whole length, but I held it. I kept the spikes a few centimeters off his skin, all the way around, a cage of points with a person inside it. "I'm sorry, don't kill me!" The bull went back into the book by itself. Once a master is in a cage, the war spirit tends to lose interest in heroics. Who sent you? I crouched down and picked my photograph up off the floor and put it away first, then I asked again. Nobody sent. I closed my hands a little and the points touched skin. Ah, our other roommate. Chang carried your luggage in. It was already open when he brought it. He told us you were Class D trash who got into Building A by pulling strings. Dormitory buildings at Qingyun go by class. Class A students live in Building A, first years on the ground floor. So Building A, room 121 was a Class A room, and I was in it because Bo Suyin had thrown a fit at an examiner 2 days ago and gotten herself, and by extension, me, filed somewhere strange. Is his name Wang Jiaoshang? Yes, that's him. Now, while I was having that conversation, 2 people were walking into Building A downstairs. Uncle, faster, you'll miss the show. You want me, the grade director, to personally deal with a Class D reject. This is beneath me. That kid is strange. You can't measure him normally. But however strong he is, my 2 Class A roommates have definitely flattened him by now. Is he the one who took all your cards in the Forest of Steel? That's him. Uncle, you have to get justice for me. Fine. What do you want? Later, call it fighting, and expel him from Qingyun. Let's see him come at me again. That's easy enough. Chiang's an orphan with no backing and a useless war spirit. Nobody's going to speak for him. Hold on to that exchange. 6 minutes later, it becomes extremely funny. Wang Jiaoshang arrived at my door first and stopped dead. One of his Class A roommates was folded into a wardrobe. The other was inside a cage of spikes with a white snake around him, shaking. And I was standing in the middle of the room with lightning coming off my arms and not a mark on me. What? What is this? It's him, screamed the man in the cage, pointing. I turned around. Perfect. You've saved me a walk. Little Yin, get him. She was a line of light across the room. Wang Zhaoshang did not even get his hands up before he was inside his own cage with the spikes out. Ma Haoran came through the door at a run and stopped just like his nephew had, and stood there for a good 3 seconds until the screaming started. You dare do this in front of me! Release him! And if I don't? I am not a person who goes looking for trouble. I am also not a person who is frightened of it. Wang Zhaoshang had crossed a line that afternoon that he did not know existed, and at that moment I did not care who walked through that door. I am the grade director. I am ordering you to release him or face the consequences. Chang raised his voice on the second half because the first half had not worked, and I do not think that had ever happened to him before. Do I look easy to frighten? I closed my hands. The cage shrank. The points went 0.5 centimeter into him all the way around, and the current came on. Ah, uncle, help me! You asked for this. And there it was. A grade director, a grown man, a 4th-level war spirit master, summoning his codex on a first-year student in a dormitory. Gady Wolf, take him. A wolf came out wearing fire. Greedy Flame Wolf, fire attribute, stage, mature, rank, level 4, tier 5. Skills, Flame Roar, Flame Thrust, Crimson Frenzy, Flame Storm. Trait, all-round fire-type war spirit, weakness, abdomen. It came at me without using a single skill. It did not need one. It just put its head down and aimed for my stomach at a speed I had no answer for. Mature stage. 2 whole stages above anything I had ever stood next to. I could not meet that. So I did not meet it. I dropped flat, wrapped my right fist in everything I had, and put it up into its belly as it came over me. It howled. Then it landed, turned around, and looked at me with its teeth out, entirely unharmed and now interested. My hand had a blister across the whole palm from touching its fire. That, I thought from the floor, is what mature stage means. Ma Haoran was staring at my arm. That's bloodline spirit awakening. That's not possible. Chiang's supposed to be a useless war spirit. Then his face changed, and I could see him arrive at the conclusion. We are already enemies. If this one grows up, I am finished. Chiang did not say the next order out loud. Once a master and a war spirit are close enough, they do not have to. The wolf opened its mouth and the room went orange. Little Yin dropped Wang Zhaoshang without being told, crossed the room, and put her spiked body between me and it, which she did on her own, and which I have never forgotten. She was not going to be enough. Then something came through the window, not the door, the window, glass and frame and all, over my head and landed between me and the fire. A lion made of golden flame. The roar went through the building, and everything in the world stopped making noise. I opened my eyes. What a display! The great director Ma going this hard at a first year. Guo Jingyuan climbed in through the hole where the window had been. Chang had a sword, nearly 2 meters, crimson all the way, and it did not look like it was on fire so much as it looked like it had just come out of a forge and had not decided to cool yet. The temperature in that room went up so fast my skin tightened. Chang was not doing anything. Chang was standing there, holding it, and it felt like standing next to a mountain that had recently been a volcano and had not ruled anything out. Principal Guo, what are you doing here? Ma Haoran's voice had gone up 0.5 octave. What am I doing here? That's my question. I heard there was a fight in the dormitory. I came to handle it. Ah, so you can see the future. The temperature went up again. I think you came to settle a personal score and called it handling it. I wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. You seemed brave enough 30 seconds ago. Chang turned the sword over in his hand. A 4th-level war spirit master using a battle spirit skill on a level 1. Very impressive. Since you used a war spirit skill on my student, I'll use a spirit weapon skill on yours. Then we're even. Wait. Heavenly Fire Slash. Chang raised the sword and brought it down. That is it. That is the whole move. It is not fast. It does not look like anything. It is a man swinging a sword downward once, and while it is happening, you understand with total clarity that there is nowhere to go. The room jumped 10 degrees hotter. A blade of fire crossed the floor and went through the greedy flame wolf the long way, and the wolf came apart like something being cut in half by a wire. It did not get a sound out. It was red light going back into a book. Ma Haoran folded over and put blood on my floor. Chang stared at Guo Jingyuan and could not produce a sentence. What? Did you want to keep going? I wouldn't dare. Good. I thought for a moment you wanted a round with me. What a shame. Chong put the sword away, and it turned into light and stopped existing. I stood there in the wreckage of my own dormitory with my mouth open. One swing. A mature stage war spirit, in half. And I could tell, even then, that he had been careful. If that man had actually meant it, he would have taken the building with him. So that is a war spirit, King. That is what happens at level 5 when you stop needing your war spirit to fight for you. I did not say anything out loud. But something set in me right there, in that room, standing over a dented wardrobe. Get strong enough that nobody gets to decide what happens to you in your own room. Principal Guo, if there's nothing else, I have things to attend to. There's no rush. Come with me. I have questions. Guo Jingyuan walked out into the corridor. Half the floor was standing in their doorways, watching. What are you looking at? Inside! Anyone who talks about this will be dealt with under school rules. Every door on that corridor shut at once. You, with me, Ma Haoran went. Jia Li Hua, wait here, I want to talk to you after. And on his way past, with his back to Ma Haoran, he looked at Wang Zhaoshang, who was standing in the middle of my room with holes in him and mouthed 4 silent words at me. Beat him to death. I gave him a thumbs up. Wang Zhaoshang understood approximately none of this until both adults were gone, at which point his survival instinct arrived all at once and he bolted for the door. I got there first. Where are you going? What are you doing? This is a school. Don't do anything stupid. Oh, so you do know it's a school. I got him by the collar and walked him back inside and shut the door. Here's the thing about some people. Give them any room at all and they decide they're a lion. If nobody ever corrects it, it never stops. I wrapped my right hand and hit him once in the face. Chong crossed the room and hit the door hard enough to leave a shape in it, coughed blood, and went out. Pathetic. I barely leaned on it. Then I looked at the one still standing, the one who had told me who sent them, who was pressed against the far wall, making himself as small as physically possible. Did you see anything? Chong shook his head so hard I worried about his neck. No, nothing. Those two got into a fight with each other and hurt each other. It has nothing to do with you at all. Sensible. I'll leave you conscious. I should say, in the interest of accuracy, that I have never been a model student. Before Grandpa Guo got hold of me, I was a genuinely bad kid with a genuinely bad temper. 3 years of an old man's patience filed most of that off. Most. Down the corridor, Guo Jingyuan and Ma Haoran heard the bang. Principal Guo, I should go and see what— Stand still. Do you think I brought you out here to chat? Ma Haoran had just remembered that he had left his nephew in a room with me. What did you want to ask? How many elemental spirits did this academy get this year? 2, a light spirit and an ice spirit, both in Class A, monitor and vice monitor. You're sure? I'm sure. You're sure? Guo Jingyuan's voice came off the walls. A girl who awakened a fire spirit is sitting in Class D. How exactly are you the grade director? Ma Haoran got his phone out with shaking hands and pulled up the Class D roster. Bo Su-yin. That's the girl who's always with Jia Li Hua. That's the one. And not only her, there's a Duan in that class as well. I don't think you want me to finish that sentence. Ma Haoran stood in a corridor and did the arithmetic on the surname Duan and went the color of paper. I'll transfer all 3 to Class A immediately. You'll do nothing of the sort, Guo Jingyuan caught his arm. Do you think I don't know what you did? Who's the homeroom teacher for Class D right now? Is there a better teacher in this academy than her? Ma Haoran's eyes started moving around. Then what do you want? Whatever Class A gets, Class D gets. Not less. More. Do you understand me? Our resources are fixed. I can't take from Class A without a reason. It would cause— I don't care what you think. I care what I think. That is your problem, not mine. I want the result. I don't care how. Which meant, and both of them knew it meant, out of your own salary. It came to roughly half of it, just for 3 students. And he agreed because the elemental spirit filing error alone was a firing offense, and because there were other things in his file, and because when a man is holding that much of you, there is no version of the conversation where you win. Good. I'll explain the elemental spirit to the principal myself. Anything else to report? No. Then get out. Were you expecting dinner? Ma Haoran left like a man leaving a burning building. Chang told somebody later that his shirt was soaked through, and that it was not the leverage that did it. It was standing that close to somebody, that much stronger. Chang came straight to 121 and found his nephew on the floor with his face open and one arm hanging wrong. Even now, with the medicine we have, that is a year in a hospital. His brother had asked him to look after the boy. Chang had looked after him, directly into intensive care. Chang opened his mouth. Guo Jingyuan coughed once behind him. Ma Haoran closed his mouth, picked his nephew up, put him over his shoulder, and carried him out to the car park without a word. I let my hands down. You really don't hold back, do you? The old man was right about you. You're a menace. Guo Jingyuan walked back in laughing. Old man? I turned that over. Wait, your surname's Zhao. Are you Grandpa Guo's son? Not stupid then, quick even. But I've never seen you. I've been at the welfare home 3 years. I knew he had a son. In 3 years, I had never once heard him mention him in the specific way people don't mention things. I was in the military. I only came back to Jiangshui City 6 months ago as vice principal, and I've been buried since. I was planning to go and see him soon. That explains it. I've been away for years. You and Bo Su-yin have been looking after my father. When you two arrived here, he called me and told me to take care of you, and that if you were mistreated on my watch, he'd stop calling me his son. Chang was smiling when he said it. Chang was also not joking. Please don't. If Grandpa Guo hadn't taken us in, we wouldn't be anywhere at all. All right, now, something important. Chang glanced at the one remaining conscious roommate. Principal Guo, you two talk. I'll take him to the hospital. The kid picked his friend up off the floor and got out fast, and had the presence of mind to shut the door behind him. Is it something serious? Stop calling me Principal Guo. We're practically family. It sounds ridiculous. Uncle Guo is fine. Okay, Uncle Guo. It's nothing serious. I just thought I saw you use bloodline spirit awakening, and I want to know whether I imagined it. Chang leaned forward like a kid at a magic show. Can I see it again? I did not think about it. I pulled the lightning up into my right arm. It came up visible, crawling all over the skin. It is bloodline spirit awakening, and thunder. What kind of luck does my father have, raising 2 of you? Chang had my arm in both hands and was turning it like a piece in a shop. Uncle Guo, what is bloodline spirit awakening? It's only possible with an extremely pure war spirit bloodline. Across the entire alliance, it goes by another name, the Origin Project. What's the Origin Project? A classified alliance program. Its whole purpose is to produce human beings who can break the ceiling on human evolution. Everyone in it is a top-tier genius. What does that have to do with me? I'm a student. I don't know where the alliance headquarters is. Everything. Because to be in the Origin Project, you have to have awakened your bloodline spirit, and doing that under your own power is almost unheard of. It normally takes a specially made serum and a controlled extreme trial, and even then, it usually fails. Chang looked at me like an exhibit. You are a miracle. I was just angry. Somebody was about to step on the only photograph I have of my parents. I didn't do anything on purpose. That was true, as far as it went. I left out the voice in my head that had announced it like a lift arriving, because I trusted the man completely, and I still did not tell him. And if you want to know what having a system is actually like, it is that. A man is holding your arm in his hands, being delighted for you, and you are lying to him by leaving out one sentence, and you will keep leaving it out for years. An innocent man carrying a treasure is a guilty man. I had worked that out on an office floor covered in dog spit, and I had not changed my mind. Then your bloodline must be extraordinarily pure. Either way, you've unlocked the gene lock. First order only, but you're already far past your year group. Gene lock? Let me put it another way. In the last 300 years, everything alive on this planet has been evolving. Everything except us. Don't you think that's strange? We got war spirit bloodline. That's a talent, not evolution. That's us summoning something else to do it. Research says humans can evolve. Humans just never meet the conditions. What conditions? Everything else lives outside, under constant threat of death. Death pressure is what opens the lock. It's a coin toss. Fail and you die. Succeed and you evolve. So we're stuck because we built cities? Because it's safe? That's exactly it, Chang nodded. Except humans are complicated animals, and the genetic chain is different. Only somebody with an extremely pure bloodline survives the backlash. Anybody else who tries it just dies. That explains the veins. It felt like everything in me was about to burst. If that photograph had been anything less important, I would have blacked out and stayed that way. Whatever it was, you did it, and you woke up thunder, Chang slapped my shoulder. There's no ceiling on you now. So it's different for everyone? It follows your war spirit. Your snake is thunder, so you get thunder. If I ever managed it, I'd control fire. Have you done it? Ha! What are you imagining? I have some talent. I am nowhere near the level of the people they put in that program, and I'm too old to want to be. I don't want to gamble with my life every morning. Being vice principal here suits me. Then the door came off its hinges. Who is bullying my brother? Step forward. Duan Jingzhe in the doorway, breathing hard, having sprinted across a campus. I sat there looking at him, and something in my chest went sideways. Then I put a hand over my face. Brother Duan, as long as I don't bully anybody, who exactly is going to bully me? Chang took in the room, the wardrobe, the door, the blood, and then he registered the vice principal standing in the middle of it and snapped upright. Good afternoon, Principal Guo. Jia Li Hua, you have a good brother. Uncle Guo, please forgive Brother Duan. Chang's like this. Do you want me to move you to another dorm? It might be difficult. You've put 2 roommates in hospital on day 1. I'm not sure any room will take you. You put 2 Class A students in hospital on the first day? How was I supposed to know they were that fragile? I barely used anything. Then move in with me, Duan Jingzhe said immediately. I'm alone anyway. I'll graciously take you in. You live alone? Did you put your roommate in hospital? What is wrong with you? I'm in a student apartment, 120 square meters. I just live in it alone. A student, 120 square. This school has those? I am aware that poverty limits the imagination. I did not previously understand by how much. Is it too small? Chang leaned over. We could get a detached one. No, that's plenty. Any bigger and I'll assume it's haunted. Good. It's better if you 2 are together. You can look after each other. Guo Jingyuan stood up. Opening ceremony tomorrow. I have preparations. I'm going. The second the door closed, Duan Jingzhe turned to me with his eyes narrowed. Be honest. Are you Principal Guo's illegitimate son? Why is he like that with you? I hit him on the head. My surname is Jia. His surname is Zhao. Does that work for you? Ow, that's fair. But why, though? Because his father is my grandpa Guo, that's why. So you are his illegitimate. I have no way out of this conversation. It took the entire walk across campus to explain, and I am not certain it landed. The student apartments were somewhere else entirely. Quiet, spread out, trees, home. Chang opened the door and I stopped in it. 2 floors, a living room, a kitchen, an actual kitchen. 2 bedrooms upstairs. How much is this a month? I picked up a cup of tea and tried to look like a man who asks questions like that casually. Not much. 10,000. I sprayed the tea. 10,000. A month. Chang handed me a tissue. Relax. I've paid a year up front. You don't owe me anything. I can't do that. Let me pay some of it. How much is some? Chang was grinning. 10%? Sorry, what was that? I didn't catch it. Forget it. Just live here. Chang threw me a key. You promised to make me the Saint Spirit King. That makes me your responsibility. I take full responsibility for everything I have ever said. It's late. Ceremony tomorrow. Chang yawned his way upstairs and I went to wash. In the shower, I noticed something. My skin was different, smoother. And the muscle underneath had sharpened up, like somebody had gone over an outline with a finer pen. Still thin, but it was the kind of thin where you look small in a shirt and then take the shirt off and people reconsider. I spent an unreasonable amount of time in front of that mirror. I am telling you the whole thing or none of it. Right, card fusion, properly this time. I came out of the bathroom, went over the back of the bed, and summoned the codex. 4 cards, all gray iron. 2 off-beasts I killed, 1 from Grandpa Guo, 1 taken off Wang Zhaoxiang, which I count as a gift. I picked up the spiked hedgehog and the bamboo viper together, Shu. 2 gray iron grade cards detected, Fusion into one bronze grade card available. Fuse? Yes. A window came up in front of my eyes, 2 slots underneath, 1 empty slot on top. The left slot said primary, the right said secondary. Right, so the primary decides which way it goes. Hedgehog on the left then. Card in. Card in. Cards placed. Begin fusion? Begin. The whole thing lit up, and then something started drinking. I could feel it going. My own energy, not slowly, pulled out of me in a steady stream while a card built itself in an empty slot. 10 seconds, maybe 12. By the end of it, I was sitting on the floor with my head against the bed frame. Shoo. Fusion successful. Bronze grade card obtained. Steel hedgehog. There was a card floating in front of my face. Okay, that is a lot. 3/4. 1 card, and it took 3/4 of everything I had. So there goes that. I want you to appreciate the specific shape of this disappointment. My entire plan, from the second the system said the word fusion in a forest, was to become a factory. Buy the cheapest cards in the country by the sack, feed them in one end, take gold cards out the other, retire. It is not automatic. It runs on me. It burns my own energy to build, which means that at level 1 tier 1, I can produce, on a good day, 1 bronze card, and then I have to lie down. If I ever tried to force a gold card out of this thing, I would not just run dry. I would probably destroy both silver cards in the slots and then wake up somewhere with a drip in my arm. So we eat 1 bite at a time. Nobody ever got fat off 1 bite. I said that out loud to an empty room like an old man, and then I picked the card up. It was heavier. That is the first thing. Bronze has weight to it that gray iron does not. And the picture had changed. Not a spiked hedgehog anymore. Steel hedgehog. The spines on the drawing were not nails now. They were swords. If little Yin wore that, she was not going to be a snake with spikes. She was going to be a snake that had opinions in every direction at once. I actually got up to go and wake Duan Jingzhe and upgrade his ironclad card for him. His light was off. There was snoring. Fine, there'll be time. I unpacked, put the photograph and the sachet under my pillow, and went to sleep in a bedroom in a 120 square meter apartment, which is a sentence I would not have believed 4 days earlier. Alarm at 5:30. Half an hour of meditation. Then I went and dragged Duan Jingzhe out of bed by 1 ankle. Then breakfast, then the square. Bo Suyin was already there and waved us over. I counted heads while the speeches got organized. About 300. 300 out of the 1,000 plus who had walked into that awakening hall. That is what the Forest of Steel took. And that is why war spirit masters get treated the way they do. We were sorted into 4 blocks by class. The mood of my block was slumped. Every single person in it had been told 2 days ago that they were the bottom, and they had accepted the grade like a diagnosis. Good morning, and congratulations on officially becoming part of Qingyun Academy. Guo Jingyuan. I will say this for him. Chang then talked for over an hour without notes, and I did not get bored once, which, for a man giving an opening address to teenagers, is close to sorcery. Homeroom teachers, take your classes. And one last thing, do not think less of yourselves because of a letter. Every year, students come out of the lower classes and go further than anyone expected. Work, and the door stays open. 5 teachers came down off the platform. The only woman among them walked toward us. She looked about 20. If you had put her in a uniform, I would have assumed she was a 3rd year. Purple teacher's coat, 1.75 meters without heels, which meant she came in taller than most of the boys in her own class. Purple hair down past her shoulders, and purple eyes. Not contact lens purple. 2 amethysts sitting in the dark, and every one of us wanted to look at them, and none of us wanted to be looked at. Half the boys in Class D forgot what they were doing. Good morning, my name is Murong Ruo Shi. Teacher Murong is fine. And she looked at me about 3 times more than she looked at anyone else. I noticed it at the time and could not explain it. Follow me. The first-year classrooms are all on one floor of an enormous circular building, and they are the size of small theaters. Ours had a character on the door meaning 4th. It is not run like a school. It is run like a university. Find a seat, sit in it. Let me introduce myself properly. Murong Ruo Shi. I hope we make each other better over the next 3 years. She wrote it on the board. Teacher, what's your war spirit? Everyone wants to know. If your teacher is not strong, your teacher cannot make you strong. That is just how it works. She raised a hand for quiet. My war spirit is the Purple Flame King Serpent. I am a level 4 tier 8 war spirit master. The room came apart. Are we in the wrong room? Is this Class A? A teacher one step off War Spirit King is teaching Class D? The purple flame King Serpent is a monster. That fire poison is one of the nastiest things in the catalog. Two boys actually went to the door to check the character on it. Quiet! She did not shout. Something came off her and the entire room sat down at once. You are not in the wrong room. This is Class D. She let that sit. But I don't want you carrying this letter around like a diagnosis. You are in Class D today. That is not a statement about the rest of your life. Then she said the thing that changed that room. In my opinion, there is no difference between Class A and this class. You are not worse than anybody. Work and overtaking them is not a fantasy. We all knew she was doing the thing teachers do. It worked anyway. 92 slumped teenagers sat up over the course of one sentence, and the temperature of that room came up about 10 degrees. 92 students, that's a large class, and I cannot run it alone. Does anyone want to be class monitor? Class D was the biggest class in the year because low-grade awakenings are common and elemental spirits are not. A hand went up immediately. Teacher Marung, I'll do it. Enthusiasm. Introduce yourself so the class knows you. My name is Chobo. My war spirit is a wind-type dog spirit. Very good. Anyone else? Nobody wants to be class monitor, I muttered. It's a job where you do work and people hate you. Then two hands closed around my wrists and shot both my arms into the air. Excellent. The student in the white shirt. Stand up and introduce yourself. I turned my head very slowly and looked at Duan Jingzhe. Duan Jingzhe was looking at the ceiling. Are you listening to me? I stood up because there is no way back down from that. Yes, teacher. My name is Jia Li Hua. My war spirit is a thunder element. I paused. Snake spirit. The room lit up on the word thunder and switched off again 2 words later. You could hear it happen. Pfft, you scared me. I thought a genius had wandered in. Chobo let out a breath. It's the useless one. Which was rich because Chobo was low grade too. His dog had a theoretical path to complete form. Extremely theoretical. But in his head, it was a mansion next to my tent, and he was in Class D, which is the one room in the school where he could be somebody. Cho, watch your mouth. Marong Ruosi did not raise her voice at all. There are no useless war spirits, only useless war spirit masters. Say it again in my class, and I will personally remove you from it. That is the second time in 24 hours I had heard that exact sentence from 2 different adults in a building where everybody else had already written me off. I did not know yet that they had learned it in the same place. Sorry, teacher, it won't happen again. There was no apology anywhere in his face. Then the 2 of you will compete. Winner is class monitor. The stage in those classrooms is enormous because teachers demonstrate war spirit combat on it. Teacher, Duan Jingzhe stood up, cautiously. Is there a risk somebody gets hurt? Don't worry. Chobo smiled and thumped his chest. I won't go too far. I think you've misunderstood. I was trying to save you. Duan Jingzhe sat back down. But if you'd rather not, that's fine. Chang had already run the numbers and arrived at a hospital. I'm here. Nobody is going to be seriously hurt. We summoned. His dog was much bigger than my snake, and it came out already showing teeth. Dog spirit, wind, young spirit, level 1, tier 1. Skills, bite, swift step. Are you sure you want to put that worm up against my dog? The dog dropped its front end, ready. Perfect, I thought. I have a bronze card I have not tested. Then stop talking and do it. I had not wanted this job. I still did not want this job. But he had called my war spirit garbage twice in 5 minutes in front of 90 people. And if you let that stand, everybody smaller than you spends the next 3 years trying it. I'll even let you go first. Nobody can say I bullied you. Chang folded his arms. Chang was performing for the teacher and the room. Chang genuinely believed he was about to demonstrate that there are tears within the trash. You're sure you want me to go first? Absolutely. I want you to understand there are differences even down here. The class was busy. Who wins? Are you serious? A pet snake against a dog spirit? What's the difference between a non-venomous snake and a tiger with no teeth? Little Yin, go and perform. She went off my arm and turned into a line of light around the edge of the stage. His dog was wind attribute, which is fast. It was not thunder fast. And a snake has no corners in it, so she did not turn so much as pour, and 3 separate times she went straight past the dog, close enough to touch it, and the dog got nothing. Are you a mudfish? Is hiding the only move you have? Chang was going red. Little dog, swift step. There it was. Wind came up around all 4 of its legs, and its speed doubled, and that cost him, which was the entire point. You want to race, little Yin. Arc flash. She lit up and drew a curve of pure electricity across the air of that classroom, and I heard 90 people make the same noise at once. Then she spent about 15 seconds openly humiliating a wind attribute war spirit. She hovered in front of it. She let it start moves. A dog whose entire identity is speed could not put a tooth on her. I yawned. Genuinely, it had gone on long enough. All right, that's enough. Death coil. She was above it and then around it, 3 loops and squeezing. The dog made a sound that got smaller. Chobo went white and started to sweat, because that is what happens to you when it happens to your war spirit. I told you, little Yin, let go. We were going to be in the same room every day for 3 years. There was no reason to break him. She uncoiled, and the dog got up and went straight for her with both claws and pinned her flat. Murong Ruoshi had already turned to announce the result. She missed it. All's fair in war. The monitor's job is mine. Green Mamba, Venom Fang armament. Little dog. Bite. His face when he said it was not the face of somebody winning a class election. Bo Su-yin and Duan Jingzhe were both on their feet. Venom Fang armament on a pinned target is not a sneak attack. That is an attempt to take something apart. Brother Feng! I heard her. I stopped feeling generous. I took 3 steps back. Little Yin, curl up. She went into a ball on the floor with a dog on top of her. Steel hedgehog, sword armament. The bronze card went in, and what came out of my snake was not spikes. Blades. Dozens of them, a meter long, in every direction at once, opening out from the middle of the stage like something blooming, and the whole thing had a radius of over 2 meters. The dog was mid-pounce. It went onto them. It came apart into white light and went home to Chobo's codex before it finished landing. And the outermost blade stopped about a millimeter from Chobo's face. Chang stood there absolutely still, with a sword point directly in front of his pupil, at the exact distance where he could see nothing else. Bronze, somebody in the class said, into total silence. That's a bronze card. His legs went. Chang did not fall over. It was closer to a controlled collapse. I walked up and put a hand on his shoulder, and he made a noise. Hey, do you see how funny the clever stuff looks when the other person is just stronger? Chang went down on both knees. I'm sorry, you're the class monitor. If you tell me left, I will not go right. Use that cleverness on other classes. If I see you do it to somebody in this room again, you will not get today's version. Which is a thing you have to say out loud, once, in front of 90 people, and then never again. That is the world now. Before the sky broke, I am told strength meant several different things. It has been simplified since. It means whose hand is heavier. Although, I was surprised by that move too. That was harder than the numbers said it should be. Is that the bloodline awakening? Is my war spirit hitting above its rank because of what happened to me in a dormitory? I made a note to ask Teacher Murong, on the grounds that guessing had already nearly killed me twice that week. The winner is Jiali Hua. Does anybody else wish to challenge? 90 heads shook at the same time. Teacher, please, look at him. We nearly died getting 1 gray iron card, and he has bronze. These are all supposed to be low-grade war spirits. How is there this much difference? The whole room was looking at me the way you look at a large dog that has just decided you are fine. Class D suddenly had somebody, and every single one of them had worked out in one afternoon what that was worth to them in corridors. Then I declared Jiali Hua the class. I caught Bo Su-yin's eye. She got it instantly, leaned over, and shot Duan Jingzhe's arm into the air. Wonderful! A brave student! Come up and introduce yourself. Duan Jingzhe's face was a masterpiece. Chang walked up to the stage, looking at me the entire way. My name is Duan Jingzhe. My war spirit is an earth-type turtle spirit. Jia Li Hua just demonstrated considerable strength, and this student still stepped forward. That takes courage. Let's have a round of applause. 90 people applauded a man being marched to his own funeral. We're short on time. Begin, Chang summoned. Jingzhe Mao came out, immediately spotted Little Yin across the stage, and waved a front foot at her in greeting. Little Yin wiggled her whole body back. Duan Jingzhe mouthed at me, "You absolute snake." I mouthed back, "This is called reciprocity." Chang was not actually worried. His war spirit had no offense at all. There was no version of this where he won, and therefore no version where he had to be class monitor. I had 100 ways to make him win. I winked at Little Yin. She nodded, which is a thing she should not be able to do. Then she rolled across the stage like a log, bumped her head against Jingzhe Mao, and batted at him with her tail. Jingzhe Mao, who has never once been suspicious of anything in his life, assumed it was a game. And then Little Yin leapt straight into his open mouth and went completely limp with her tongue hanging out. So strong! I staggered backwards, holding my chest. Such bite force, I concede. Jingzhe Mao and Duan Jingzhe both looked at me with the exact same expression. The teacher and 90 students stared at a turtle with a snake hanging out of its mouth. The most powerful war spirit in the room, killed instantly. Truly, Duan Jingzhe is a master. Since Jia Li Hua concedes, I declare Duan Jingzhe class, Murong Ruo Si Nu. She was not going to say it out loud because a class monitor who has to be forced into it is worse than no class monitor. Wait, Duan Jingzhe had recovered. Is there something you want to say? I want to report someone. You want to report someone? To me, in this classroom. Who? I want to report Bo Su Yin. She's an elemental spirit. There is nobody in this class more suitable than her. And he looked directly at me while he said it, and he smiled. The room detonated for the third time in one morning. We have an elemental spirit? Am I in the wrong class? Am I sitting next to an elemental spirit genius? I had accepted the bronze card. I had made my peace with the bronze card. Now this? Class D had taken more damage in 1 hour than in the previous week. Murong Ruoxi turned and studied Bo Suyin properly, and I watched her work something out. She had been told to look after me. She had been told Bo Suyin and Duan Jingzhe were also in her class, and given no reason, and told she would understand in due course. She understood in due course. She had walked in that morning quietly furious about her posting. All of that came off her face at once. Bo, is that true? Bo Suyin stood up with the expression of somebody planning a murder, gave Duan Jingzhe a look I would not have survived, and answered, Yes, teacher, my war spirit is the fire spirit. She summoned it in the classroom. The air conditioning gave up instantly. The room went up several degrees and stayed there. Then there is nobody here with a stronger war spirit than you. You'll be class monitor. Any objections? 90 heads shook again. There were no objections. There was a burning creature floating over the front row. Bo Suyin, class monitor. Duan Jingzhe, vice monitor. From today, you carry the class. Hold them together. Manage the atmosphere. Support me. Do it properly. The bell went. War Spirit Academies do not run 40-minute periods. You get a whole morning or a whole afternoon, and if you need the toilet, you use the back door, because cultivation is self-discipline, and if you fail the assessment at the end, nothing else you did matters. Eat. Real lessons this afternoon. Don't be late. The door closed behind her. Han, Xiao! Bo Suyin was already summoning. You started it. You did it to me first. That's the only reason I reported you. I'm not listening. They went out of the room at speed. I followed, since none of it concerned me. When I caught up, Duan Jingzhe's hair was standing straight out from his head in every direction and appeared to have been styled with tinfoil. Brother Duan, are you going for a look? Do not. Do not. And I haven't finished with you. I had no idea you could act. You framed me first. This is just weather. I put an arm around his shoulders and steered him toward the restaurant. Brother Duan, Bo Suyin said sweetly, considering what you just did to both of us, as our elder brother, don't you think an apology is in order? How exactly? We're simple people. Third floor? Fine, fine, Chang looked at her. Although, third sister, look at the size of you. How do you out-eat me? The temperature on the left side of his neck dropped, and the temperature on the right side went up, and he turned to find a snake and a fireball both watching him. Eat. Eat as much as you want. Just don't be an animal about it like your big brother. Afterwards, over the wreckage, I asked them both for their demon spirit cards. Neither of them asked why. They just handed them over. I told them I would have a surprise that afternoon. Surprise was doing some work in that sentence. Back at the apartment, I locked my bedroom door. Class at 2. It was 12:30. Yin Yin wanted to keep that one, so that's the primary. Fusion window. Gray iron in the left, something disposable in the right. Shu. Fusion successful. Bronze grade card obtained. Crimson flame sparrow. Then again, the same way, for Duan Jingzhe, sacred scarab. By the end, I was sitting on the floor with my shirt stuck to me, and it had taken over an hour. But something else had happened. While it was running, while it was taking my energy out of me a thread at a time, my own reserve had come back deeper each time. Not a little, noticeably. I could feel level 2 sitting there, close enough to touch. I sat on that floor and understood that the machine that was eating me was also, in the same motion, feeding me. The factory was still dead. But every card I made for somebody else was making me stronger, and nobody would ever be able to see me doing it. That is when I stopped being annoyed about not getting rich. I straightened my shirt and pulled the door open. Duan Jingzhe fell into the room. Brother Duan, why are you bowing to me at lunchtime? Chang got up, holding his back. There was light coming out under your door. I thought you were on fire. What is wrong with you? I tossed him a card. Rent. Chang caught it and stopped moving. Bronze grade. Sacred scarab. Chang looked up. Where did you get this? Secret. Do you want to give it back? No? Don't give it back. I made a grab for it, and he had it inside his shirt before I finished the motion. There's no taking back a gift. I want it. I'd be an idiot not to. And then he did not ask again. Not once, ever. Chang told me years later what he thought in that moment. If I did not want to say, then it was mine not to say. And a man who hands you a bronze card with no conditions on it has already told you the only thing that matters. You're a Duan from the capital. Why don't you just buy high-grade cards? If the family is that big, why is their son running around a forest for gray iron? Ah, you don't know. Chang got serious. Demon spirit cards aren't merchandise. They're strategic materials tied directly to how fast war spirit masters develop. The state has banned private merchants and families from trading them or stockpiling them past a limit, the Duan family included. Which, once he explained it, is one of the few rules in that world that is actually sane. Because if you let people trade them, then every strong master in the country farms the easy low-grade beasts, corners the entire supply of starter cards, and sells them back to 16-year-olds at whatever price they like. The bottom of the ladder gets sawn off, and the whole profession rots from below in a generation. And that is before you get to the part where cards leaving the country is a national security problem. So you can't turn these into money at all. Were you thinking of selling them? Brother, my brother. Everyone else on Earth is grateful to get the card they need. And here is my friend running a business plan. They can't be sold. They can be exchanged. The Alliance is the only body that legally issues them, and you exchange Alliance coins for them. Alliance coins. Can you turn those into money? Chang went quiet for a second. Alliance coins are like contribution points. You earn them running Alliance missions, and you spend them on cards, cores, materials. That isn't an answer. Can you turn them into money? Alliance coins are military merit, and demon spirit cards are weapons. Have you ever seen anybody buy those with cash? So that's a no. Don't look like that. Once you're a war spirit master, you will never be short of money again. You get a monthly stipend for existing. It's a state benefit. That got my attention. How much? Depends on rank. At level 1, it's around 7,000 a month. It goes up as you rank up. And when you hit War Spirit King, the state hands you a villa. Chang said all of this in the bored voice of somebody who was never going to bother collecting it. 7,000 a month? And a house? Here's the exchange rate on that. Hauling boxes at a food stall, full month, no days off, with an owner who liked me, was 2,000. And before that, when I was too young to sign a contract, there were bosses who simply did not pay at the end of the month, and there was nothing to be done about it, and I learned to eat that. Now the arrangement was that I would be handed 7,000 a month for getting stronger, which was the thing I was going to do anyway. What are you standing there for? Move! I grabbed him. Where are we going? Class. Time is money. Actual money. Wait, I'm still in slippers. We collected Bo Suyin on the way, because I am not a complete animal, and went to the Qingyun Training Hall. The training hall is a circular building the size of a stadium, built out of special steel, and even the floors are top-grade fireproof and waterproof material. Which sounds excessive until you remember that a normal building full of war spirit masters would be gone inside 2 months. First floor is first years, older students upstairs. The floor is split into 4 halls of identical size, and the 4 homeroom teachers draw lots for them, so nobody can complain. We were Hall 3. On the way past Hall 1, we saw Class A. I knew it was them before I saw a single war spirit because of the way they were standing, and then every head in that room turned because Bo Suyin had walked past the door. Several boys immediately summoned high-grade war spirits for no operational reason whatsoever. I stepped across in front of her, gave the geniuses of Class A a pleasant smile, and kept walking. Zhang Fei, you've got your eye on her, haven't you? That was a silver-haired girl next to their monitor, and her voice could have kept food fresh. Jia, what are you talking about? Zhao Jia, the ice spirit, vice monitor of Class A. Good, they're Class D, all of them. You wouldn't want trash. Zhang Fei smiled and shook his head and said nothing at all, which I would remember later. Hey, third sister, Duan Jingzhe, delighted. You're quite popular here. Obviously, she was school beauty in middle school. Nothing's changed. Brother Jia, stop it. There's real interest from Class A. Brother Jia, I'd say you're under pressure. Do I look worried? Honestly, no, but I've heard their monitor is genuinely strong. Don't get comfortable. Genius or idiot. If he goes near Yin Yin, I'm not going to be polite about it. We got to Hall 3, and there was shouting coming out of it. I pulled both of them through the door. Our class was lined up across the floor, facing a class we did not know. Pimu Bo was at the front of ours, bleeding from the mouth, upright only because 2 classmates had him under the arms. Shulei, this is our hall. Why should we give it to you? Because we're Class C and you're Class D. That's the reason. That's the whole reason. The one at the front of the other line had the kind of build that requires a hobby. Black vest, stretched. And if we don't? Shulei walked up until he was looking down at him. Then we beat you until you do. Then fight. When our class monitor gets here, you'll be on your knees. Oh no. Shulei put both hands up in mock terror. Where is he? Is he hiding? Class C laughed on cue. Bo Suyin's hand was already moving. Yin Yin, I caught it. For these, watch. There are a lot of them. Be careful. In a group fight, I have never once been the one who was outnumbered. I walked out across the floor. Well, what have we got here? Class C. If you enjoy stealing other people's halls so much, why not go and steal Class A's? Every head turned. Who said that? Your grandfather, Jia Lihua. I stopped in front of my class. Brother Feng. Cho Bo looked like a man seeing a rescue helicopter, which is a remarkable turnaround for somebody I had put a sword through the air in front of that same morning. Chang was not the monitor. But he had been the first person in that class to stand up to another class, and I was not going to hold the morning against him. Slow down. What happened? Hall 4 backs onto the waste storage. It's fine most of the year. In summer it stinks, and it comes through the wall. They want to swap. We said no, so they've come to take it. Which is when I stopped being amused. Class C needs somewhere clean to train. Class D, apparently, does not need to train at all. Get out. I put the entire afternoon into those 2 words. How dare you? Shulei was already moving when a girl in purple caught his arm and said something quietly into his ear. Monitor. Wait. I heard there's a boy in Flash D with a bronze card. I think it's him. Shulei stopped. And you're telling me that now? You didn't ask, she said, and then, quieter, it's fine, use this. Whatever she said next put a light on in Shulei's face. Chang came over and pointed at me. So you've got a bronze card. Fine, then we do it without war spirits. Men settle things with fists. What do you say? Ding Hu. Cho Bo was still bleeding, and he still went off like a firework. Have you got no shame at all? We're both war spirit masters. Why exactly can't we use war spirits? You're scared you'll lose, so you've invented a competition. Do you know how funny that is? Chiang was completely right. It is exactly as sensible as two men with rifles agreeing to settle it by thumb wrestling. I walked up to Shulei. Fine, I agree. Haha, he agreed. Everybody heard him agree. I didn't force him. Behind me, my entire class made a sound like a tire going down. Brother Feng, don't. Chiang's a 9th degree black belt. Chiang's the Jiangshui City Youth Sanda champion. Don't take his stupid bet. Monitor, say something to him. 90 people watching their rescue helicopter voluntarily land and get out. Bo Suyin looked at me for about 1 second. I believe him. The monitor's gone too. Don't look at me. Duan Jingzhe put both hands up. I believe him as well. Wait. Shulei turned around. So you're not the monitor? Your class made a woman the monitor? Class D really has nobody at all. Shut up. I went straight at him with a plain right cross. No cleverness in it. Suicide. Chang threw one back. We both came off it. I went back 3 steps. Chang went back 5. Strength. All right. You've got strength. It won't be enough. And then he stopped underestimating me, which was the problem. Chang came in on a boxer's cross step, weight shifting the whole time, never in the place where I was aiming. I threw a right hook that should have taken his head off and hit air because he had already flowed out of it. Then his knee came up into my chest. I got a palm in front of it, and it still put me back 3 steps and made a noise in my ribs. That is what an actual trained fighter does to a boy who learned in alleys behind food stalls. Do you think the champion title was decoration? Nothing special. Keep talking. I'll enjoy watching them carry you out. Chang dropped his level, came in low, twisted from the waist, and swung an elbow at my temple. I did not move. Thunder roar mode. That is what I call it. First order bloodline awakening. When it comes on, you are wrapped in lightning. You move in a way that people cannot track, and the whole thing makes a noise like a storm hitting a hillside, which is where the name comes from and also why I chose it, because I was 19. The crack went through the whole training hall. The place where I had been standing was a knot of loose electricity and nothing else. His elbow went through it, and he nearly fell over. Where is he? Monitor, behind you. Chang did not turn. Credit where it is due, that man's instincts were excellent. Chang dropped and swept behind himself without looking. I went up over it, turned 360 degrees in the air, and put my toe into the back of his head. Chang went down face first, hard enough to crack the floor of a purpose-built training hall, and one of his front teeth left his body and skidded away across the room. My tooth! Chang got up, holding his mouth. We said no war spirits. I came down easy, still crackling, and rolled a thread of lightning across my knuckles. War spirit? Where? Every head in that room turned to look for one. There was no war spirit. There was one 19-year-old with electricity coming off him. What are you? You've got no war spirit out. How are you doing that? Chang had no idea what bloodline spirit awakening was. Almost nobody at that age does. And then I noticed the way both classes were looking at me. Not Class D. Both. Chang beat Shulei without a war spirit. I thought his war spirit was the strong part. That's it. That's my idol now. Behind me, 90 people who had spent 3 days being told they were the bottom were standing up straight. Shulei, stay away from Class D. If I see you here again, I'll do this every time. Understood? The lightning went out of me. I'm sorry, that was my fault. Chang said it immediately. Then, to his own class, we're leaving. Monitor? That's IT? Shulei spun on the boy who had said that. Not convinced? Then fight me. I'm convinced. And Class C filed out with their heads down, and the boy who had objected went from defiant to sprinting the moment he registered 90 people from Class D looking at him. They got to the door and met Murong Ruoshi coming in. Every one of them found something interesting on the floor. Wait, Shulei stopped. Teacher, is there something? Go back and tell your teacher that if this happens again, I will break his legs. Class C started to make noise. Shulei shut them down. Yes, teacher, I'll relay that word for word. Chang did too. And when he got back to Hall 4, which does smell in summer, his own teacher was waiting. It's past 2. Why are you late? We felt Hall 4's odor was affecting training. We went to find another hall. Chang left out which class. Chang also, being 16 and still angry, added the part about the legs on the reasoning that his teacher would take his side and get some of it back for him. His teacher hit him across the face hard enough to remove a second front tooth. Are you insane? I would rather you stole Class B's hall. I would rather you stole Class A's hall. Anything but Class D. Shulei did not understand that sentence for about 6 months. Back in Hall 3, Murong Ruoshi walked to the front. Teacher, they came to us. We only… I saw. I've been outside for a while. I just didn't come in. Cho Bo shut up. You did well. You did not embarrass this class. And the whole room understood at once that she had been standing in a doorway watching to see whether her students would fold, and had been ready to walk in if they had not held. If you had given up this hall the moment somebody asked for it, then there would be nothing I could teach you. The single most important thing on this path is refusing to go down. Everything else is technique. You did not go down. Good. Teacher, please, you'll make us adamant. Jia, you are the only one I did not praise. I stood there with my mouth open. I had just personally removed an entire class from the room. What? You could have beaten Shulei with your war spirit in 15 seconds. Chang said one sentence to you, and you handed him your entire advantage and agreed to fight on his ground. What happens if the bloodline awakening doesn't come? I actually thought about it, which is the only reason I got the answer right. I lose. Fights between war spirit masters are decided by margins this wide. She held up 2 fingers, almost touching. You win by putting what you are good at against what they are bad at. That is the whole art. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. It won't happen again. She was hard about it in front of 90 people, and she was completely right, and I did not do it again for a long time. Then let's start. From today, Hall 3 is our practical ground. Your courses are split between theory and practical. And do not imagine that choosing the martial examination means you're finished with books. You will read more than any normal high school student in this country. The groan went up like a wave. Why do we need books? We're war spirit masters. We cultivate. For your own good. Say you're in the wilderness one day, and a Lord-grade beast comes out of the trees. You don't know what it is. You don't know how it hunts. You don't know what it's afraid of. How long do you think you last? Silence. Because every one of us had spent a day in the forest of steel, and every one of us had met something we could not name, and those were the tame ones in a fenced park. And it's not just beast studies. There's war spirit theory. If you do not understand the evolution paths of your own war spirit, how exactly are you going to raise it? Luck? Nobody said a word after that. Beast studies, war spirit theory, combat technique studies, and general academic subjects, because nobody is going to say that war spirit masters are illiterate. She waved a hand and they brought the books in. They brought them in on trolleys. It was roughly double what a normal high school student carries. That's why they didn't hand them out this morning. The classroom wouldn't hold them. I thought regular school was hell. Regular school was a spa. Monitor, you'll distribute those after practical. Yes, teacher. Then she took out a remote and a projection came up and gave us the map of the world we had just walked into. 10 ranks of War Spirit Master, 9 tiers inside each rank. And at level 5, something changes. At level 5, you receive Spirit Weapon Bestowal. You stop being a person who commands a war spirit and become a person who is himself a weapon. And they stop calling you a master and start calling you a war spirit king. That is what Guo Jingyuan had done to a mature stage war spirit with one swing in my dormitory. And at the top, level 10. At level 10, your war spirit stops being called a war spirit and is called a holy spirit, and you are called a saint spirit king. And at that level, she said, moving a mountain or draining a sea is a decision rather than a project. Saint spirit king. Imagine it. Half the room went somewhere else for a second. Dreams are good. Do not fall in love with the top of the ladder while you are standing on the ground. Look at the step in front of you. That is the whole of it. Then war spirit stages, 6 of them. Young spirit, which is what we all had. Growth stage, mature stage, complete form, ultimate form, and saint spirit body. Teacher, when can we evolve? Can I take mine to growth stage now? Good question. It depends on your rank, not your war spirits. Evolution costs an enormous amount of energy, and it is a test of the master as much as the spirit. A level 1 master holds a young spirit and nothing else. At level 2, you may attempt growth stage. After that, you may attempt 1 evolution every 2 levels. She paused. And evolution can fail. We will spend a great deal of time on that. Then cards. Every major rank up consumes the energy of a demon spirit card. At level 1 tier 9, you absorb a card to become level 2 tier 1. That is the mechanism. Teacher, is it true an absorbed card is stronger? Twice as strong. Which is why absorption is the single most dangerous decision a young master makes. It is permanent. Choose badly at level 1 and you carry that choice for the rest of your career. What are the grades? I know gray iron's the bottom, then bronze, then gray iron, bronze, silver, gold, black gold, diamond, epic. The stronger the beast, the better the drop. I sat in the back row of that theory session doing arithmetic that nobody else in the room could do. 2 grays make a bronze. Presumably, 2 bronzes make a silver, and 2 silvers make a gold, and so on up a ladder that ends at epic. And every rung costs me my own energy, and each one costs more than the last, and my whole body currently holds enough for 1 bronze. So the plan was not a factory. The plan was patience. Get stronger, so I can fuse higher, so I get stronger. That's the basics. We'll do the detail in theory class. Right now it's practical, so I'll stop stealing your time. The projector went off. Summon, all of you. We are going to sort this class properly. 92 war spirits came out at once, and the hall got very crowded and very loud, and every one of them immediately started staring at all the others. I will assign you to 4 training groups by type. If you disagree with my judgment, tell me. If you can convince me, I'll move you. Attack, control, support, defense. She went down the rows one at a time. Ice-type rat spirit, control group. The girl went without a word. Nobody argued with her. The teacher was 1 rank off War Spirit King, and every one of them had watched her drive a class out of the building by looking at them. Fire-type Frog Spirit, attack group. Earth-type Sheep Spirit, defense group. Wood-type Grass Spirit, support group. One boy with a wind-type bat wanted attack and said so. She named 3 evolution routes his war spirit could take and what each one would cost him, and he walked to control without being told twice. And do not build a hierarchy in your heads about these 4 groups. She stopped in the middle of the hall. An attacker is the spear. Without the rest of the team, it is a rusty spear. Support. You are not the easy job. You are the spine, and every opponent you meet will come for you first, so you had better be good enough to survive being hunted. Defense. You are the shield, and only a strong shield gets to protect anybody. Control. You are the reason the spear ever lands. She was not making us feel better. She was doing something more useful, which was removing in advance the contempt that rots teams from the inside. She got to Bo Suyin. Monitor, attack group. You're leading it. Bo Suyin walked over, and the attack group opened up and gave her the front slot, without anybody saying anything, because the strongest offensive young spirit in the catalog had just joined them. Duan Jingzhe and I were at the back because we are tall, so we went last. Teacher, you don't have to say it. Defense. Duan, you have an accurate sense of yourself. Go. Then it was me. She stood in front of little Yin and looked at her for a long time. Normally, this is the easiest call in the room. Thundersnake spirits go to control, every time. Because the classic Thundersnake's lightning is so weak it can barely make anything twitch, and Death Coil plus good movement is technically control, so control is where they file it. Also, historically, those students tend to quietly stop attending. Except she had watched my snake fight. She had seen lightning as thick as a finger that did not paralyze things, it killed them. And she had also watched that same snake open into 2 meters of swords and delete a war spirit, and had done the sums, and worked out that my snake had better defense than most of the actual defense group standing behind her. So I could go anywhere except support. She had been comfortably the most knowledgeable person in that room for the entire day, and my snake had just introduced her to the feeling of having no idea. Teacher Murong, have you decided? She came back to Earth. Jia, do you have a preference? I stood there. You are the teacher. I am the student. Why are you asking me? I don't think I've decided either. Then do this. Train with attack, defense, and control. When you know what you are, specialize. Fine by me. I'll start with attack. I walked over to Bo Suyin. The rest of the class watched this happen with expressions of open awe. That's allowed? Of course it is. It's Boss Jia. Honestly, I understand the teacher. I wouldn't know either. They're all war spirits. How is there this much difference? Several of them looked down at their own war spirits, which were sitting there being adorable, and sighed. Group leaders, Bo Suyin, attack. Duan Jingzhe, defense. Song Jia, support. Jiao Lan, control. If there are no objections, we begin. Practical time is tight. Physical conditioning, combat technique, sparring, meditation. They brought equipment in. Weighted vests, dumbbells, bags, machines. 10-kilo weights on. Warm-up is 10 laps of the hall, then 10 sets on the dumbbells, then 10 sets of core. Her pointer had become a whip at some point when nobody was looking. Teacher, you're calling that a warm-up? Do you have an objection? Something moved in her eyes, and for a second, every person in that room saw the outline of an enormous purple serpent standing behind her, looking at us. No objection. We ran. And when we came around past the pool at the end of the hall, a voice behind us said, "In." Song Jia, who leads support and who weighs about as much as a coat, stopped. Teacher, I can't swim. If you were in the wilderness and something that cannot swim was chasing you, would it let you go because you can't swim? You will not learn to swim by staying dry. In. Song Jia stood there for a second and then jumped. She thrashed for about 30 seconds and then stopped moving. Murong Ruokshi was in the water before the rest of us had finished turning around, shoes and all, and had her out, and knelt over her looking about 10 years older than she had 2 minutes earlier. And the instant Song Jia opened her eyes, the face went back on. Again, until you have it. Yes, teacher, she went back in. She had learned something in the meantime, and this time she did not fight the water, and by the end of the afternoon, she could move across the shallow end on her toes. That is not how I would teach a child to swim. I have thought about it a lot since. I have also spent time in places where the difference between people who can hold their nerve in water and people who cannot is which of them comes home, and I have stopped being sure I am right. Are the rest of you on holiday? 5 more laps. 90 people went into that pool, swam a circuit, climbed out, and kept running. This woman is not human. We are not athletes. Quiet. I was next to him. She's doing it because she wants us alive. Run. 15 minutes of rest, then core work. Then sparring inside each group with her walking the floor and correcting war spirit technique. The bell went. The neighboring halls emptied. She asked for another half hour. She did not make it compulsory. She said anybody who wanted to stay could stay. Nobody in Class D left. You're tired. Do not relax when you get back. Meditation is the second fastest way to raise your spiritual power, and combat is the first. Here are this week's cultivation resources. Her assistant brought the spirit stones in, 3 each. That is the week. Spirit stones are how a master accelerates. The world is full of spiritual energy now, and you can meditate on a rock in a field if you like, but with a stone in your hands, you move several times faster. Class A gets 30. Nobody in that room said anything, because everybody in that room already knew. I know what you're thinking. She let it sit. There's a class ranking competition in 6 months. That is a real door, and it is not locked. Don't write yourselves off. Teacher, one boy, quietly, not rudely. We know you're trying to help, but Class D has never once won that. Not once in the history of this academy. Is there actually any hope? She looked at him. Then she looked at Bo Suyin and at me. I don't care what happened before. I am the homeroom teacher of Class D. I can't promise you we become Class A. She paused. But I will promise you, this class replaces Class B. Do you really have that little faith in me? I want you to hold on to that sentence, because she was not the sort of person who said things like that. She said it because Guo Jingyuan had put Class A level resources in her pocket that morning, and because she had a fire spirit sitting in the 3rd row, and because she had just watched a boy with the most useless war spirit in the catalog put the Sanda champion of Jiangshui City face down in the floor. What is wrong with all of you? Chobo, of all people, up on a bench. We have an elemental spirit. We have Boss Jia. What exactly are we the worst at? Chang's right. We're not worse than anybody. Then we don't hold them back. We cultivate. This class is going to be a story. Stop making speeches and go and eat so you can go and meditate. If we're short on resources, then we make it up out of hours. They went out carrying 3 stones each and a stack of books like a paving slab, and the noise they were making was not the noise that class had made in the morning. Then Murong Ruosi stopped the 3 of us at the door. After you eat, don't go back to your dormitories. Come here. She was gone before I could answer. Why does she want us back in the training hall after dinner? I have a bad feeling. Every muscle I owned had an opinion by that point. Who cares? She probably wants to tell us something. We'll come after we eat. Yin Yin. I checked that the hall was empty. Your card. I put the bronze in her hand. She did not do what Duan Jingzhe had done. She did not ask a single question. She looked at it, said thank you, and filed it into her codex. Hang on, third sister. Aren't you even going to ask where a bronze card came from? Brother Jia gave it to me. Why are you asking so many questions? She said it like he had asked why she was breathing. She told me a long time afterwards what was actually going through her head. If it were something she could be told, I would have told her. I had not told her. So there was a reason, and the reason probably put her somewhere she did not want to be. She was 15. She worked that out in under a second and then never raised it again. See that? My yin yin is sensible. You're supposed to be a young master from the capital and you gossip like a landlady. Brother Duan, third floor? Chang did not even fight it that time. We ate more that evening than the three of us have ever eaten before or since. See those two? Class A. White shirt is the monitor, Jiang Fei. The other one's the vice monitor, Zhao Jia. She's supposedly a leading candidate for campus beauty, although obviously third sister has more support. So that's the light spirit and the ice spirit. That's them. And I hear there's a situation between them. Brother Duan, Bo Suyin did not look up. You said you weren't a gossip. You know everything about everyone in this academy. That's not gossip, that's intelligence. Know your enemy. This is for our future benefit. While we were quietly studying them, they were quietly studying us, which I did not notice and should have. Where are you looking? That carried. Nowhere. I wasn't looking at anything. You were looking at that girl from Class D. Zhao Jia stood up. Jiang Fei caught her arm, which was the worst thing he could possibly have done, because it confirmed everything. Jia, don't do anything. Get off. They're Class D. Who cares what happens to them? She came across the restaurant and slapped Bo Suyin on the back of the shoulder. You're Bo Suyin. Bo Suyin turned round with her chopsticks still up. Hello, yes, can I help you? You can't help me. I just don't want to look at Class D garbage while I'm eating. It ruins the meal. You're not to eat on the third floor again. She said it at a volume designed to reach every table on that floor, and every table on that floor found something to look at. 2 reasons for that. 1, she was a Class A genius and nobody was going to burn that for a Class D student. 2, her family owns the largest conglomerate in Jiangshui City, and the Zhao Group holds shares in Qingyun Academy. So the teachers up there kept eating too. Don't think being a girl protects you. Duan Jingzhe was on his feet. Class D trash. Do you know who I am? All 3 of you together couldn't take me. Ice Spirit, show them. She summoned in a restaurant. Bo Suyin put her chopsticks down, and the pleasant went off her face like a coat coming off. I don't know what we've done to you, but you should stop. She had never met this girl. She had been in the building for 2 days. Who do you think you are? You've got a face and nothing else, and you're talking to me like that? Ice Spirit. Teach her, at which point I quietly summoned my codex under the table, because my rule about not hitting women had just discovered its exception. Brother Jia, don't. This one's between women, and she summoned the fire spirit. The temperature on the 3rd floor of that restaurant went up, and then it went down again, and the 2 of them stood there holding, and neither could push the other back. Zhao Jia took 2 steps backwards and hit Jiang Fei, who had arrived behind her. That's impossible. That's a fire spirit. You're Class D. Who told you Class D can't have an elemental spirit? Zhao Jia looked back over her shoulder at Jiang Fei and saw exactly where he was looking and what his face was doing, and that decided the rest of the evening. Fine, elemental or not, you are not my match. Frost Ant, Extreme Ice Enchantment, Ice Spirit, Ice Spikes. The cold came up hard enough to make the windows complain, and spears of ice started coming out of the floor at the Fire Spirit in rows. A gray iron card. Bo Suyin had not raised her voice once. Crimson Flame Sparrow, Crimson Flame Enchantment. Jing Yuan, Fire Tornado. The bronze went in, and the fire spirit's output jumped by half, and what came off it was a column that walked across that floor and took the ice with it. Every spike in the room went to water, and then to steam. The floor under them scorched black. The ice spirit survived because it got a shield up at the last possible instant, and Zhao Jia emptied her entire reserve doing it and put blood on her own chin. How do you have a bronze card? Oh, said Duan Jingzhe and produced his. I've got one too. Sacred Scarab. Zhang Fei actually took a step forward. Another one. I should explain why that landed the way it did. We were 4 days into first year. The academy issues you a card. Getting a gray iron of your own is an achievement. Bronze does not drop in the forest of steel. Bronze comes off intermediate grade beasts in the wilderness, killed by people considerably older than us. And 2 Class D students had one each, casually, at dinner. Bo Suyin put her war spirit away because it was over. You're Class D trash. You don't deserve a bronze card. Zhao Jia came out of Jiang Fei's arms and went for Bo Suyin's hand to take it off her. Bo Suyin turned her wrist, took Zhao Jia's, and held it. That girl had never carried anything heavier than a phone in her life. You're dodging me? She swung her free hand at Bo Suyin's face. Bo Suyin moved her head about 4 centimeters and then hit her back. The sound stopped the room. If Bo Suyin had not been holding her up by one wrist, she would have gone over a table. You hit me! Do you know who I am? Bo Suyin hit her again, harder. I don't care who you are. Your parents clearly never did this. I'm happy to. Then she let go and pushed her away. Bai Tong, are you a man? You just stood there. She hit him in the chest with the side of her fist and made her eyes enormous. Jia, don't be upset. I'll take care of it. Chang came at me. I understood the logic. Chang was not going to fight Bo Suyin because he was a grown boy and there were 40 people watching. Duan Jingzhe had a bronze card and had already been loud. So the available target was the quiet one sitting down, and everybody in that restaurant had worked out by then that the quiet one mattered to her. Make her apologize to Jia. Yin Yin didn't do anything wrong. Why would she apologize? I did not get up. I'll say it once more. Make her apologize. And if I don't, Chang raised a fist and it went white. Blinding white, all the way up his forearm, and then that fist came at me at a speed his arm had not been capable of 1 second earlier, and it tore the air on the way. Bloodline spirit awakening. I had been on this planet for 19 years without meeting a single person who had it, and I had now met 2 in 3 days, and one of them was in my year. You're not the only one. Bloodline spirit awakening, thunder roar mode. I put everything I had into my right hand and met him in the middle. The bang took out the seat behind me and the table next to that. Zhang Fei went backwards across the floor and would have kept going if 4 Class A students had not caught him, and when they stood him up, he coughed blood down his own white shirt. Monitor. How dare you? Get him! Half of Class A came forward, and Zhang Fei put an arm out and stopped all of them. Don't. You are not his match. Then he looked at me for a long moment. You have it too, and thunder. Are you the one who awakened the thunder? Chang stopped. Snake spirit, he finished. You're Jia Li Hua. That's me. Zhao Jia from behind him with her hand still on her own face. I thought it was somebody. It's the trash with the ruined war spirit. You were just made to bleed by trash, Bo Suyin said. What does that make you? You think I'm afraid of? That is enough. A man in a black tracksuit came across the 3rd floor, and half of Class A lit up like children seeing a parent at the school gate. Teacher Wen, Class D is bullying Class A. You have to be quiet. Do not imagine I don't know exactly what happened here. Zhao Jia stood there with her mouth open. That is our teacher. Why is our teacher not on our side? They're Class D. Why would I apologize to them? Do not think being the Zhao group's daughter means anything to me. You are my student, which means you do as I say. His voice came up. For the last time, apologize to Bo Suyin. She walked over with her jaw set. Sorry. She did not wait for a response. She turned and left with Zhang Fei, and on the way past me, Zhang Fei stopped and said it quietly so that only I heard it. You're strong. If you weren't stuck with a useless war spirit, I think I'd have called you my strongest opponent. I did not answer him. I let him walk. Class A caused this. Class A will pay the restaurant for the damage. Wen Jian left fast, and when the lift doors opened for him, there was already somebody standing inside it. Principal Guo, are you satisfied now? Wen Jian did not turn his head. Teacher Wen, I hope you discipline your students. I hope this does not happen again. May I ask why you protect them? The doors opened. I'm not protecting them. This is an academy. If they're good, they can settle it in the ranking competition. Private grudges are a waste of everyone's time. Chang stepped out. Wen Jian followed him. So you're telling me Class A is going to be replaced by Class D? Guo Jingyuan stopped walking. I never said that. Then, over his shoulder, but who knows, she is the teacher of Class D. And he walked off smiling, which is a specific and deliberate kind of cruelty. Wen Jian stood in that lobby with his fists closed. Chang was new. Chang had walked in with a resume that put him straight into Class A, which does not happen. And in the months since, he had heard one name over and over in every corridor of that academy, and it was never his. I did not know any of that at the time. It became extremely relevant later. We ate, and then we went to the training hall as instructed and found it locked. The whole building, dark. One extremely unfriendly old man at the gate, and nobody going in or out. Is Teacher Marong having a joke? The building's shut. We're not supposed to climb in the window, are we? If that old man catches us, we're finished, Bo Suyin said. Question, said Duan Jingzhe. If we stand her up, what does she do to us? The three of us thought about that for a moment. Then all three of us shivered at the same time. Window, we said in unison. We went in through a window like burglars and crept along to Hall 3, and she was standing in the middle of it, waiting. She looked at her watch. I've been here 15 minutes, 15 laps. Teacher, you never told us begin. 3 spines straightened. Nobody said another word. We ran 15 laps. This week's resources, come and collect. She pulled 3 bags out from behind her back. We opened them and stopped moving. Spirit stones. Duan Jingzhe was counting. There are 27 in here, plus the 3 from earlier. That's 30. 30 is what Class A gets. Bo Suyin was holding hers in both hands. Teacher, you're not paying for this yourself, are you? Don't misunderstand. These aren't from me. The academy arranged it. Her face did not move at all. Don't advertise it. That was, in a strict technical sense, true. But Bo Suyin was still looking at the bag. Isn't it unfair to the rest of Class D? Which is, I think, the moment I understood something about her that I had missed for 3 years. She had been in a class with those 90 people for 4 days. She did not know most of their names, and she was standing there holding 10 weeks of resources, feeling like a thief. There is no absolute fairness anywhere in this world. Murong Ruoshi did not soften it. If it bothers you, convert it. Take that guilt, put it into the ranking competition, and drag the entire class up with you. Then everybody in Class D benefits, and nobody has been cheated. Yes, teacher, we'll take Class A apart. Confident. She smiled slightly, which on her was alarming. Class A has 2 elemental spirits. Their teacher is genuinely good. Are you sure? Please, we met their elementals in the restaurant. They ran. The smile went away. Do not do that. What we are today means nothing. Elemental spirits are ranked where they are ranked because their ceiling is not visible from here, and one of those 2 has already opened his bloodline. If you go into that competition with the attitude you just showed me, I can tell you the result now. Sorry, teacher. It won't happen again. Go and meditate. Come here every Monday for resources. We turned for the door. Jia Lihua, stay. You 2 go. I stayed, in the manner of a man who knows. She waited for the door. I hear you made the monitor of Class A vomit blood. That's an exaggeration. I got hit too. Don't be modest. Come on, fight me. I looked at her. Fight. You. You heard me. No war spirits, just us. Teacher, that's not a fight. That's a crime. I'm not hitting because she is a level 4, tier 8 war spirit master, and rank is not only spiritual power, it upgrades your whole body, strength and speed and reaction. Bloodline awakening or not, that is not a contest. I'll hold myself at level 1. Then she came at me without waiting for an answer, and I was in the air, clean shoulder throw. I did not see the setup, and I did not feel the entry. I felt the floor. Teacher, are you serious? She had already settled into a stance, low and wide, and there was something in the way her hands and feet related to each other that was clearly not improvised. She beckoned. Fine, thunder roar mode. I lit up and started moving, circling her, waiting for the angle. And there was no angle. She was standing still in the middle of a training hall, and I could not find one place on her to put a hand. My energy was draining while I looked, so I stopped looking. I went behind her and threw a straight right into her back with everything I had, on the assumption that this would not actually hurt her and that I might at least land something. Half a meter out, she moved. Without turning round, she read it off something, air pressure or sound or the way I breathed, and slipped it by about 4 centimeters, and her fingers closed on my wrist and my entire arm went dead. Grappling. That is a grappling technique. I turned the fist into a palm and rolled my wrist out of it, which I was quite proud of, and started to disengage. And then something pulled. I do not know how else to describe it. My own momentum turned around and took me back toward her. 8 trigrams fiery palm. Her palm came up wrapped in purple fire and hit me in the chest. I got both arms in front of it and it still put me across the hall and into the swimming pool. Underwater, with my ears ringing, I did the arithmetic. She has bloodline awakening as well. Fire. And unlike me, she has clearly had it for years and knows exactly what to do with it. Straight fight, I lose. Every time. So do not have a straight fight. Teacher, I came up coughing. Help, my legs cramped. Because she is fire. Fire on land is a war. Fire in a swimming pool is a hobby. She stood on the edge with her arms folded and did not move a muscle. She had watched me swim faster than anyone else in that class 6 hours earlier. Teacher, I can't. Help me. I committed. I stopped moving, sank to the bottom of the pool, and lay there. The surface went flat. And after about 4 seconds, the woman who knew perfectly well that I was lying came in after me anyway, because she was not willing to bet a student on being right. I have thought about that a great deal since. She came down through the water toward me, and I opened my eyes and smiled at her. Oh no. Sorry, teacher. Thunder roar mode. Water conducts. The whole pool lit up. She was inside 2 meters of me, and her body simply stopped taking her orders. I felt her try to burn out of it. Purple flame came up on her skin, and the water killed it every time before it caught. My reserve was nearly gone, so I did not waste it. I went around behind her and put her in a cross armbar. Teacher Morong, I think you should concede. There was a pause. Boy, you have successfully made me angry. 2 purple flames came on in her eyes, and then the fire came up across her entire body and stayed up, underwater. The noise was a foundry. The pool went white with steam, and every bit of water within arm's reach of her turned into bubbles. I let go of her arm on pure reflex because my hands were cooking. I want somebody to explain that to me. I have asked several qualified people since. Nobody has. She turned around in the water and came toward me, slowly, with her face completely blank. Teacher, I concede. Please stay where you are. Fire 8 stage throw. She crossed that pool, took my collar, and became weather. I hit the floor of that pool with my face 8 separate times, which is where the name comes from, and the only reason my nose is still the shape it started as is that water slowed her down. On the 8th one, she let go, and I came out of the water like something being landed, and hit the tiles on the far side. She came up after me, burned herself dry in about 1.5 seconds, and walked over. Are you ever going to lie to your teacher again? No. Good. She crouched down. Although, you did lure an opponent onto ground where they lose before engaging. That is the correct instinct, and I could not teach it to most people in 20 years. Thank you. Your actual technique is appalling. I've never been taught anything. I sat up and my face had started to swell. That seems unfair. Then from now on, I'll teach you personally, every day. Are you willing? I thought about it for about 1/5 second in order to look serious. Yes, obviously yes. I had just been folded 8 times by a woman using techniques with names while she was restricting herself to a rank she had left years ago. It's hard. Are you certain? I'll take anything if it makes me stronger. Good. Then your training volume is now double everyone else's. That's the foundation. Martial arts sit on top of it. The ordinary training that day had already put my legs somewhere I could not reach. What, giving up at the first obstacle? Of course not. That's nothing. I'll start tonight. I smiled while I said it, and something in my back disagreed. Teacher, those moves, what were they? Martial arts, old ones. But because I awakened fire, I can put fire inside them, and then they stop being martial arts and become mine. Eventually, you'll build your own. I can make my own techniques? Once you own the basics. I could only build mine after I had the form, intention, 8 trigrams, palm, and jujutsu. Form, intention, 8 trigrams, palm, and jujutsu. I touched my face. That explains a great deal about the last 5 minutes. Martial arts died out. For a long time, they were exercise. Then the Origin Project proved humans can evolve, and overnight, they stopped being exercise and became the killing art of Origin warriors. Why teach only me? If it is that good, teach it to everybody. Because without bloodline awakening, it is a waste of a life. She turned toward the door. An ordinary person can learn all of it perfectly and still be worth less in a fight than one battle spirit skill. Everybody else in that class should spend those hours on their war spirit, so they will. Right. And do not let this cost you your cultivation. Your war spirit is your real weapon. This is decoration, for now. Which was honest of her. The Origin Project is new, and the road is not built yet. War spirit masters have 300 years of paving behind them. Understood, first things first. It's late, you're injured. Skip tonight's training and rest. You said double, so I'll finish, and then I'll go. She did not answer that. She summoned her codex, and then her war spirit, and the purple flame king serpent filled a quarter of that hall in purple fire. Flying golden centipede, 6-wing armament. A silver card went in, and the serpent unfolded a pair of wings made of purple flame, and she stepped up onto them like a woman getting into a car. Then I'll go. Rest when you've finished. She went out through the high window and was gone. I stood there for a while. A flying demon spirit card. She had it in a pocket and used it to go home, the way you would call a taxi. One day, I said, to an empty building, and then I did the entire day's training again, alone, at night, in a locked hall, with a face like a bag of fruit. I finished at 11 exactly. I did not have a flying card. I went out the window, and after I disappeared around the corner of the training hall, a woman in purple came out of the shadows by the far wall, where she had been standing for 2 hours. That boy actually finished it, and in that pool, she thought, he made me open the second-order gene lock. She stood there a while longer, and then she went home. I dragged myself back to the apartment and found the lights on. Why are you awake at this hour? Duan Jingze in the kitchen doing nothing. What did she do to you? Chang was fighting his own face. What happened to your head? Long story. Why are you up? Waiting for me? Don't flatter yourself. I was hungry. I'm looking for something to eat. Then take your time. I went to bed, and I do not remember getting into it. That became the shape of the next 4 months. Meditation in the morning, practical training with the class in the afternoon, and then, at night, breaking into a locked building to be thrown around by a woman who could set fire to water. At first, she refused to let me skip theory. She would rather I gave up the martial arts than the books. Then, over about 3 weeks, she asked me increasingly specific questions about beasts and war spirits and stopped getting answers she could correct, and after that, she stopped requiring my attendance. I kept going to combat technique and to the general academic classes because I have opinions about being an illiterate war spirit master, and one morning I did the arithmetic and found that 4 months had gone. Bo Suyin was in front, level 2 tier 1, and she had absorbed the bronze card I made her when she broke through. I was behind her because I was spending my nights getting thrown into a pool. I was at level 1 tier 9, 1 card away from level 2, and Duan Jingzhe hit level 1 tier 9 on the same day I did, so we agreed to break through together. It was a Monday, which is Stone Day, which is why we were all in Hall 3 when the shouting started. Absolutely not. Bo Suyin has an elemental spirit. Jia Li Hua has an open bloodline. Both of them nearly failed absorbing a bronze card. And you want to absorb a bronze? Teacher, I came in on that. We both did it. Why can't Brother Duan? Because absorbing a card is not paperwork. She turned around. When you put a card into your codex, you go inside and you fight the demon spirit that lives in it. Nobody can do it for you. You conquer it or it beats you. I am not being cruel to Duan Jingzhe. If he fails, he does not merely stay where he is. Chang can be knocked down a rank. I had not known that. Nobody tells you that part until you are standing next to it. She was also, I found out later, counting weeks. The ranking competition was 1 month out, and Duan Jingzhe was the shield of that team, and she was not prepared to spend him on a card. Duan Jingzhe stood there with his head down until she finished. Teacher Murong, let me try once more. Once. Did I say all of that to a wall? Here's the part she had not mentioned, and I had not either. We had started our absorptions at the same time. I finished mine. Duan Jingzhe did not finish his, and by the time she walked in, he was gray and soaked through and going nowhere, and she cut it off. If she had arrived 10 minutes later, he would have been demoted. Please, Chang just kept saying it. She looked at him for a long moment. I see. Your temperament and your war spirit's shell are the same object. She let out a breath. Once, and if anything goes wrong, I stop it immediately. Thank you, teacher. Chang was delighted, like a small child, which is not a thing you often see on a boy of 16 with visible stubble. Chang had reasons. Before he met us, he had exactly one, which was his family, and it was a reason made mostly of spite. Chang had a second one now, which was that he was not going to be the part of this that broke. Recover your energy first. Sit. Chang sat down and went under. The thing he has to conquer, Bo Suyin said quietly, is the sacred scarab. And Jingja Mao has no attack at all. There are two ways to take a demon spirit card. Either the demon spirit surrenders, or you break it and take it. The first one does not happen. Demon spirits are made out of demonic beasts, and they hate us to the last atom. Nobody in recorded history has had one volunteer. So Duan Jingzhe had to break the shell of a creature whose entire identity is shell, using a turtle whose entire identity is also shell. I stood there working on it while he meditated, because watching my brother do all the work while I held his coat was making me feel like something I did not want to be, and I got it. Teacher Murong, can we feed him spiritual energy while he's inside? As long as he trusts you completely, there's no danger in… She stopped. Her eyes went wide. You mean supply him, so he can wear it down. Neither of them can hurt the other, so it becomes a question of who runs out first, and he is not going to be the one who runs out, because he has 3 of us out here. His attack was pitiful. Pitiful is not 0. Pitiful multiplied by an entire night is a hole in anything. I told Duan Jingzhe when he surfaced, and I watched his whole face change. Chang flipped to the second page of his codex and set the card in the empty slot. The scarab came off the card as light and went straight into his brow, and his whole body swayed where he sat. Inside, he told us afterwards, there was a beetle the size of a car, and it came at Jingja Mao immediately, and Jingja Mao, who is not fast, got hit and went over. Right, me then. Chang picked his turtle up, carried him around behind the scarab, and climbed onto its back. Jingja Mao, head in, earth element shield. And Jingja Mao, who is unreliable about most things, understood exactly what kind of night this was and put a shield around his own shell and held it. And then Duan Jingzhe sat on the back of a demon spirit and started hitting it with his fists. 80, 80, 80, which is what he shouted all night because Jingja Mao is little 8, and there is no explanation for this beyond the fact that he is Duan Jingzhe. Out here, 3 of us sat around him in a circle and took turns pushing energy into him because that earth shield costs a fortune to hold, and he was holding it for hours. We watched for anything wrong. Nothing went wrong. It was simply very long. The moon came up over the tree line while we started. At some point, it went away, and I did not notice. The next thing I noticed was that the light coming through the high windows of that hall had turned gray and then gold. By dawn, Murong Ruoshi was gray in the face. She had been giving the most because she had the most, which meant she had been running on nothing for the last 2 hours and had not mentioned it. Inside, Duan Jingzhe's arms had swollen to the point where he could barely lift them, and a crack opened in the shell. Honestly, by then, the party I felt worst for was the sacred scarab. That thing had spent an entire night being hit by a teenager while carrying him around on its back, unable to reach him, unable to throw him, unable to sleep. I have heard of a man taming a hawk. I have never heard of anybody taming a beetle by annoying it to death. Right when Duan Jingzhe was going to fall off, the scarab came apart into light and left. Yellow light came out of his forehead and went down into the codex in front of him, and the card sank into the book and became part of it forever. And the shock of it pushed him straight through into level 2. He did it. We outlasted a beetle, Bo Suyin said, and sat down on the floor. Chang actually did it. Murong Ruoshi was staring. A low-grade war spirit absorbed a bronze card. That is not supposed to be possible. She was being precise about it. I did it, but I have an open bloodline, so I am a footnote with an asterisk. Duan Jingzhe did it with a turtle and a bad attitude. Chang opened his eyes. Did I do it? You did it. Oh, good. Then he fell over sideways and stayed there. None of you attend class today. Murong Ruoshi got herself upright in stages. 3 days from now, main gate, 7 in the morning. We're going to the first quarantine zone. What's the first quarantine zone? Beast Country. You'll see. The ranking competition is in a month, and you need your evolution materials before it. Young spirits are not going to be enough. Evolution materials. I had been waiting for that sentence since a welfare home office floor. What do we need to do? Rest, and decide where your war spirits are going. Bring me your material lists, and I'll check them. She trusted us by then, especially me, which is a sentence I did not enjoy typing. Because by that point, she had spent 4 months quietly discovering that she had a student who could look at a beast he had never seen and tell her its attribute and its weakness, and who had opinions about war spirit development that she could not correct. And I never told her where any of it came from. Not once in 4 months, and not once in the years after. An innocent man carrying a treasure is a guilty man, and the specific version of that for me is a laboratory. 3 days later, we were at the gate before she was. 3 days of doing nothing had left all 3 of us vibrating. You're early, that's new. Teacher, we've been waiting ages. Have you rested? Do you have the material lists? I handed her all 3. Here is what was on them. My route has one direction, Jade Qilin Snake, no choices. But the same evolution comes in grades. There is a normal version, an elite version, and a perfect version, and the difference between them is what you feed it. Normal is cheap. 1 low-grade Thunder Core, a 10-year Magnolia, a kilo of 10-year lightning-struck wood, doable in a fortnight. I had written the perfect one, which needs an intermediate grade, Subdragon species Thunder Element Beast Core, 5 20-year White Magnolias, and 5 lots of 20-year lightning-struck wood. Subdragon species, intermediate grade. Bo Suyin's list was harder in a different way, because a fire spirit's evolution tree is not a tree, it is a continent. I went through it and pulled out several routes and let her choose. She chose Flame Spirit Sparrow, and her stated reason in full was that she liked how the name sounded. Duan Jingzhi's took me the least time, because there is only one road to Holy Spirit, so there was nothing to decide. It confused me anyway, because every war spirit alive evolves on a core of its own attribute. That is not a guideline. That is the first sentence of the first page of the textbook. Duan Jingzhi's Earth-type turtle needed a Water-type core. I wrote it down as the system gave it to me, because the system has not been wrong yet, and I sat there for a while looking at it. Murong Ruoshi held those 3 sheets of paper for 15 minutes without saying one word. I watched her hands. They were not steady. Jia Li Hua, are you serious? Teacher? Is something wrong with them? Is something. She stopped. Then she folded them up, handed them back to me, and breathed out. I don't believe you would gamble your own future for a joke. I hope none of this was invented. Here is what she was actually looking at. Murong Ruoshi was a genuine prodigy, and she can recite every publicly recorded evolution route in the Alliance database from memory. She did not recognize a single line on any of the 3 sheets. Mine, she could almost forgive. It was at least structurally sane. Same materials, same shape, everything moved up several grades. Ambitious to the point of stupid, since an intermediate Subdragon Thunder Core is the kind of thing that gets written about, but not insane. Bo Suyin's was baffling. Here is a girl with a fire spirit, one of the 3 best young spirits in the country. Her tree contains Fire Spirit Monkey and Blazing Lion, both with documented routes all the way to ultimate form. And she is choosing an animal called Flame Spirit Sparrow that appears in no book anywhere. And Duan Jingzhi's was, to her, not even wrong. It was gibberish. Nobody in the entire Alliance uses an off-attribute core. Nobody has ever published what happens when you try. Nobody wants to be the person who finds out. Teacher, I thought about it for a long time. I'll carry the consequences. I won't disappoint you. I looked at her and did not move. I believe in Brother Jia's choice. So do I. Murong Ruoshi's eyebrows were doing something structural. Then she shook her head. Fine, then I'll be insane along with you. She started walking toward the helicopter and turned around when she noticed we had not moved. What are you standing there for? You operation? What else am I supposed to do? All 3 of you have made up your minds, and if I say no, I'm the villain in your story for the next 10 years. She went up onto the aircraft. Get in. These are hired by the hour, and they are not cheap. We flew for half a day, and the closer we got, the more the world changed underneath us. The cities stopped, then the towns stopped, and what was left was flat, cleared, patrolled ground, and men in uniform standing in it with a particular expression I had not seen before. Then the wall. You do not understand the steel wall from photographs. It is hundreds of meters high and several meters thick, and it goes to the horizon in both directions, and above it there is a faint shell of energy with electricity moving across it, a dome over the entire base, because some of the things out there fly. That's the last line for Central China Base. That's the steel wall. We got down and I stood there with my head back. Our base must be impregnable. Murong Ruoshi did not enjoy that sentence. Do not be comforted by walls. They get through. It happens regularly. She said it flatly, like a weather report. A month ago, in the second quarantine zone, a Lord-grade beast evolved into disaster grade. It came up with a void ability. It went through 2 steel forts without anybody seeing it do it, and it got into a village near the border, and it took the Alliance Legion a serious effort to put it down. Beast grades run low, intermediate, advanced, and then Lord. And at Lord, they stop being animals and start being intelligent, which is when they become genuinely difficult. Above Lord, it goes disaster, calamity, and higher, and at that end of the scale, the names have stopped being classifications and started being descriptions. So there's no such thing as peace, I said. There's just somebody else carrying it. Now you understand. Move. There are gates in that wall, and every one of them is heavily manned. Plenty of traffic going through, including groups exactly like us, kids with a teacher. Halt. Pass. Murong Ruoshi handed over a pass, and I got a look at it. It did not have the Academy crest on it. It was military green, with 2 5-pointed stars and a bar through them. The soldier's posture changed completely. Apologies, Lieutenant. These are my 3 students. They're going out for evolution materials. Open the gate, please. Lieutenant. It is a nominal rank, mostly. It comes with the resources and the benefits of being in the Alliance Legion. It also comes with the part where if the Alliance issues an emergency call, she goes, and she has no vote in the matter. Sir, open 1782. The gate came apart with a noise like a factory, and every weapon on that section of wall traversed to cover the opening, in case anything decided to use it. She walked out first. We followed. It shut behind us, and it is not the Forest of Steel. The Forest of Steel is a park. It has a fence and staff and a rescue policy. Out here, the air smells of blood all the time. Not sometimes, all the time. There were carcasses outside that gate in various stages, and among them there were remains that had been people, and none of those were in one piece. So this is the wilderness. Bo Suyin had gone quiet. The trees were enormous, even the grass was wrong, and something a long way off was making a noise that I could not identify and did not want explained. Be afraid. It's the correct response. Murong Ruoshi turned around. This is the real thing. People die out here every day. You have 1 month to collect everything on those lists. A month should be plenty, Duan Jingde said, and did not sound sure. That depends. For low-grade cores, yes. What you 3 have written down is intermediate grade. Multiply the difficulty by 10. We've got you, teacher. You're level 4, tier 9, and intermediate beast is… Ah, she smiled at him. You poor thing. I'm not coming. What? All 3 of us at once. I'm at tier 9. I need my own cards for my own breakthrough, and more importantly, I can carry you today, and I cannot carry you forever. This month is the single best training opportunity any of you will ever get. Don't waste it. Understood, teacher. Take this. She put a locator in my hand. If it goes wrong, use it. Do not be brave about it. I put it in my storage ring, which is a thing you can just buy now, technology being what it is. In 1 month, I'll find you with the locator, and we go home together. See you in a month. She summoned, played a flying card, and went up over the tree line and out of sight in about 6 seconds. That is harsh, Duan Jingde said to the sky. What if something advanced grade eats us? She has reasons, Bo Suyin said. We can't have her forever. Then stop complaining. We thought this was going to be a supervised shopping trip. It is not. A month might not be enough. Move. We spent the first stretch searching rather than hunting, because a beast in the wilderness does not want to be found. If it were not for the roaring, you could walk through that place all day and conclude it was empty. There, that's it. Off to my right, tucked in against a root system where you would never look, there was a spread of dark red flowers. 20-year demon flame flower. A dozen of them. Item 1 on Bo Suyin's list. She was already on her knees with the spirit plant compendium open, checking it against the picture. It is. Brother Jia, our luck is incredible. I genuinely do not understand how your brain functions. Duan Jingde thumped my shoulder. You have never once attended that theory class, and you know every plant in the wilderness by sight. Brother Jia is gifted. It must be very hard for you. It is. It is very hard for me. Chong went to help her pick them. I smiled and said nothing, which by then was a reflex because the system reads plants the same way it reads beasts, and everything it has ever shown me stays in my head like it was cut there. We were laughing about it and filling a bag when the ground moved. Wait, did you feel that? Both of them stopped. Something's under us, and there's a lot of it. The shaking stopped, then small holes opened in the dirt all around us, and something came out of one of them so fast it was a line. Bullet ants, down! Earth element shield. Duan Jingzhe had Jingzhe Mao out and a wall up before I finished the word. The noise on the other side of that shield was not insects. It was a workshop. Sparks came off it. Bullet ant. Attribute, metal, grade, low, skills, bullet ricochet, bullet storm, weakness, fire, trait, above 100, the swarm performs bullet storm at intermediate grade power, exercise caution, metal element, not the poison ones. There are more than 100 out there, which means they can do the storm. Why is it always ants? Duan Jingzhe's arms were shaking. Last time it was poison ants. Now it's metal ants. We're surrounded. We need a way out. Both of them had already gone somewhere else in their heads. To a forest 4 months ago and an hour of running. And these were worse. The poison ones were slow and weak and won by arithmetic. These come out of the ground at the speed of a rifle round. I can't hold this much longer. The shield had gone thin enough to see through, and I looked at the two of them and understood what was actually happening, which was that we were about to run away from the same animal twice. Run? Why? They both looked at me. They're low grade. Look at us. We are not the same people who ran last time. Bo Suyin and Duan Jingzhe looked at each other. Chang's right. She stood up. They're low grade beasts. Why are we running? Then let's kill them all, we summoned together. And when Little Yin and Jingyuan came out, both of them were bigger, considerably. 4 months of rank does that, and I had not properly noticed until I saw them standing next to a wall of something that wanted to eat us. Little Yin made a noise, Jingyuan made a noise, and the ants outside stopped hitting the shield quite so hard. Brother Duan, open a gap, let them out. Right, be careful. A gap opened in the shield, and both of them went out through it. Jingyuan was on fire, so nothing came near her. Every single ant on that ground went for Little Yin instead. Perfect. Little Yin, Death Coil. Death Coil is the move where she goes into a ball. Steel Hedgehog, Sword Armament. And an absorbed card is twice the card. The blades that came out of her that day were not the 2-meter blades that had stopped in front of Chobo's eye. They were nearly 5 meters long, and they came out through a solid carpet of metal ants at speed. Metal against metal. Except one of those metals was a bronze-grade demon spirit card, and the other was an insect. Little Yin, Death Roll. That is not in any book. That is what happens when you take a defensive skill and an armament card and refuse to use either of them the way they were designed. The ball started moving. She went through that swarm like a threshing machine going through a field, and she kept going, and the blades came out the other side wearing several hundred ants, and the noise they made is not a noise I enjoy remembering. An army that had been suicidally committed 30 seconds earlier broke and ran. You're leaving? Did you ask Jingyuan? Crimson Flame Sparrow, Crimson Flame Enchantment, Jingyuan, Fire Tornado. A bronze card went in, and the column that came out of that fire spirit was 30 meters tall, and it walked. It caught the retreat. What went up into the air came down as ash. Somebody behind me started clapping. I have to say, the pair of you are horrifying. That thing did not last 1 round. Duan Jingzhe dropped the shield, sweating and delighted. We had spent 4 months carrying a very specific piece of damage. Bullet ants had run us for an hour through a forest and left the 3 of us with something in the back of our heads that came out every time we heard rustling. That afternoon, we took a swarm 3 times the size and beat it in under a minute, and I watched both of them put that thing down and leave it there. Bad luck on drops, though. Only 7 gray iron. Only 7. Gray iron's no use to us anymore. Give them all to Brother Jia. Fine by me, Duan Jingzhe thumped my shoulder. You're my card supplier now. Just tell me what you need and I'll get it. Anything at all? Really? Anything you can name. Do you have an epic grade? Get lost. For the record, the honest answer at that point was silver, with difficulty, with a real chance of failure, and I would have been asleep for a day afterwards. Epic grade is a word in a textbook. Even if I could build one, I could not have lifted it. I was joking. Why do you take everything so seriously? Are you two going to help me pick these flowers or not? We went and picked flowers, which you have to do properly. You take the whole root and you put them in a sealed container, or the potency goes off them within the hour. And several hundred meters away, on top of a tree, a woman in purple watched all of this through the leaves. 4 months of training has done what I wanted. Several hundred metal element bullet ants running the swarm behavior is intermediate grade in practice, she thought, and they killed it without me. She had told us she was leaving. She had then followed us at a distance for half a day to find out whether she had just fed 3 children to a forest. Then she went, properly that time, deeper into the wilderness to do her own work. While we were picking, things started arriving. Not attacking, arriving. Sitting at the edge of the clearing in the dark under the trees, looking at us with the lamps on, waiting for us to leave so they could have the bullet ants. What are you all looking at? I will turn every one of you into a kebab. Duan Jingzhe yelling into a tree line. Several of them backed off 10 meters, which is more than he expected. We were not going to eat any of that. We had come out here properly. Every one of us had a storage ring full of food and clean water, and cooking a demonic beast takes an hour you can spend not being eaten. But I stood there, looking at all those eyes in the dark and at the pile of dead ants, and something arrived. Why don't we use the ants as bait? There's an intermediate grade fire type that eats almost nothing else. Bo Suyin straightened up. You mean the fire-feathered vulture? Perfect, said Duan Jingzhe. Intermediate grade fire type, and third sister needs an intermediate grade fire core. Then we go fishing. We stacked every ant corpse into one heap in the open. We wanted to build a trap around it and decided against it, because a bird that survives in the wilderness by being suspicious will not land on a clearing that has been rearranged. That thing's a serious flyer. If we don't take it down in the first hit, it becomes very difficult. Chong was right, and we all knew it. Intermediate grade is roughly growth stage in war spirit terms. That is a whole rank above 3 young spirits. Hard problem, Bo Suyin said. Her fire spirit can hover. It cannot chase. Against something that actually flies, she was a very bright rock. I've got an idea. Little Yin won't enjoy it. Hiss? She put her head on one side and flicked her tongue at me. You lie down next to the ants and you play dead, like you killed them and it killed you. When the vulture lands and gets comfortable, you take it and you do not let it get airborne. She nodded, extremely seriously. Then she rolled onto her back, put her body into a bent shape that suggested a violent end, and let her tongue hang out of the side of her mouth. She lay there for a second. Then she turned her head very slightly to check whether it was good enough. I gave her a thumbs up. Her acting is remarkable, Duan Jingzhe said. Who's war spirit? Both of you hide, now! We got into a bank of scrub and pulled the dead leaves over ourselves until there was nothing showing. All the beasts sitting in the dark watched 3 humans bury themselves in a bush and decided, collectively, that they did not want any part of whatever this was, and none of them came near the ants. 3 hours. 3 hours face down under leaves without moving. Is this working? It's nearly dark, and there's no... A cry came down out of the sky, and every animal at the edge of that clearing left at once. The thing that came down did 2 circles first to check, and then landed. I had used the word intermediate perhaps 30 times by then. I had never once understood it. That bird stood 3 meters at the shoulder, wingspan over 5. Every feather on it was red metal, with fire actually burning along the edges, and its beak looked forged. And it picked up a bullet ant, which is a creature with a head like a rifle round, and cracked it like a sunflower seed. That is intermediate grade? Quiet. Fire-feathered vulture. Attribute, fire. Grade, intermediate. Skills, light speed strike, blazing whirlwind, 1,000 illusion fire feathers. Trait, powerful fire type, excels at high altitude, very large attack radius, slow on the ground. Slow on the ground. There is the whole battle plan, in 4 words, handed to me for free while I lay under a pile of leaves. It ate. It ignored the dead white snake completely, which was the entire point of the dead white snake. It turned its back. Little Yin, death coil. She came off the ground like a released spring and went up its leg, and she was not big enough to take the body, so she took 1 wing and everything she could reach of it. The bird went up hard on reflex, with 1 wing bound, which meant it did not go up. It went sideways into a tree and screamed, Jingyuan, Jingyuan, the eye, fireball! A meter of fire crossed the clearing. Little Yin got her tail around a trunk and pulled, holding the wing down with the rest of her, doing the one job in the world that a snake is built for. And the vulture, unable to dodge, flared its other wing and threw a firestorm into the fireball. They met in the middle, and both war spirits went backwards 10 meters. And little Yin went with the wing she was holding, and I felt that one. Steel hedgehog, sword armament! The blades came out while it was down. They did not go through. Those feathers are steel, and they stopped a bronze card cold, and little Yin could not even fully extend. But the inside of a wing is not armored. The inside of a wing is down. Blades went 30 centimeters into it, and blood started coming down the underside in strings. The bird made a noise that put birds up out of trees a kilometer away, and every flame on its body doubled, and I watched my war spirit's armor start to glow. Red hot. All of it. She was wearing 5 meters of steel, and it was heating toward the color of a forge, and she did not let go. It was also cooking the vulture, which is why it went into a frenzy trying to shake her off. Little Yin, hold, give it the lightning. Because if she let go now, the thing would get into the air, and this species is famously vindictive. And up there, it has 1,000 illusion fire feathers and a very large radius, and we are 3 children in a clearing. She growled, and the lightning came up her whole body, thick as a little finger, and the vulture locked up. Fireball! Bo Su-yin had been standing there useless for a minute, which she hated. And then the bird did something I still think about. It could not dodge the fireball, so it raised its own right wing into the path of it, deliberately, and turned its body so that the impact would go through the wing and into the snake wrapped around it. It chose to take serious damage in order to kill the thing holding it down. It's using our own! Xiaoba, shield on Little White! Duanjingzhe got a wall between them at the last possible instant. The fireball took most of that shield off. Little Yin survived it and was thoroughly wrung, and for about 2 seconds she was not moving properly. The vulture had been waiting for exactly that. Its neck folded back like a spring, and it struck. Crack! The rest of the shield went. Then it did it again, and again, and again, into the same spot, faster each time, hammering that red-hot sword armor with a beak like a chisel, while the barbs on it tore its own scalp open on the blades, and it did not care at all. Because it had understood the situation completely. Get the snake off, or die slowly. Steel does not like being struck repeatedly at that temperature. Pieces started coming off her, like scale off cooling lava. In under a minute, the armor that had killed a war spirit in a classroom was gone, and what was under it was a snake. Little White, let go. She let go and started moving, which is the only defense she had left. The bird got both wings out and mantled, triumphant, and its right wing was red to the elbow and shaking. You want to fly? Ask my Jingzhe Mao. Xiaoba, foot, now. Because while all of that had been happening, a turtle had been crossing that clearing at the speed of a turtle and had arrived. The vulture got about a centimeter of air under it before Jingzhe Mao closed on its foot, and that bird was strong enough that it started lifting anyway. It put out a burst of fire, hammered its wings, and got a war spirit that weighs as much as a small car a meter off the ground. Let me show you what a real burden feels like. Sacred scarab, holy armament. Gold went over that shell like plating, and the mass went up, and the vulture came back down out of the sky and hit the ground hard enough to lose feathers in every direction. It kicked, it could not shift him. So it used light speed strike on the turtle. Clang, a third of its beak broke off and went spinning into the grass. There was a white mark on Jingzhe Mao. That was all. There was a small white mark. The vulture paused. I would like to think it was reconsidering. Huo huo, fire tornado, now. The column came across the clearing, and the vulture threw everything it had into getting away and could not move because there was a mountain attached to its ankle. She did not have to aim carefully either, which is the beautiful thing about a defensive teammate. Jingzhe Mao was in that fire with holy armament and an earth shield up, and honestly seemed comfortable. Jingzhe Mao let go at the right moment, and the tornado took the bird straight up. And it went round and round in there, shedding, until what came out of the top was a completely bald animal that could no longer fly. It is a fire type, so the fire did not kill it. It hit the ground and kept struggling. Finish. Arc flash. Little Yin became a line of light and went in through the chest. Intermediate grade demonic beast. Down. All three of us sat on the ground at the same time. That thing was nearly advanced grade, Bo Suyin said to nobody. Look at the size of it. Another few months and it evolves into a fire cloud eagle. If Jingzhe Mao hadn't caught the foot, it gets airborne and uses 1,000 illusion fire feathers, and we all die in a clearing. Well, Duan Jingzhe rubbed his neck. You three sat up all night so I could absorb a card. It'd be rude not to. That was the hardest thing any of us had ever done, and it worked for exactly one reason, which is that 3 war spirits with no individual answer to that bird had won between them. And after that fight, we stopped talking during fights. I do not mean we became quiet. I mean the planning stopped being out loud. Hiss. Coo. All 3 of them came over to us at once, extremely pleased with themselves, wanting to be told. I got little Yin up in both arms, and she had burns along 1/3 of her body. You had a bad day. She pushed her head into my neck and licked my face with a cold tongue. Stop that. Go back and heal. I'm not letting that happen again. She went into the codex as white light. That is a promise I broke a number of times. And then something started glowing over the corpse. We should buy lottery tickets. Duan Jingzhe was up and moving. Bronze. It was 1 evolution off advanced grade, and it got killed by 3 young spirits. I did not even get up. It would be strange if it didn't drop. Because the drop rate everybody quotes is an average, and averages hide things. 2 things raise it. 1, how close the beast is to evolving. 2, and this is the part people find unpleasant, how much resentment it dies with. That bird had been about to become something magnificent. It came down for a quiet meal, and it was jumped, held, cooked, plucked bald, and killed by 3 young spirits, which in its world is the same as being killed by vermin. You can imagine the state of mind. The flip side is also true and worth knowing. When a strong master casually kills something far below them, the drop rate goes down because the beast dies frightened and busy trying to escape and never gets around to hating anybody. Even with both conditions, it is still a coin toss. It is only ever a better coin. It's an armament card, fire type. That's yin-yins. That doesn't seem right. We all did that. She meant it. She had just watched what a bronze card costs to obtain, and I think she was recalculating the 2 I had handed out like sweets. Don't be ridiculous. Duan Jingzhe put it in her hand. You're the only one without one. Who else is it for? She took it and did not say anything. It was also, for the moment, unusable. Jingyuan is an elemental. She does not have a body yet. You cannot bolt feathers onto a flame. Then Duan Jingzhe turned his head. Something's coming. A lot of something. That corpse is a dinner bell. Get the core out, fast. Because an intermediate grade kill does not attract low grade scavengers. It attracts other intermediates in numbers, or it attracts the actual king of the first quarantine zone, and we had nothing left. Our reserves were empty. My war spirit was in a book with burns on her, and any fight we took now was a fight we lost. Leave the butchery to us. Stand back. Duan Jingzhe took out a military knife and opened the vulture's head. I got a hand in, found the crystal core burning away inside it, wiped it, and put it in Bo Suyin's palm. We're going. Now. We had been running for maybe 40 seconds when a tree came down behind us. Not fell, came down, the way a tree does when something walks through it. Nobody looked back. We ran until the noise stopped, and then we stood there in a heap. That sounded advanced grade. So there are advanced grade in this zone. I had my hands on my knees. Teacher said if we meet one, we run. Right. It's getting dark. We need somewhere. Tent, watch rotation, 6 hours each, same as always. 28 days went by like that. I am not going to pretend it was uneventful. It was uneventful in the way that a war is uneventful between the interesting parts. There were several nights that I would rather not narrate. Nobody got seriously hurt, which I put down to being terrified from day one and staying that way. And the longer we stayed out there, the less any of us talked about the wilderness the way we had talked about it at the gate. 5 white magnolias, 20 year. I put them in the ring and ticked the last line on my sheet. Everything on my list was done except one thing, an intermediate grade sub-dragon species, thunder element beast core. We had killed intermediates, not many, and a sub-dragon species is not a thing you go and find, it is a thing that happens to you. I had, as insurance, killed an ordinary intermediate thunder type and taken its core, so that if the month ran out, I could downgrade to elite evolution and still get something. I did not want elite evolution. Mine's all collected except the core, Duan Jingzhe said, looking at his own sheet with a face on. I've got an intermediate water type, it's not a snake species. Which would probably work. Probably. Bo Suyin was the only one who was actually finished, because a fire core is a fire core and the first quarantine zone has plenty of them. Then we try the lake. Water zone, snake species. That's the only place either of us is getting what we need. Yours is rarer than mine. We should look for yours. Mine doesn't have a habitat. Subdragons go where they like. I got him moving. The lake at least has an address. The largest body of fresh water in the first quarantine zone is called Dongxin Lake, and it is completely flat. Not calm, flat. There was no wind on it at all. Snake types eat frogs. Use the green wood frog. I got the meat out of my ring. We had taken an intermediate grade green wood frog days earlier and kept the meat in case the food ran out. I put the whole slab down on the shore with a hook in it. Everybody hunts water beasts this way. You do not go in the water. Humans are a joke in water. You put the bait on the land and you let the thing come to you, and the hook stops it taking your bait home. The line is a filament that costs a fortune and does not break under tens of tons. I tied the other end around the largest boulder on that shore. There, sorted. We hid behind the same boulder, on the theory that if the line moved, we would feel it through the rock. Please let it be a snake species. Frogs pull snakes. It'll be fine. Duan Jingzhe settled in. I just hope we don't get the monster. Would you shut up? Because Duan Jingzhe's mouth is a curse, and by that point in the month, it had been demonstrated repeatedly, and also because we knew what he meant. Murong Ruoxi had told us about Dongxin Lake before we left. It is called Dongxin, which means hollow heart, because there is a cave in the middle of the lake bed that has no measured bottom, and the walls of it are smooth, which means something goes in and out of it often enough to polish stone. Somebody once dived down to find out what. Chang reported an eye. In the dark, deep down, a green eye the size of a lantern looking back up at him. Chang got out of that water in a manner not taught by any swimming instructor, and reported it, and the Alliance's best guess is Titan Python. Titan Python is filed as intermediate grade, which is one of those classifications that is technically correct and completely useless. It is intermediate because it grows so slowly that it has not evolved. What it actually is the size of a hill, and advanced grade beasts do not go in that lake. It is the guardian of Dongxin Lake, which is a poetic way of saying that everything else in there lives at its discretion. Duan Jingzhe shut up and watched the water. What none of us knew was that there was another group on that shore, further round, who had arrived after us. 4 of them. 3 about our age and 1 older, in the way that teachers are older. Teacher Jingzhe, those people are hunting water types too. Should we move them on? No rush. The man watched us for a while. They're using wood frog. That's very good bait. Then, and I don't see a teacher with them. That's brave. Are you saying we should let them do it first? They took an intermediate grade green wood frog. They're not weak. Chang smiled. So let them tire it out, and we'll deliver the last blow, and the core will be yours. Whatever you say, teacher. I did not know any of that until later either. The water broke. Something came out of it fast, took the entire slab of frog meat in one bite, and turned to go home. And the line came tight with a bang like a cable snapping. The boulder we were sitting behind, which is the biggest rock on that shore, moved. Not far. It jerked, and then it held, and the 3 of us went over backwards. Roar! The thing on the end of the line came up thrashing, and it was not a snake. Oh, you have got to be joking! Split-tailed Deinosuchus, intermediate grade, extremely impressive, completely useless to us. Brother Duan, don't sulk. I've got more frog. We can go again. Fine. Chang went to untie the line off the boulder, because we did not need a crocodile core, and hunting one is an afternoon. And then the Deinosuchus stopped struggling. Completely. All at once. Something's wrong. I had his collar. It's shaking, Bo Suyin whispered. Brother Jia, that thing is intermediate grade. What makes an intermediate grade shake? The lake stayed flat. Then it did not. A shadow came up under the surface, and a mouth came out of the water, and it took the Deinosuchus whole, the way you would take a chip. What surfaced was one head, only the head, and the head was bigger than the entire crocodile it had just eaten, and it had 2 eyes on it the size of lanterns with a faint green light in them. It swallowed. Then it looked over at the boulder we were behind. It did not come, it just looked. The 3 of us went back down behind that rock and lay there, listening to our own hearts. Bo Suyin and I both turned our heads and looked at Duan Jingzhe. Why is everyone looking at me? How was I supposed to know we'd hook the actual say nothing ever again? It looks full, I whispered. It's not coming. I think we're too small to be worth the swim, Bo Suyin said. Round the shore, 4 other people were having a similar conversation. Teacher, what is that? Titan python, the guardian of Dongxin Lake. It's classified intermediate, and ordinary advanced grade beasts lose to it. The man's voice was not steady. If that got me into the water, I would simply die there. But you're a level 4 master. My war spirit is mature stage. Advanced grade is not a problem for me, and I'd give a lord grade a real fight. Chang did not take his eyes off the lake. Something that size, in water, is a different question. And nobody researches them because nobody survives close enough. I do not know a single weakness of that animal. Then let's leave it alone. Excellent decision. 10 seconds too late for us. Because there was a grinding noise, and the boulder we were leaning on started to move. All 3 of us went over on our backs, and by the time we were up, it had gone several meters toward the water. The line. I never untied the line. The crocodile it had swallowed still had my hook in it. I went after the boulder to get the filament off, and it was drum tight and accelerating, and there was nothing to untie. The rock got to the waterline and jammed hard between 2 reef spurs on the shore, and then the hook, which does not break, tore upward through the inside of a throat. The roar came up out of that lake at a volume that is not sound. It is pressure. Waves came off the middle of the lake in rings and hit the shore, and Titan python came out of the water. Not the head. All of it. It stood up. 30 meters of it, standing, thicker through the body than any tree on that shore, and it put the entire beach into shadow. And in that shadow, the 2 lanterns came round and found us. So we've annoyed it. Can we run? Duan Jingzhe's voice had gone up an octave. How is that a fight? It did not attack. It was busy. Something was moving up the inside of it, a bulge traveling slowly toward the head, and it was maybe a dozen meters from the mouth. It's bringing the crocodile back up. Then we go, now. Do you think we can outrun that? Chang opened his mouth and then thought about it honestly, which I respect. No. I could have. Thunder roar mode and a head start, and I am gone. Neither of them could, and that was not a plan. That was a sentence I was not going to say out loud. So I looked at the thing standing over us, and I thought about the list in my pocket. It's at its weakest while it's bringing that up. I looked at Duan Jingzhe. And Brother Duan. What is Titan python, exactly? Chang stared at me. It's a water type, snake species. Intermediate grade, water, snake. You want to hunt it. Do we have another option? Bo Suyin got up off the ground first. Brother Jia's right. We hooked it through the throat. That thing is not going to forget us. If we run, it follows. The only version where we live is the one where it doesn't. Duan Jingzhe looked at the lake and at the animal standing in it and stamped his foot like a man agreeing to a dare. Fine, fine. It's only intermediate grade. What am I afraid of? Then follow my orders. We get it onto land. I looked at him and he understood instantly and had Jingzhe Mao out before I finished. Jingzhe Mao, war taunt, as loud as you can manage. Chang set the turtle down on the sand and put a megaphone in front of him. Jingzhe Mao looked up at 30 meters of guardian deity. Then he looked round at Duan Jingzhe, and the look on his face was not a look of enthusiasm. You just shout and then hide. It cannot possibly do anything to you. Ko! Ko! The turtle taunted the guardian of Dongxin Lake through a megaphone, and the guardian of Dongxin Lake, which had been almost calm, lost its entire mind and came ashore. What did he say? What did that turtle say to it? Titan Python came up the beach and swung its tail at Jingzhe Mao, and Duan Jingzhe got the sacred scarab on him half a second early. Jingzhe Mao went off the sand, hit the jammed boulder, and put a dent in it. The boulder. Yin Yin, range only. Do not let it get near you. I'll keep it busy. Because I had just seen what that tail does. Jingzhe Mao armored is heavy enough that an intermediate-grade vulture could not lift him at full burn, and that tail moved him like a football. Anything that gets hit by that, or wrapped in it, is not injured. It is finished. Be careful. She got behind a rock with Jing Yuan. Brother Duan, hide, and put a shield on me. Chang put an earth shield around me, said something I did not hear, dragged his turtle out of a rock and got behind another one. Hey, big man, my war spirit's a snake too. Let's compare. I summoned little Yin and stood next to her in the open. The green in those eyes came up brighter. A snake spirit that in beast terms is low grade, standing on a beach, telling the guardian of Dongshin Lake that they are the same kind of animal. I have rarely been so effective. The tail came down like a tree falling. We were not there. Thunder roar mode, and little Yin in her own lightning, and we went 2 different directions, and the beach exploded where we had been. You can't hit me! Come on! Titan Python, attribute, water, grade, intermediate. Skills, giant tail strike, Titan bite, 10,000 ton entanglement. Trait, size of a small hill, strength of heavy machinery. Weakness, the heart, located at 4/10 of the body length from the head. 4/10. I read that while running, and it is the most useless piece of accurate information I have ever received. To reach the heart of that thing, you would have to be next to it, and being next to it is what 10,000 ton entanglement is for. But I had something better than a weakness. I had a rock with a wire on it. So I ran. Around the boulder, and around it again. Because the hook was still in its throat and the filament was still on the stone, and every lap I took, that animal followed me, and every lap it took wrapped another loop of its own line around the rock. And I went upward as I went round, so the coils climbed. That is how you tie up something that cannot be tied up. You get it to do it itself. It followed me. It did not see it. Its intelligence, and Titan Pythons do have some, was entirely occupied with wanting to kill me. I went up and stood on the top of the boulder and stopped. The mouth came up after me and jammed to a halt 10 centimeters from my face. You've been had. It roared into my face from about a hand's width. You also need to do something about your breath. I took out a blade, leaned forward, and put it into its eye up to the handle. The scream took the birds off the entire lake. Big and strong, I said, pulling it out. Not clever. And then I stood there, on top of a rock, doing arithmetic about where 4/10 of 30 meters is, which is when the boulder moved under my feet. Every muscle in that animal came on at once. I felt the change through the stone, all the way up into my teeth, and I thought, oh no. The boulder cracked. Then it came apart into gravel, and the loops that had been holding it fell loose, because 10,000 ton entanglement was not designed for war spirits. It was designed for terrain. I had tied a hill to a rock. Titan Python came off the beach like something let out of a cage, and the mouth came at me open. And little Yin, who had been circling in the rubble waiting for exactly nothing like this, went straight in front of me. It took her whole. No chewing. That is the one mercy of that species. It does not chew. Bosu Yin screamed my war spirit's name from behind a rock. And I smiled, because a snake had just gone somewhere I could not. Although, Titan Python is guardian of that lake for good reasons, and one of them is what it has inside it. I could feel her scales going, actually feel them, softening and coming away, and she had curled into a ball to keep her body core covered, and she was being digested at a speed I did not enjoy. I stood in the wreckage of a boulder with cold sweat coming down my face and watched a small bulge start to move down the outside of a 30-meter animal. 1/10. Yin Yin, buy me time. Crimson Flame Sparrow, Crimson Flame Enchantment. Fire Tornado. A column of fire crossed the beach at a 30-meter animal. Titan Python swept its tail through the gravel that used to be a boulder and threw about half a ton of rock into it at the speed of artillery. The tornado came apart. 3/10, I said. It roared and came at me, and the whole body gathered, every muscle in 30 meters of animal loading at once, like a spring being wound. Then it launched. From where I was standing, an office block fell over on top of me. Brother Feng! Move! Move. Both of them broke cover and ran at me, which was the single stupidest and best thing either of them has ever done. 4/10. I already had the card in my hand. There it is. Steel hedgehog, sword armament. 5 meters of blades came out of a snake. The snake was inside another snake, 4/10 of the way down its body, which is where a titan python keeps its heart. Every blade came out through the outside of that animal at once, in midair, and every one of them came out red. The whole thing went rigid. The green went out of the eyes like somebody had thrown a switch, and 30 meters of guardian deity came down out of the sky and drove its own blades into the beach and stopped there. Bo Suyin and Duan Jingzhe were still running when it landed. They stopped about 4 meters away and stood there. The guardian of Dongshin Lake. Duan Jingzhe's voice had gone somewhere strange. It's dead. Brother Jia, she got to me first. You took 10 years off me. It was under control. I had fed my own war spirit to it on purpose. Titan Python's scales stop everything we own. There is no version of that fight where we get through from outside. You cannot cut into that. You can only be inside it. But being inside it is only useful if you know precisely where you are going. And most snake types keep the heart at 7 inches, which is around 3/10. Titan Python is a freak. Titan Python keeps it at 6 inches, 4/10. I have never met a person who knew that, before or since. Did you let it eat Little Yin deliberately? Duan Jingzhe had got there. It's the only way it dies. How did you know where its heart was? That was Bo Suyin, and she was not asking casually, and she was looking at me while she asked. Lucky guess. I touched my nose. She let it go, the way she always let it go, which is a kindness that costs more than people think. Then, something started glowing over the corpse. That's a card. Bronze. I put my hand out for it and heard boots on gravel behind me. 4 of them, coming down the shoreline. 3 our age, 1 older, gold-rimmed glasses, academy uniform. I had the card in my fist before I finished turning round. Who are you? Because there is exactly one reason to stand and watch 3 teenagers fight a hill and then walk over the second a bronze card appears. Don't be nervous. We're from Shenfeng Academy in Anyang City. Which academy are you from? Why would we tell you that? What do you want? One of his students came forward. Hand over the Titan Python card, and if we're in a good mood, you keep your lives. You're an academy, Bo Suyin said. You're a teacher, and you're doing this. Everybody wins here. The man came a few steps closer, smiling. We don't want the crystal core. Keep the core. Give us the card. I'd hate for this to become difficult. We nearly died killing that thing, and you stood in the trees and watched. Why would we give you anything? So you'd rather have the hard version. Do you understand that I can leave all 3 of you out here permanently? Then let's see how you plan to manage that. You want to fight our teacher? Really? I laughed at them. Shenfeng is a key war spirit academy, isn't it? And here you are, a teacher from a prestigious academy on a beach, robbing 3 Class D first years. Here is exactly what I was doing. I had heard them coming and pressed the locator in my pocket before I turned around, and every single sentence out of my mouth after that was time. I had also just watched my own teacher hand a man his own legs at a checkpoint, and I had a fairly good idea what a level 4 master does to 3 young spirits with no energy left. I was not going to fight him. I was going to talk until somebody arrived. But the words Class D did something to that man's face, because he had just watched 3 children with a bronze card each, one of them holding an elemental spirit, and one of them killing the guardian of Dongshin Lake with an open bloodline and a young spirit. Your Class D? I got out my student ID and held it up, with the character on it. Chong read it about 4 times, and I could see the arithmetic happening. Shenfeng and Qingyun finish level with each other in the Central China League every year. If that is Qingyun's Class D, what in God's name is in Qingyun's Class A? Very well, since you're Class D, we won't bully you. Chong got his face back. But that Titan Python belonged to nobody, and we all saw it. Let's compete for it fairly. What do you say? Which is a beautiful sentence. Let us compete fairly for the thing I am taking from you. Chong also wanted to look at us. Chong was thinking about a league. Unclaimed? Duan Jingzhe actually laughed. You want to have a fair contest for our property? Have you gone insane? Class D trash. Don't push it. We're Class B at Shenfeng. Step aside or we take it. The teacher glanced at the boy and then said mildly, All right, Jaffe, give them a match. The tall one bowed to him. Yes, teacher, I won't embarrass the academy. That was his monitor and his favorite. Level 2 Tier 1 at that age is genuinely good. Bo Suyin started forward, and I put an arm across her. Yin Yin, you're the monitor of Class D. You don't handle this. But little Yin is still healing. She was. She was in the codex with her scales half digested, and she was not coming out that day. I looked at her, and she let go of my sleeve. Your war spirit still hurt, Jaffe said. You should send somebody else. Chong was genuinely offended. Chong was the monitor of Class B, and he was being offered an injured nobody from Class D. Who said anything about a war spirit? I don't need one for you. I said it the way you would mention the weather. You are going to regret that. Spider spirit. A black spider the size of a basketball came out with venom fuming off it. Spider spirit. Poison. Young spirit. Level 2 Tier 1. Skills. Venom fang. Web binding. It started throwing web everywhere, laying a net across the ground to take my movement away. Control type. Sensible. You'll have to catch me first. Thunder roar mode. And here is what 4 months of double training and a woman throwing me into a swimming pool every night had actually bought. I did not vanish. I multiplied. He's fast. Third from the right, the teacher called it. Give him credit. He called it fast, and he called it confidently. Web binding. The web took the third figure from the right and closed on nothing. How is that possible? They both said it at once. Behind you, idiot. Every image went out, and I was at his back with my arms already around his waist and current going through him before he finished turning his head. Thunder throw. I took him up and put him down backwards. There was a crack. His neck and the beach met at an angle that necks do not enjoy, and the current went out of him into the ground with a noise like frying. Monitor. 2 students ran. You hurt my student. And the calm man in the gold glasses came across that beach with an open palm. Full power, level 4, no bloodline needed, at a boy who had enrolled 4 months ago. Thunderous 8 trigrams palm. I dropped my weight, put everything I owned into one hand, and met it. We both went backwards. Chong took 2 steps. I took 5 and had blood in my mouth at the end of them. Chong stood there staring at my hand. That's an origin martial skill. His voice had changed completely. Who is your teacher? Because a second-level master had just eaten his best palm and was still standing. You are not important enough to know her name. His face closed. Then it doesn't matter who she is. None of you are leaving this lake. You'd kill 3 students? What about the alliance? I was backing the 3 of us up as I said it. Nobody knows what happens out here. Chong kept coming. That's the whole point of out here. All 3 of us had cards in our hands and about enough energy between us to warm a room. If you want to touch my students, you ask me first. I have rarely been so pleased to hear a voice. Who said that? The temperature on that beach went up about 15 degrees. She was standing behind him. Chong had not heard anything. Chong got 3 students behind him and put distance between them and her in one movement, and then he got a proper look at her face. It's you! How are you the teacher of a Class D? Guolie. She was not smiling. I did not have you down as low enough to touch my students. Misunderstanding. Complete misunderstanding. If I had known they were yours, I wouldn't have gone near them for 10 lifetimes. You could watch him retrofit the last 5 minutes. The boy knew an origin martial skill. Of course he did. I don't care what it was. I only care that you're getting beaten. She summoned. The purple flame king serpent is 10 meters of snake wearing purple fire, and it is not a hill, and it does not need to be. Titan python was enormous. This thing looked like a monarch. The fire was on her too, all over her, and Guolier went pale looking at it. You were saying something about leaving people out here? I missed it. Say it again. I said I'd leave my own dog out here. You misheard me. At least you know what you are. Then die. Mountain mantis. Chong summoned a mature stage mantis, which is fast and has 2 serrated blades on it, and it did not go for her war spirit. It went straight for her, standing on the serpent's head, with both blades together. She flicked her wrist. A purple weapon came out of the fire in her hand, and it was not a sword, and it was not a whip. It was one, and then it became the other. Short, and then it extended and kept extending, thin and jointed and moving like something alive. She hit the mantis's blades with it, once, and the noise was a grinder, and the mantis went backwards across the beach, badly hurt. "You've broken through!" Guolia stopped moving. "You're a war spirit, King." The whip went out and wrapped him from shoulder to knee, and every segment of it has a triangular edge, and it was carrying her purple flame. What are you going to? An eye for an eye, it contracted. Chiang screamed, and it was not only the blades. That flame is poison as well as fire. Chiang went down and stopped moving. She made me take every storage ring off all 4 of them. "I know you're faking." She said it to a man lying face down on a beach. "Don't let me see you again. If I do, this happens again." Duan Jingzhe got the crystal core out of the Titan python, water type, snake species, intermediate grade. Everything on his list, done. And after we were out of sight, the corpse on the sand got up. The 3 students, who had been standing well back with their hands over their mouths since the purple serpent appeared, came and helped him. "Teacher, are you all right?" "I'm not dying. Not today." Was that their teacher? Their Class D. They all knew Qingyun. Qingyun and Shenfeng are the same weight class, and a Class D homeroom teacher had just taken their teacher apart without any part of it looking difficult. "Her name is Murong Ruoshi. I met her at the Central China League. She was teaching Class A then, and nobody could measure her." Chang got upright in stages. "I have no idea what she's doing in Class D." "Then maybe the ID was fake." "You cannot fake a student card. They're Class D." "Which means she has annoyed somebody senior." Chang put a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Remember this. If you ever go to the Central China League, at Qingyun Academy, you may attack Class A. You do not go near Class D." "But our monitor is—" "Be quiet." Chang turned on the girl. "You are worse than they are, and you have the nerve to be indignant about it." Chang beat Jia Fei without summoning a war spirit. Do you not see the size of the gap? They picked their monitor up off the sand and carried him out of the first quarantine zone. We walked behind our teacher, and for the first time in a month, I was not listening to the tree line. Also, she was different. I could not put my finger on it. The aura around her had gone from loud to quiet, which in that world is the direction that matters. "You've done reasonably well. You've just about kept up with your teacher." "Teacher," I looked at the back of her head. "You only just arrived, didn't you?" She did not slow down. "Don't hold it against me. This is something you have to go through, and it is better to go through it early." She had been away from us for about 2 weeks of the month. She spent the other 2 at 300 meters. She told me, years later, that during the Titan Python fight, her hand was on her own codex the entire time, and she had to make herself keep it there. "Teacher, we understand. You don't have to explain." Bo Su-yin, who never once needed a thing, explained to her. "Materials, all collected? Brother Duan's and Yin-Yin's are done." I stopped smiling. "I still don't have the sub-dragon species Thunder Core. We had turned that zone over for a month. There was nothing." "Of course you don't. There are no sub-dragon species in the first quarantine zone." I stopped walking. "Then why did you let me look for a month?" Which taught me something else about how she ran a class. And it also told me exactly why nobody has ever pushed a Thunder Snake spirit through to complete form. It is not that the road is hard. It is that the first step of the road requires something that does not live where beginners are allowed to go. And no beginner has the perfect route in the first place, so nobody has ever had a reason to look. The first quarantine zone has none. The second quarantine zone does. If the first quarantine zone has things like that lake in it, the second quarantine zone would use us for— "Who said you were going to the second quarantine zone?" She turned round. "I knew perfectly well you wouldn't find one. So on my way out to the third quarantine zone, I killed a thunder dragon beast for you." And she opened her hand, and there was a crystal core in it throwing purple light across all our faces. Intermediate grade. Sub-dragon species. Thunder element. I said something extremely undignified and went to hug her. Bo Su-yin coughed once, and I converted it into a bow. We flew home on a military helicopter rather than an academy one, which is another way of saying that our homeroom teacher has a rank. That Titan Python is filed as intermediate grade, but it fights like advanced. That bronze card is genuinely rare. I had it out. "What's Titan armament? What does it do?" Titan armament makes a war spirit enormous. There are almost no cards that do that, and this one is a python, which means it is a perfect fit for a snake spirit. Enormous, Duan Jingzhe said, lighting up. Don't get excited. At bronze, it doubles them. Twice the size, not 30 meters. Only double. She looked at me, then flicked my forehead. Ow! Ungrateful. Do you have any idea what double means? What does it mean? Imagine fighting a man twice your size. That's not a fight, that's a mugging. Who would… I heard it while it was coming out of my mouth. All three of us went quiet. Because doubling is not a 50% improvement. It is mass and reach, and the fact that everything the other side has trained against is suddenly the wrong shape. And it scales. That card doubles whatever it is bolted to, so every time little yin evolves, that card gets better, for free, forever. So stop complaining and put it away. I cleaned it on my sleeve and filed it. Teacher, that spirit weapon was incredible. Bo Suyin had been waiting to ask for an hour. Can we see it again? This is what level 5 gives you. She turned her hand over, and purple flame gathered into a shape. This is my bestowal. It's called Purple Demon. Up close, it is a serpent belly sword. Slender, 1.8 meters, 28 triangular segments strung together on something that works like vertebrae, and the whole thing is wrong to look at in a way I enjoyed. Teacher, can I hold it? Duan Jingzhe, reaching. She went completely serious. Not unless you'd like to lose your mind. His hand stopped. A spirit weapon is not an object. It is the master. Specifically, it is the thing that master is most afraid of, made solid, and you only get one by beating it. She let it dissolve. If you pick up mine, you are picking up my worst fear, and you are meeting it with your spiritual strength, not mine. Would you like to try? No, I would not like to try. I have thought about that answer of hers a great deal since, for reasons that took years to arrive. Teacher, that man was terrified of you. Why? Guolie? I met him at the Central China League. Chang lost. Chang isn't interesting. Central China League, Bo Xian said. What's that? The biggest thing in this base. Every intermediate academy in Central China, all of them, in one tournament. She waved it off. It is a very long way from where you are standing. Worry about the class ranking competition. I nodded and said nothing else. And then I sat and looked out of a helicopter window and thought a thought I have never once said out loud to anybody. Something that size gets broadcast. That is all. That is the whole thought. Something that size gets broadcast, and there are 2 people somewhere in this country who have not seen my face in 6 years. I did not tell anybody that. Not her, not Duan Jingzhe. Not for a long time. We landed somewhere unfashionable because a military helicopter parked at the main gate of a high school makes the news. Rest tonight, tomorrow, 8 in the morning, outside the Evolution building. Duan Jingzhe and I walked home with our hoods up and our faces down because we had not properly washed in a month. We had not dared to bathe in any water out there, on the general principle that everything in that zone lives in water. The door shut behind us. Life is beautiful, we said at the same time. Before that month, I thought modern life was boring. I had genuinely looked forward to going out there. Nobody attacking me while I sleep. Meat that has been cooked all the way through. No compressed biscuits. We showered for a very long time and were both asleep before it got dark, and neither of us cultivated a thing. Next morning, 8, the Evolution building. It is exactly what the name says. Every war spirit belonging to every student and teacher of Qingyuan Academy is evolved in that building. It is large, and it is a spiral, and it looks like the inside of a laboratory. Stop gawping. In. First years cannot enter without a teacher. She put her face on the reader and took us through. This place is incredible. I was looking around like a child at an airport. There were holograms standing in the middle of the lobby floor, 6 of them, war spirits at full size, turning slowly. We stopped in front of them without discussing it. I did not know a single one of those species, and every one of them made the back of my neck move. Those are the perfectly evolved growth stage war spirits. Murong Ruoxi had stopped too. There have been 6 in the history of this academy. Those are the 6. You can feel it off them, I said. Material sheets. We handed them over. Wait here, I'll do the paperwork. She walked toward the only service window in the building with her shoulders set. Brother Jia, Bo Suyin was still looking up at the holograms. Do you think we'll get perfect? Of course we will. I did not even pause. After today, there'll be 9 of these. Yes, yes, we will. Then the shouting started at the window. That sounds like Teacher Morong. We went over. I have told you, I will take full responsibility. It is not your problem. Responsibility? Look at these. Look at what you've brought me. A woman's voice, sharp, coming through the glass. You are a teacher at Qingyuan Academy, and you have come to my window and asked me to allocate 3 evolution pods on the basis of these? The teacher who reviews material sheets had refused to stamp them, and I stood there and understood that our teacher was in a fight at a service window because of 3 pieces of paper I had written. I went forward. Those sheets are mine, I wrote. Shut up! She did not even look at me. Then, to the window, without raising her voice at all. If all 3 of them fail to evolve perfectly, I resign from Qingyuan Academy. Will that do? The woman behind the glass stopped moving. Teacher Murong, are you joking? With your career? Do you know what perfect evolution means? Teacher Gao, I know exactly what it means. May I have the stamp? Teacher Gao picked up a stamp the size of a walnut and held it over the paper. It took her a long time to bring it down. Then she did it 3 times. Teacher Murong, she said, I hope this isn't the last time I see you. And then, of course, because that is how days like this work, somebody appeared behind us. Black-rimmed glasses. Tight suit. 3 students behind him, 2 of whom went straight to studying the floor when they saw me. Yuan Ming, Class B. Move. Murong Roshi did not stop walking. Chang stepped aside and then called after her. Teacher Murong, I'll admit you're strong, but you might want to remember that you teach Class D now. I don't need reminding. She did not turn round. Class A or Class D, either way, I am better at this than you are. His face went through something. Chang could not go after her, so he came at us. You must be Murong's. She's so desperate to get out of Class D that she's using you 3 as laboratory animals. I'd think about that if I were you. We know exactly how our teacher treats us. Then I looked past him. And those are your students, are they? Chang Zixuan, do you remember me? Both of them came out from behind him with their faces set. I'd know you if you were Ashes. These were the boys from the Forest of Steel, the bear, and the very short one with the scorpion. I thought the pain might have worn off. You both made Class B? I looked at Yuan Ming. Class B has interesting taste. Yuan Ming's expression fell off. Chang had known his students got beaten up in the Forest of Steel. Chang had not known it was by Class D. Don't get comfortable, Ge Hao came forward. You're a low-grade war spirit. You'll be lucky to scrape a normal evolution. Once you come out of that pod, you'll see the gap. We've spent serious money on elite evolutions, Chang Zixuan said. We will grind you into paste. Elite? Is that supposed to impress me? I pointed at the holograms in the middle of that lobby. After today, there will be 9 of those, and I walked off after my teacher without waiting to see their faces, which I regret because I am told they were excellent. As expected of Jia Lanzhuo's students, Yuan Ming's knuckles had gone white, more arrogant than she is. Fine, keep talking. When you come out of that pod, I am going to humiliate you personally. Chang had been under her when she taught Class A. Chang had assumed that being demoted might have quieted her. Teacher, don't worry, Chang Zixuan was flexing. Chang's got the most useless war spirit in the catalog. Nobody has ever taken a Thundersnake spirit to elite, not once. And he's talking about perfect. A useless war spirit, Yuan Ming actually laughed, and he thinks he's getting perfect. There is nothing more comfortable than not knowing anything. Go on, pods. The pods are small private rooms. Each one has a refining rig in it and a screen on the outside. The screen shows your name, your war spirit, and, after evolution, a 5-dimensional chart. Agility, stamina, defense, physical attack, magic attack. At young spirit there is no data, nothing to measure. After the growth stage it fills in, and the numbers decide whether you get called common, elite, or perfect. 2 A grades out of 5 is elite. Perfect requires 2 S grades. Inside my pod I took out a small piece of paper. The material sheet tells you what to buy. The paper in my hand was the method, and without the method the materials are just expensive rubbish. I had written one for Bo Suyin, and one for Duan Jingzhe too, and made them carry them in by hand. Because the rig in front of me had 31 refining chambers, and every chamber does something different. 5 melts a crystal core with current, 3 tempers with flame, 17 crushes, crystal core into chamber 5. 42 minutes. Then the magnolia into 17. Then the lightning struck wood into, And if you put a material in the wrong chamber, or if you are 60 seconds out on any step of it, the whole thing fails, and everything you spent a month bleeding for is gone. It took hours. At the end, the last channel opened and something came down into a tube, purple, with small threads of lightning turning over inside it. I held it up. That smells fantastic. Perfect grade indeed. Little Yin, your turn. She came out and went straight up my arm to the tube and pushed her nose at it and would not leave it alone. You like it. Of course you like it. Hiss. It's hot. Give it a minute. I turned round to explain and found she had already tipped her head back and opened her mouth. You animal. I poured it in and did not waste a drop, and then she started. I sat down opposite her, cross-legged, because my own energy started leaving me the instant she swallowed. Evolution is not something that happens to a war spirit. It happens to both of you. She was a meter long. She went past 2 meters while I was watching. Her old skin started coming off her in sheets, and what was under it was not skin. It was scale, and each scale was white jade, and the light went into them and came back out. A mark came up on her forehead, a single bright green line with current moving along it, and her eyes changed. They had been a pale red since the day she came out of the book. They went dark green, and something arrived behind them, and the room got heavier. When it stopped, I opened my eyes and had to look up. You're taller than me. She could stand up on half her body and put her eyes level with mine. War spirit name, Jade Qilin Snake. Attribute, Thunder. Stage, Growth. Quality, Perfect. Rank, Level 2, Tier 2. Skills, Death Strangulation, Wrath of Thunder, Snake Spirit Shadow. Quality, that line had not been there before. When she was a young spirit, there was no quality field at all, because at young spirit, everything is roughly the same. Past growth stage, the differences open up, and the system had simply added a row. Perfect. I said it out loud in an empty room, and I felt the change in myself at the same time, which nobody warns you about either. My control over the lightning had gone from something I aimed to something I meant. I tried to pick her up and could not. You've grown up. I can't carry you anymore. She pushed her head into my arm. Stop it. Stop. We have to go and be measured. I checked the time, and it was almost noon. 4 hours in that pod. To leave, the war spirit goes into a testing rig, which reads it and posts the result on the screen outside, where the academy archives it. She slid in obediently, and it started working. What I did not know, sitting in there, was that I was the last one out of that building by a long way. The 3 from Class B were done in under 2.5 hours, and came out of their pods glowing, with new growth stage war spirits walking beside them, at the exact angle of swagger you would expect. Yuan Ming went to meet them. Gehao, did it work? How does it feel? It went smoothly, teacher. We won't know until the results come up. Ha, of course, impatient of me. The screen next to Gehao still said, please wait. The rig does not report instantly. It has a lot to weigh. Then his came up. Gray explosion bear. 2 meters at the shoulder and built like a demolition. Agility C. Defense A. Physical attack. A. Magic attack. D. Stamina. B. Yuan Ming read it out and got louder as he went. Overall result. Elite evolution. Teacher, I did it. Gehao picked his own teacher up. Teacher, my amethyst scorpion is elite as well. Chang Zishuan's screen had come up across the hall. Yuan Ming ran over to look at it. Magic attack A, physical attack A, agility A, 3. 3 A grades. Chang was almost shouting. Look at my students. Chang was not wrong to be proud either. 2 A grades is elite. 3 is a very good elite. Inside 2.5 hours, all 3 of his students were out, and all 3 were elite, which for a Class B at Qingyun Academy is a genuinely excellent day. In the years before Class A had elemental spirits, plenty of Class A students came out of that building with a common evolution. Then he looked across the lobby. Murong Ruoxi was standing in front of 3 closed pods that had been shut for nearly 3 hours, and none of them had opened. And there are exactly 2 reasons an evolution runs long. One is that the war spirit is failing. The other is that the quality is so high that the process cannot finish quickly. And those are Class D. Those are low-grade war spirits, so the second reason does not apply, which means all 3 of Murong Ruoxi's students had failed. Yuan Ming felt something in his chest let go for the first time in 2 years. Chang collected his 3 and walked over. Teacher Murong, 3 hours. Not one of them has come out. Are they too embarrassed to face you? Maybe they heard we all went elite, Guhao said, and they'd rather stay in there. Murong Ruosi did not look at any of them. She had not looked away from those 3 doors in 3 hours. Then she turned her head, and purple flame came up over her whole body at once, and she looked at him. Yuan Ming's 3 students nearly went down. All of them found the floor immediately. Chang got his breathing back. Teacher Murong, don't misunderstand. I only wanted to see your class's results so that we can compare notes in future. She glanced at the 3 screens behind him, saw elite 3 times, and looked away. Elite, not bad, congratulations, and went back to watching the doors. Yuan Ming stood there. Not bad, he thought. Congratulations. What exactly does she mean, not bad? Because from where he was standing, 3 of his students had just gone elite in one morning, and the woman he had been measuring himself against for 2 years had said, not bad. Teacher Murong, from your tone, elite evolution is beneath comment. Have all 3 of yours gone elite as well? No, she said it without looking at him. She was not in that conversation. She had not left those 3 doors since they closed. Ah, Chang put on a face. Common evolution, then. Yes, that would take this long. Class D is difficult to teach, I suppose. Not common. Perfect. Chang stood there. Perfect. Perfect evolution. Then his voice went up. Have you lost your mind? She looked at him properly for the first time, because he had stepped in front of the door and was blocking her view of it. When your students have finished, take them and go. You're in the way, and you're loud. If even one of your students comes out of there with a perfect evolution, Yuan Ming said, I will withdraw Class B from the ranking competition entirely. I don't care whether you withdraw or not. She moved him aside with one hand. You seem to think Class B is what we're aiming at. It's very sweet. At the start of that term, Class B was our target. Class B had stopped being our target somewhere around the 4th month. Yuan Ming opened his mouth and could not find anything in it, which happens to people who throw a punch at a wall and discover it is a curtain. And then 2 doors opened at once. Duan Jingzhe came out first, and the thing that came out beside him was not Jingzhe Mao. Or rather, it was Jingzhe Mao, and I could see him in there, but the shell had gone from smooth to angular, and there were spines standing up along the back of it, and the whole animal had gone from something you want to pick up to something you step back from. The jaw was the part I could not stop looking at. Nobody was ever going to make a joke about that turtle's bite again. And under each of his 4 feet there was a small turning vortex of water, holding him a few centimeters off the floor, moving him along at a speed a turtle has no business at. Profound water turtle. Bo Su-yin came out of the next pod with a bird beside her. It was not large. Standing, it came up to about her waist. It did not need to be large. Everything about it was drawn as one line from beak to tail, and there was a crown of fire burning quietly around its head that did not go out and did not spread. And it looked at all of us in the lobby the way a monarch looks at a room it has entered. Flame Spirit Sparrow. Murong Ruoshi's face, which had been a closed door for 3 hours, came apart completely, and she went to them at a speed that was not dignified. Are you all right? Did it go smoothly? Perfectly smoothly, teacher. I didn't feel a thing. Same, and I love her. Bo Su-yin had a hand on the bird's head. I love my Flame Spirit Sparrow. Yuan Ming had come over and was staring at both animals with his mouth slightly open. Teacher Murong, may I ask what these are? I don't recognize either of them. She did not answer him because she was busy. She also, and this is the part I enjoy, could not have answered him. She knew Flame Spirit Sparrow. Barely. It is an obscure line that nobody researches, not because it is weak, but because it never occurred to anybody to look. Duan Jingzhe's she had never seen in her life. It was clearly an earth type. It was standing on water. Then Duan Jingzhe's results came up. The 3 of us went and stood in front of that screen, and none of us said anything for several seconds. Is it really that? Yuan Ming came over out of pure inability to stop himself, and then he read it out loud, getting louder with each line, the way a man does when he is arguing with his own eyes. Earth-type turtle spirit, evolved to profound water turtle. Attributes, earth and water. Agility B, defense S, stamina S, magic attack A, physical attack A. Chang stopped. Result, perfect evolution. Chang stood there in front of a screen doing sums that did not close. A low-grade war spirit does not go perfect. A war spirit does not have 2 attributes. Nobody has ever published a dual attribute evolution because nobody has ever produced one, and half the field considers it theoretical. And 100 meters away, in a pod, the person who wrote it down was still asleep on the floor of his own evolution. Wow! That was all three of us in front of the next screen. Chong scrambled over. Fire Spirit, evolved to Flame Spirit Sparrow. Agility S, Defense A, Stamina A, Magic Attack S, Physical Attack S. Chong read that twice. 3 S grades. 2 A grades is elite. 2 S grades is perfect. She had 3 S grades, and the other 2 were A. That pentagon on the screen was almost a circle. Yuan Ming looked at it the way you look at a thing that has personally insulted your education. Behind him, his 3 students very quietly put their war spirits away. They had walked into that lobby with the best evolutions of their lives, and they had been standing next to that screen for 30 seconds. Murong Ruoshi was not saying anything either. She had prepared herself. She had spent a month telling herself that she had chosen to believe a 15-year-old and that she would live with it. She had not prepared herself for being right. Then my door opened. I did not come out first. 3 meters of white jade came out first, put her head out into the lobby, and then slid out after it, slightly shyly because there were people looking. That is not a Jade Qilin snake. Yuan Ming had gone somewhere. A Jade Qilin snake is a meter and a bit. Its scales are pale and always a little cloudy and always a little uneven, and rich people keep them in the house because they are pretty and produce a mild current that is good for your back. The animal that came out of my pod was 3 meters long. Every scale on her was clear white jade with light going through it. She was symmetrical from end to end in a way that living things generally are not. And there was a green line on her forehead with current moving along it, which no Jade Qilin snake has ever had, and it made her look less like an animal and more like something that had been made on purpose. Another one, Yuan Ming said faintly. Another perfect. To be fair to him, he did briefly wonder whether the testing rig had broken. Then he remembered that the rig has never been wrong in the history of the building, which is a worse thought. My screen filled in. Agility S, Magic Attack S, Physical Attack S, Stamina S, Defense A. 4 S grades, perfect evolution. There is no grade above perfect. The system that Academy uses does not have a word for 4S, because nobody built one, because why would you? Yuan Ming swallowed audibly and rubbed both eyes with the heels of his hands like a man in a comedy. Behind him, his 3 students had gone completely silent. An hour earlier, they had been going to grind me into paste. And what he did not know, and what I was quietly enjoying, is that the single A on that board is defense, and I have a bronze card that turns my war spirit into 5 meters of blades in every direction. There was a noise from across the lobby. Teacher Gao came out of the service window at a run, in socks. She had been dozing in there. Her terminal had taken 3 sets of evolution data off the pods at once, and she had read them, and she had come out of that office without stopping for shoes. She got to Murong Ruoshi and bent 90 degrees at the waist. Teacher Murong, I was rude to you. I apologize. Teacher Gao, please. I nearly cost this academy 3 geniuses because I could not read a form. She stayed down there. I keep thinking about it. Murong Ruoshi got her upright with both hands. You were doing your job. You were protecting students from a teacher who looked like she had lost her mind. If I were behind that window, I would have refused me as well. I knew you were strong. I knew you were hard on them and that it worked. Teacher Gao was still going. I did not know you understood war spirit evolution at that level. That is... Teacher Murong, that is extraordinary. And Murong Ruoshi went slightly red, which I had never seen and have rarely seen since. She glanced at me. It was very quick. My students are excellent, she said. I only helped a little. Which was the exact truth, and both of them heard it as modesty, and that was the point. Because a student cannot possibly have that insight. A student is a student. Obviously, the credit belongs to the teacher. She let them believe it. She stood in that lobby and let 2 colleagues install a reputation on her that belonged to somebody else, and she never once looked at me while she did it. An innocent man carrying a treasure is a guilty man. I had worked that out on my own, in the dark, on an office floor, when I was still a boy who had never been anywhere. And I had spent a year quietly carrying it by myself and being proud of how clever I was for keeping my mouth shut. And it turned out that my teacher had reached the same conclusion, on her own, about me, and had already decided what she was going to do about it, which was to stand in the way and take it. She had put her job on a desk for it an hour earlier and had not mentioned that either. I did not say anything. There was nothing to say in a lobby. Jia Li Hua, Bo Suyin, Duan Jingzhe. Teacher Gao had turned round and her entire manner had changed. Come with me, now. Where are we going? I looked at my teacher. Didn't you say you were going to make that 6 into 9? She was smiling. Go on then. The three of us stood there for a second. Then all three of us made a noise that no war spirit master should ever make in public and started jumping around in the middle of a laboratory. Teacher Gao, Murong Ruoshi's voice cut through it. Record the holograms by all means, but I would like the performance data on these three kept confidential for now. The ranking competition is next week. Teacher Gao tapped the side of her nose. Then Murong Ruoshi turned her head and looked at Yuan Ming. Chang put both hands up. Not a word. You have my word. And he meant it, and not out of decency. Chang had just worked out that he was going to be in that hall next week when Class A found out, and he wanted to watch their teacher's face. Rest today, she said to us. Training hall, 7 tomorrow. She knew what evolution costs. Half a day off is generous from her. Then she walked out, and on her way past the middle of that lobby, she looked at the 6 holograms turning in the light, and she smiled at them and kept walking. Which left Yuan Ming and his 3 in an empty hall. Teacher, we're sorry, we embarrassed you. None of them could look at him, their faces were burning. They had come in that morning to make me lose face. They had spent good money on elite evolutions. They had been, by any normal measure, brilliant. I said a stupid thing about 9 hologries and then went into a room and made it true, which they told me later was the part that actually hurt. Now I understand how you 3 got hurt in the Forest of Steel. Yuan Ming started laughing, and it was not a happy laugh. That was never your fault. Teacher, you're not angry? Angry. Chang pushed his glasses up. Forget Class B. If Class A had walked in here this morning, they would have been outclassed. I think Class A is about to change hands. Chang looked at the 3 of them. The ranking competition is in a week. If you draw Class D, forfeit. Do not put up a fight. There is nothing to be gained. Yes, teacher. They agreed, with their heads down, and none of them were happy, and all of them knew he was right. That is how the promise got paid. Our teacher had stood in front of 90 demoralized students in a training hall 5 months earlier and told them that she could not promise Class A, but that she would promise them Class B. She never had to fight for it. Class B looked at us and stood down. Meanwhile, Teacher Gao took us down a corridor to a small room at the back that is used for one thing, which is recording a war spirit's exact appearance and turning it into a hologram. There was equipment out on the bench, still warm. Teacher Gao, have other students been in here recently? She kept working. 2 days ago, Teacher Wen brought Class A. 2 of his came out perfect, and I recorded them both. The finished projections aren't ready yet. Jiang Fei and Zhao Jia, Bo Suyin said. That's right, both elemental spirits, so nobody was surprised. Then she smiled at her screen. Both double S, which is a little behind you. Teacher, what did they evolve into? Duan Jingzhe, chancing it. She stopped and turned round. I can't tell you that. I hope you understand. She said it kindly and completely without give. And when they come and ask me about you, and they will, I won't tell them either. That was out of order. I apologize. It's fine. She went back to work and then said, half to herself, your class, though, in the entire history of this academy, there have been 6 perfect growth stage evolutions. 6. And I have recorded 5 of them in 1 week. I did the arithmetic in my head standing in that room. 6 on the floor of the lobby, Jiang Fei and Zhao Jia waiting, and the 3 of us. 11, of which 5 happened inside 7 days, in one first year, in one academy that has been running for a very long time. And of those 5, 3 came out of the class that gets 3 spirit stones a week. It's all Teacher Murong's teaching, I said, and touched my nose. Done. They'll be on display in 3 days. We came out of that building into the afternoon. Duan Jingzhe got about 4 steps, then stopped and put a hand on my shoulder. Chang did not say anything for a moment. Brother, thank you. And I want to explain what that sentence had inside it. Chang is a son of one of the 4 great families. Chang walked out of that house because they had measured him and filed him and made no secret of the result. Chang awakened a turtle. The examiner wrote low grade on a form and sighed while he did it. That morning, he had come out of a pod with the first dual-attribute lore spirit anybody has ever recorded. Chang also told me, much later, that he had spent months assuming I was joking when I talked about Saint Spirit King, and that he stopped assuming it at about 10 past 11 that morning. I stood there and could not think of a single thing to do with any of that. If you keep talking like that, I said, you don't get to be the older brother anymore. Brother Duan, Bo Si-in got in between us, delighted. If you're that grateful, feed us. Done. And no more Qingyun restaurant. When we've got time, we're going to Qianyang Lo. It's a deal. I got an arm around his neck and turned him toward the campus. But right now, Qingyun restaurant. She gave us the afternoon off. That is not the same as the afternoon being free. And on the way up, the lift doors opened, and Class A was in it. All of them. Zhang Fei at the front, Zhao Jia beside him. 6 of us in a lift. Nobody said one word, not going up, and not while the numbers changed. They had been quiet for months, since the restaurant. No corridors, no comments, nothing. I had assumed they had lost interest. They had not lost interest. They had been in an evolution pod 2 days earlier, and they had come out of it double S, and they had spent those 2 days being extremely pleased with themselves. The doors opened. We stepped out first. And Jiang Fei, who almost never speaks first, said it to my back. Jia Li Hua, the ranking competition is in a week. I stopped. I hope I see you there. I did not turn around all the way. Don't worry, I said, you'll get your chance. And the doors closed on Class A. 5 months earlier, I stood on a platform in front of 1,000 people with a white snake around my arm, and a ring of teachers who had come running to watch a genius be born looked at what I had pulled out of the book and sighed out loud, all together, like a crowd watching a missed penalty. That afternoon, there was a room at the back of the evolution building with my war spirit's shape recorded in it, and in 3 days, she was going to be standing in white light in the middle of that lobby with 4 S grades on her, and every student who walked through that door would have to walk around her. Nobody in that building was ever going to say the words useless war spirit to me again. That is not the part I think about, though. The part I think about is that on the way out, I passed the 6 holograms one more time, and I understood something I had not understood at 8 o'clock that morning. For 19 years, I was somebody nobody looked at. That is not a complaint. It is an enormous advantage, and I had been using it the entire time, and every clever thing I had done that year, every card, every route, every impossible sheet of paper, worked because nobody was watching a Class D Orphan closely enough to ask where any of it came from. I had just spent that. The monitor of Class A had looked at me on purpose. A teacher from another city had asked who my teacher was and had not liked the answer. A woman in a service window was going to remember 3 material sheets for the rest of her career. And somewhere in this country, there is a man and a woman who have not seen my face in 6 years, and I have never once, out loud, promised anybody that I would find them. I just intend to be extremely difficult to miss. There is a competition in a week.